Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Seated. To inform members that the Hospital Parking Charges Bill has received royal assent. The Hospital Parking Charges Act Northern Ireland 2026 became law on the 6th of May 2026 and is in Chapter 4. Timothy Gaston has been given leave to make a statement on the judgment in the Dillon judicial review by the Supreme Court, which will fulfil the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Mr Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I rise today to greatly welcome the Supreme Court judgment in the Dillon case. This was a case of real constitutional significance, which puts the brakes on those who seek to expand the remit of Article 2. It rebuffs the absurd contention that rights in Northern Ireland should be those evolving in the EU, not in our United Kingdom. It also leaves policy in this very building exposed. I directly challenge those who sit on the Assembly Commission. Stormont operates an illegal toilet policy which permits trans invaders to self-identify and use the toilet of their choice, even though this building facilitates school children on an almost daily basis. The judgment is also a particularly welcome reality check for the Activist Equality Commission, which has sought to argue by way of Article 2 that the definition of a woman changes when they cross the Irish Sea. That absurd position trashed the rights of women to privacy and safety in single-sex spaces. It was always logically and legally dubious to say a man became a woman when he got off the ferry in Larne. As the Bible puts it, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. After Thursday's judgment, all of the waffle in the subject, which the Equality Commission, which they seek to peddle as guidance to people across Northern Ireland, has been exposed for what it is: activist, motivated tripe. Yet they don't even accept that. Reacting to the judgment, they said they would take time to consider its implications. The truth is that they have no answer to the fact that their aggressive anti-woman overreach has been exposed. Their guidance, their judgment, and their agenda has been unmasked. It's time their guidance was withdrawn and bring an end to blindly following woke ideology. The women of Northern Ireland deserve an apology, and the Commission members should resign or indeed be forced from office.
John Buckley.
Speaker, the Supreme Court judgment is no doubt a landmark case in Northern Ireland. It goes to the very hub of who governs this place, whose laws we are accustomed to, and what direction we follow. The Dillon judgment has proven to be a costly correction to those that have attempted at every turn to use Article 2 of the Windsor Framework to undermine UK sovereignty, to undermine UK lawmaking, and to undermine common sense. What did it do? It stated in law that for the purposes of rights, the given narrative from activist lawyers, activist organisations that attempted to use an expansionist viewpoint on Article 2 to apply European rights in Northern Ireland over the head of UK law was wrong. That's important, and it's important for a number of reasons. It's important that we examine the issues by which certain people within the legal profession, certain people within the Equality Commission, certain people within the Human Rights Commission attempted to use this for what purpose? To block potential important legislation in Northern Ireland which would ensure that we could control our own borders, that we could put to bed the plight of illegal and uncontrolled immigration. The definition of gender, my goodness, this is a landmark ruling for common sense. Those that have used their broad interpretation of Article 2 have denied a Supreme Court ruling to Northern Ireland that went as basic to say that for the purposes of gender there's but two, male and female. So those organisations now have to front up or leave the stage. Common sense must be applied in lawmaking in Northern Ireland. The judgment also goes to the very heart of the legacy issue in Northern Ireland, where there is an attempt still by some, both within this House and outside it, to ensure that those that serve the country with distinction, those that put on the uniform, those that defended liberty, those that defended civilians, are no longer unjustly brought before the courts. But the Prime Minister must go further in not just recognising this judgment. He must ensure that we end EU law supremacy in Northern Ireland. We have clarity in Article 2. It's high time the UK asserted itself over not only legal matters but also economic matters.
Thank you. Last week's judgment at the British Supreme Court was a disappointing result for families who have long campaigned for decades for truth and justice. This judgment has caused them grave concern and will make their job harder in the search for truth and justice. And it's clear that the British establishment is closing ranks to protect national security interests by way of protecting British state forces. This judgment will undoubtedly be followed by other legal challenges and potentially a challenge to the European Court itself, leading to further delay and trauma to families who have already been campaigning for decades. The judgment on the ICRIR is another area of major concern. The British Government's own acknowledgement that the ICRIR needed replaced is reflected in their own legacy bill, which is going through Westminster at the moment, where the intent was to replace this with a legacy commission. This builds on the recent review of the ICRIR, which highlighted severe flaws at a leadership level around culture and governance issues. And this is also reflected by the fact that most families here are not engaging with the ICRIR despite their best efforts. So to command the confidence of families, any legacy process must be independent, victim-centred, human rights compliant and free from political interference or the abuse of national security restrictions. And Sinn Féin will continue to stand with families throughout this process.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to put a few remarks on record on behalf of the Alliance Party regarding the Dillon judgment which relates to the ECHR compatibility with the Legacy and Reconciliation Act. As I am sure all across this chamber will recognise, this continues to be an incredibly complex matter, and it is important that all relevant stakeholders take time to consider its implications fully. Alliance recognises that this successful appeal will be of great concern to many victims and survivors today, and my thoughts are first and foremost with them as we navigate the next steps. The ICRIR is not fit for purpose, and the case for a clean break is just as strong today as it was last week. It is noted, of course, that the UK Government has already accepted that, to some extent, by virtue of the new legislation that it is bringing forward. It is vital that the new Troubles Bill creates a fully human rights compliant process for legacy investigations that is capable of winning the trust and confidence of all victims and survivors. That is the only way to deliver truth and justice that families deserve. Alliance has long argued that the Conservatives' proposed Troubles amnesty was an affront to victims and survivors, and that has been further validated. Moving forward, it has never been more clear that a successful approach to legacy will be centred on reconciliation, facilitating the pursuit of justice and information recovery in a fair, transparent and equal manner. Thank you.
Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to talk on this. The issue of Article 2 and Article 2 compliance has always been a matter of considerable difficulty at the Windsor Framework. The Windsor Framework was designed primarily to be a trade deal. It was designed to withdraw and make sure that there would be free movement across the rest of our country and removing all the barriers to trade and what they were. Right from the beginning, the Ulster Unionist Party questioned why two unelected quangos, the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Northern Ireland Equality Commission, would be put in positions where they set themselves up as the self-appointed guardians of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. They are not, and they never were. And the fact that they were given agency to do this by both political parties and what I can only call the cult of the lawyer and the lawfare organisations that seem to be around here are an absolute disgrace. The Supreme Court has spoken, and that is appropriate. But what is more, the Supreme Court has made it clear that this degree of activism, this degree of pushing the envelope on the boundary at the taxpayer's expense, because remember, who pays for these quangos? We do, as taxpayers. It is beyond time that these quangos are actually investigated properly to see what they do with the monies that they have. Why they're under the same leadership as they are, with the Supreme Court has very clearly knocked down their approaches, I do not know. But they are unaccountable. They cannot be allowed to continue in this process. The Supreme Court of our nation has spoken. It has laid the limits. It is more than enough time that both these quangos were brought well and truly under heel and, if necessary, got rid of, because they're not doing what they were designed to do. Thank you.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, the highest court in this land has ruled what the vast majority of the people of Northern Ireland already knew, that a man is a man, a woman is a woman, and that immigration policy is set by the Westminster Government, not faceless bureaucrats in Brussels. Mr. Speaker, when I walked into this chamber today, I thought that I was attending a wake, because this is a defeat for those who have been protocol cheerleaders, those who have been rigorous implementers, and those who took the word of faceless organisations ahead of common sense. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Executive Office Committee, I am making clear on behalf of our party that we expect the immediate appearance of the Chief Commissioner to our committee to answer questions. This is not their budget that they have wasted in ongoing legal fights. This is hard-pressed taxpayers here in Northern Ireland. Money which should have been used in our hospitals and in our roads, but instead was wasted by political campaigners who were more interested in protecting woke ideology than biological fact. Mr. Speaker, no longer can the UK Government hide behind the Windsor Framework, the Northern Ireland Protocol, for dealing with illegal immigration here in Northern Ireland. The law is clear. Immigration policy set in Westminster, which aims to stop the illegal arrival of people on small boats, Those who come to this country who have no interest in adding to the wealth of this country but want to benefit from it have no place in Northern Ireland. And it is now time that we have a UK-wide immigration approach which protects families here in Northern Ireland. The Supreme Court has spoken. There can be no ambiguity. There can be no questions. There is no need for the Equality Commission, the Human Rights Commission or any other faceless organisation to read the judgment. The judgment is clear. They are wrong. They have wasted public money, and it is now time for each and every one of them to consider their position.
Malone.
And I'd just like to start out by making an observation. Only the TUV could reduce a very complex Supreme Court decision to a toilet in the Assembly. Seriously. The Supreme Court has narrowed aspects of Article 2 protections. It must not displace fundamental human rights commitments underpinning the Good Friday Agreement, and it will be for the Attorney-General to scrutinise the decision. Human rights were never an optional extra in our peace settlement. They are central to building trust, confidence and parity of esteem here in the North. The SDLP has always believed that rights protection must be practical, enforceable and accessible to ordinary citizens, particularly victims and families. And there will understandably be some concern that the scope of post-Brexit safeguards has been interpreted more narrowly than many had anticipated. This case underlines once again the needs for a comprehensive Bill of Rights for Northern Ireland as envisaged in the Good Friday Agreement. We must avoid any drift towards weakening rights protection through constitutional ambiguity or political expediency. Victims and survivors in particular deserve legal certainty, transparency and confidence that their rights will be protected regardless of changing political circumstances. The broader challenge now is ensuring that Brexit-related arrangements do not result in any diminution of rights for people in Northern Ireland. The peace process succeeded because it, in fact, recognised that rights, equality and the rule of law are stabilising forces in a divided society. The Supreme Court has clarified the law, but it has not ended the wider political and moral debate around rights protection and legacy issues in particular. Our focus should remain on protecting the integrity of the Good Friday Agreement in all its strands, including its explicit human rights commitments.
Thank you. That brings to a conclusion statements in the matter of the day. We now move to a further matter of the day. Sinead Ennis has been given leave to make a statement on the results of the Scottish election and Welsh election, which will Secretary set out in Standing Order 24. Ms Ennis.
And I first want to send congratulations from this Assembly Chamber to the SNP and Plaid Cymru on their historic election success this past weekend. And for the first time in history, we could see 3 nationalist pro-independence first ministers leading the devolved institutions. These elections are not just a reaction to the desire and clear necessity for self-determination. They are a damning indictment on successive British governments who have abandoned working people, they have decimated public services and put vested interests above communities. More and more people are saying that the Union isn't working for them. 10 years after the disastrous Brexit referendum, a Brexit that the DUP championed and still supports today, it is no surprise then that we have seen the DUP at pains over the last number of days to diminish and talk down the enormity and the significance of these elections. They increasingly want to fight the old battles of the past because they have no vision for the future. But people here want better for themselves and for their families, and Sinn Féin will continue to offer that better way and that better future. We will continue to give people hope. Hope for a future beyond the constraints of Westminster, where decisions are made without thought and without regard for the people and for communities here. So we look forward to working with progressive governments and parties in Wales and Scotland, and we will build on existing relationships as we continue to build momentum towards constitutional change and ultimately towards something better for all our people here.
Rise also to discuss to debate the issues around the election campaigns and results over the last number of days. And I think it does prove that we are indeed at a seminal moment, and the plates are shifting in British democracy, and it's shifting back to the people who have found their voice. We have successive governments, and this government, who simply isn't listening, has never listened to the people, squeezing us with further taxation, destroying farm businesses, eroding free speech, and pushing mandatory digital ID on us all, and carrying on the damaging, flawed practices and policies of the Tories, including the illegal immigration issue. The government isn't working for the people, and the people have responded. Mr. Speaker, I must say that nationalism will grasp onto any thin thread it can, but the failure is there for all to see. In Wales, 56% of people voting were pro-union parties, voting for pro-union parties. In Scotland, it was 58% for pro-union parties, 41% for nationalist parties. The SNP vote fell by 9.2%, and the overall nationalist vote in Scotland dropped by 8%. Nationalism is most ugliest when it makes things up. And so I am proud to see the people speak with one voice, and I do think we are watching and experiencing something really dramatic in the British people, in that they will not tolerate bad governance anymore from whatever quarter, whether it be the red of Labour or the blue of the Tories. And I think we are going to see massive changes in the forthcoming years. It also gives voters hope that their voice can make a difference, and that they should come out and vote, and they should get out and get registered to vote, because they now see that that household, that one person, that one voter can make a difference to how they are governed, and they need to be governed far better than they have been in the last decades. Mr. Speaker, I rejoice when I see the people speak, and I rejoice when I see the democratic practice that this great country has, and it will be to the voters and to the public and to the people of Britain to decide how they are governed best. Thank you.
Speaker, in the wake of last week's elections in Great Britain, we have seen the predictable rush to the microphones. Some are heralding the results in Scotland and Wales as a seismic shift, a death knell for the Union, or an inevitable surge towards independence. Others are noting that pro-union parties, as we've just heard, had collectively received the majority of the votes, and claiming that little has changed. But as we look at the data, and we do need to look at the data in the context of our constituents here in Northern Ireland, it is vital that we meet these headlines with a firm sense of reality. Firstly, we must remember that a significant proportion of the electoral map last week was defined by local council elections in London and in different parts of England. Local government is about bins, planning, leisure facilities and other vital services to keep a community breathing, and the devolved administrations in Scotland and Wales are about the big issues like health and education. So to take a handful of seats and extrapolate a definite mandate for a particular constitutional outcome one way or another is just a leap of logic. It is a disservice to the voters who cast their ballots based last week, and it was based on their neighbourhoods, not the status of their borders. And I would like to place on record my congratulations to our Lib Dem colleagues in Great Britain. They had a terrific election result themselves. Here in Northern Ireland, we know all too well the exhaustion that comes from viewing every single election through the prism of constitutional headcounts. When we obsess over whether Scotland is going or Wales is wavering, we fall into the same old trap of ignoring bread and butter issues. Indeed, if the local election results in England are to be analysed at a national level, what we are seeing is a call for action on improving people's lives, something which politics is failing to do right across the UK currently. The Alliance Party is clear. The constitutional future of any nation is a matter for its people, and it cannot and should not be the only matter up for debate at election time. We cannot feed a family nor fix a health waiting list with a flag, regardless of which flag that is. Our mandate is to make Northern Ireland work, The people we represent, whether they identify as unionist, nationalist, or like a growing number of us who choose both or other, are not asking us for a running commentary on the internal politics of Plaid Cymru or the Scottish National Party. They are asking us whether this executive will survive to ensure that our schools receive the funding they need, whether reform of our health service will actually happen, and whether we can build an economy that is sustainable, prosperous and inclusive. So in closing, Mr Speaker, as legislators, our job is not to break up, but to build up. Thank you.
John Burrows.
Speaker, it is a sign of some of the desperation of Sinn Féin that they are now looking for more evidence of their false momentum towards Irish unity, looking at the election results in Scotland and Wales. False it is because, of course, the majority of people who cast their vote did so for pro-union parties. Because right across the United Kingdom, England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, we know we're better together. And here's the reality. Sinn Féin need to keep doing this because their promised project of Irish unity failed. It didn't happen in the years after the Belfast Agreement. We had so many different dates. 2016 was one of the recent ones, 2025, 2030. I suspect we'll be here in 50 years' time, and we'll have relatively youthful Sinn Féin members saying in 2060, the border poll just round the corner, just within reach. Here's the reality. Most people in Northern Ireland want us to get on with making things work. This is a distraction from the fact that you don't make things work. In the economy, we've seen your contribution to it costing us jobs. In infrastructure, man landed on the moon in 1969. Sinn Féin can't deliver smooth roads in 2026. The rates reval, disastrous. Every ministry you hold is a disaster. Deflection, deflection, deflection. And here's the reality also. The people of the United Kingdom stand together. What you're hearing is people want change. Change from the same politics. The obsession with pet projects. The obsession with things like constitutional change. When people are wondering about the cost of their car and filling it up, the cost of their insurance, the cost of hiring workers, the cost of putting their heating on, the cost of filling up a basket of groceries. And your fixation on, of course, constitutional change is starting to hurt your vote down south. And here's the other irony when I look at Sinn Féin's position on this. They've become, in terms of Great Britain, the party of partition, wanting to partition the island into 3 constituent parts. Their youth wing do a lovely picture of Ireland from space. And they say, where's the border? Ireland was an innate island. Why would you have an artificial border on it? But of course they want to put an artificial border in England, Scotland and Wales. The party of partition. But you're allying yourself with the Brits now to try and advocate your cause. I'll say that one thing about Scottish nationalists and Welsh nationalists. At least they never blew people up to try and get their independence. At least never chained people to steering wheels and turn them into human bombs. They believe in peaceful politics, and to that they have my respect.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The election results last week indicate something that has been clear for at least a decade. In fact, it can be dated specifically to June 2016 and a Brexit vote. That is the destabilisation of the UK state, which is significantly, radically poorer, less influential and less stable than it was before that date. Many of us have always supported constitutional change and a new Ireland based on reconciliation without a border in it, but many more people from all sorts of backgrounds are now thinking about that future as a result of the UK being a poorer, less prosperous, less stable, less influential state. Those facts are unarguable. The UK's economy is radically smaller than it otherwise would have been had the UK not left the European Union. Its politics have become profoundly unstable. There have been 6 prime ministers in the last decade, I believe. This destabilisation is something that people here do have a right to choose, something different. The results in Scotland and Wales are one manifestation of that, but they are far from the only manifestation, and indeed for lots of people, the potential election, perhaps even the likely election of Nigel Farage as Prime Minister of the UK, isn't just a prospect that they dislike because they dislike the politics of Nigel Farage and his crypto billionaire-backed gang of either hard right or kind of dodgy dealers. It's that they simply want to choose a completely different future for their country. And I do slightly gently push back at colleagues from the Alliance Party who once again push this idea that to believe in change on this island is and must always be a distraction from making this place work. As Leader of the Opposition, I and my colleagues come in here every day and hold the Executive robustly to account for its many failings in terms of delivery. There is no contradiction in doing that and believing in, choosing, advocating a new Ireland as the route to the best possible future for people here in Northern Ireland and on the whole island of Ireland, and increasingly people who do not want to be governed by Nigel Farage and do not want to have their future shackled to a UK state which is poorer and much more and very unstable, will want to make that choice. And the elections last week, I think, are a stark reminder of that journey, and the SDLP will be talking, as will others, more about that opportunity in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Nationalist members of this House have somewhat lost the run of themselves after Thursday's elections. Listening to Sinn Féin, one could be forgiven for missing that the SNP indeed lost seats in Scotland. So for the benefit of Miss Ennis, the SNP were down 6 seats in total. They lost over 400,000 votes in the constituency contest. They lost almost 470,000 votes in the regional contest. Falls of 32% and 43% respectively. That's hardly a mandate for independence. In Wales, the Nationalists obtained just 35% of the vote and are well short of a majority. Sinn Féin would be better concentrating their efforts trying to get their own house in order rather than constantly scrambling to save their own blushes through deflection. It is most telling that this matter of the day speaks about Wales and Scotland and yet ignores the significant developments in England. Across the country, and in fact in Scotland and Wales too, we have seen the rejection of the old parties and a rallying behind not the loony left, epitomised by the Greens, but behind Reform UK with its message of total independence, not from the UK, but indeed from the EU. Reform UK want to see strong borders to stop illegal immigration and a rejection of woke ideology. It is no wonder why they performed so well last week. The results in Great Britain have also been noticed by unionists as well as nationalists here in Northern Ireland. They have seen that people right across the UK have rejected the old parties and the woke establishment. And guess what? The world hasn't ended. In fact, I look forward to next year when we see a shake-up in this place and to be joined by many TUV colleagues on these benches. The lesson from these elections is not that the Union is dying. It is that voters across the United Kingdom have finally woken up and are revolting against the political class. These results have put the establishment parties in this House belonging to this failed executive on notice.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week's election proved a seismic opportunity for many people within parts of the United Kingdom to have their say on 20 months of a Labour government. 20 months in which we were promised so much, but yet we have seen so little. 20 months for the electorate to make up their mind about the performance of Sir Keir Starmer. They asked the question, what does this man stand for? Who actually is he? Well, in their millions, they cast their vote to decide that Mr. Starmer does not live up to his name. He talked this morning, our Prime Minister, about taking responsibility for over 1,400 council seats losses. Many SM members of the Scottish Parliament and members of the Welsh Assembly lost. Ask the question, why? I mean, when you talk about be better, do better, don't just take responsibility for those Labour councillors and Labour members of Parliament that were lost. Take responsibility for immigration. This country continues to see thousands upon thousands enter this country illegally, then put up in accommodation paid for by the taxpayer. No responsibility in that regard for Labour. No responsibility when it comes to, again, taxing businesses to the point of extinction. Small businesses driven to the breadline by this Labour government. What about his attack on pensioners? What about the attacks on farmers? I mean, it was written on the wall. For anybody that could not predict this, Mr. Speaker, they were living in a complete fantasy land. But as sure as day follows night, to cover up from their own progressive diversionary drivel, what's the first thing Sinn Féin do? Gloat in the fact that we now have apparent 3 nationalist First Ministers. No accountability now when it comes to the joint nature of the office in Northern Ireland. That's a sign of what is to come as Sinn Féin attempt to cover disaster after disaster from their own government departments. I mean, what about the cost of living crisis now? No, that's all for the optics. Today, it's about driving a nationalist argument. The unionist majority in Scotland still prevails when it comes to voting intentions. The same in Wales, the same in Northern Ireland, but the lesson for Northern Ireland is split unionism will cost seats. Stop the nationalist narrative, get behind a party that can win, and that is the DUP.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the election results also represent a sad time for those who lost their seats. Speaking as a member of the steering group of the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly and also on the steering committee of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Committee, I wish to pay respects and indeed how much has actually been provided to our organisations by those members who have sadly lost their seats. Some were from the independent sector. There were Lib Dems, Welsh Labour, Scottish Labour, Welsh Conservatives, Scottish Conservatives and even the SNP. These were friends and colleagues who worked tirelessly to be able to promote the best of the United Kingdom and indeed to work towards rights, particularly around climate emergency, LGBT rights and disability rights, not just in the United Kingdom but across the world. I would like to pay particular thanks to Jeremy Balfour, who is indeed a friend of many of us. Jeremy has been a tireless supporter of disability rights and actions across the globe. And anybody who's met Jeremy will know he is probably one of the most dedicated people to deal with disability issues as they are. And Jeremy, I wish you all the best for the future. And indeed, I've been in contact with him, and knowing him, he will bounce back. But I will pass on the regards from the members of our committees to him as well. And also to Jamie Green, another great friend who hails, believe it or not, from County Antrim, who was a Lib Dem but lost his seat in the Scottish elections. Jamie indeed has been a tireless advocate for LGBTQ rights. Jamie has been to the fore, particularly in dealing with rights in areas like Africa, where it hasn't been the most easiest place to support LGBTQ issues to do as well. Indeed, I think I've worked very closely with Jeremy on quite a few issues, including on electoral observation missions, and I think he's probably one of the soundest politicians that I've met. So when some members tend to gloat about the loss of these members during these elections, There's a lot of people have been lost who provided a lot of support and have indeed been very useful to be able to make sure that our nation, and indeed the Commonwealth and many nations, have been able to be supported in democratic consistency. And it's with sadness, Mr. Speaker, I say this remarks today, but I will pass on to them when I talk to them all. I will pass on our regards. Thank you.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome Sinn Féin's newfound interest in politics in other parts of our United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, even for the standards of rewriting the past of Sinn Féin, the Chief Whip of the party opposite have managed to completely gloss over the actual results of the election. Ms Ennis stood up and described the SNP victory as a historic victory for the people of Scotland. Now, Mr. Speaker, I haven't been in politics as long as you, but if my party lost 500,000 votes and lost 6 seats, I would not call that a historic victory. What it has been, Mr. Speaker, is a rejection of the Labour Party in other parts of the United Kingdom, just as the people of Northern Ireland rejected the Labour Party's sister party here in Northern Ireland, the SDLP, and voted them into opposition. Though the party opposite, Mr. Speaker, having outsourced their failed attempts to break up the United Kingdom and blame the Irish government for it, are now trying to cling to the coattails of the outcomes of elections in other parts of the United Kingdom, so that they can continue to tell their followers that they weren't in fact lying to them when they promised the people of Northern Ireland a border poll in 2016. The First Minister now, who promised one in 2020, wasn't lying to the people of Northern Ireland. Mary Lou MacDonald, when she set a border poll for 2035 and was then quickly corrected by her party colleagues to say, oh no, in fact, it has to be 2030, was not lying to the people of Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, when polls for the party opposite continue to fall, both here in Northern Ireland and in the Irish Republic, what do we see? We see calls for the border poll to take place. The people of Northern Ireland see through these distraction politics. They see that since 1998, the votes for those parties in Northern Ireland that want to break up our United Kingdom have not grown by 1%. The Leader of the Opposition seems to be the man most obsessed with Nigel Farage becoming Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will not have a general election take place here in Northern Ireland for a number of years, but in the SDLP's hope for relevance, they try to scare the people of Northern Ireland into wanting to pursue a different constitutional settlement because they know, through the arguments made by Sinn Féin, the SDLP and the Alliance Party, that the people of Northern Ireland know the union is best for all.
Point of order.
50 years from now is not 2060, it's 2076. So we'll take no lectures on the competency of our ministers from a person who can't get basic maths right.
Don't think it's a point of order, but nonetheless the point has been made. Move on. Point of order, Mr. Brett.
Mr. Speaker, at the Executive Office Committee on Wednesday, despite numerous attempts from myself and the member for North Antrim, sorry, Mr. Shane, you, Mr.
Order,
Mr. Shane.
Order. Mr. Brett, order. Mr. Brett has the floor. I make the decisions on whether a point of order is or not, and I usually do it at the end of a contribution, not after the second line.
Mr. Shane, if you want to be Speaker, put a good word in with Miss Ennis and she might take out Carol and put you in. Mr. Speaker, despite attempts by Mr. Gaston and I to seek information from the Office of the Irish Language Commissioner, he has refused to provide those details, stating that he is currently dealing with an issue of a Freedom of Information request from a private citizen. Could you inform me, Mr. Speaker, are you aware of any rules or standing order that would prevent a body accountable to this Assembly providing factual information to committees if a Freedom of Information request is taking place?
the member for raising the matter. And obviously, if the committees do make a request under section 44, I will judge that as and when they come forward to me. I would say, whether it's to arm's length bodies or indeed civil servants who come before committees, openness, honesty, frankness and transparency is what the Northern Ireland public want through this House. And therefore, anybody, and I'm not saying this for any of those who have been, but I'm saying this as a general remark, people who engage, particularly people who are being paid from the public purse, in obfuscation are not fulfilling their duties. And there is no previous case that I'm aware of where someone has used a freedom of information request not to give information on the day that they may have or should have when they come to present to a committee. The committees have the same power as this chamber, and it is in that case that it's for the committee chairs to ensure that members get the answers and responses to the questions that are being asked. But what I would say to all members, do not allow yourselves, and this is speaking from past experience, to be walked over by witnesses who come to committees. They're there to answer questions to each of you as members, whether they're civil servants, arm's length bodies, or others who are being paid from the Northern Ireland block budget. And therefore, whenever they're asked questions, they should answer the questions. And if they don't answer the questions to the members, I would encourage committee chairs of whatever committee it happens to be to ensure that those questions are answered. If there's a section 44 comes to me, I will look at it and give that consideration when it comes in. Ms Bradshaw.
Speaker, as you know, I chair the Committee for the Executive Office and would just like to put on record that we haven't. This is not the end of the line for us as a committee. I think we were all upset and frustrated with the use of the Freedom of Information request. So we are writing back to the Irish Language Commissioner, citing section Standing Order 44, but also potentially going to be seeking legal advice. We've also written to the First and Deputy First Minister to ask for their understanding of the supply of information to us as a committee so we can scrutinise it. But just want to ensure people that we have not let this issue drop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Bradshaw. And I was making my remarks in a general round, and I haven't witnessed what happened at the TO committee or followed it. I'm just making a general observation, so just to put that before you. I don't think there's any more points of order, so we move on to member statements. And I call Declan Kearney.
In the 10 miles or so between Antrim Town and Moneyglass, there are 5 Gaelic athletic clubs, and all of them have won county titles. South West Antrim is central to GAA life in County Antrim, and one of the beating hearts of that life is Kickham's GAC. The club was founded 102 years ago, and since then it has gone from strength to strength. All Gaelic games are played at all levels within the club. It has won county titles in all 4 codes. And like hundreds of others, I have fond memories of playing football and hurling on McAteer's Field. Back in the day, the club facilities were a green tin hut. Then, over 40 years ago, the big hall was built. And 20 years ago, a new pitch, a pavilion, and an AstroTurf pitch were put in place. And all of that was built and funded by the local community. Yesterday, more history was made with the opening of the new 1.2 million facilities, including another new pitch, a gym and a shop. All that also was achieved through fundraising, sponsorship and sheer hard work by local people. The day-long programme of celebrations was absolutely fantastic. Uachtaran Cumann Lucas Gael, Jarlath Burns spoke about the ethos and the vision of the club. He could have attended the Connacht and the Munster football finals, but instead he chose to come to Cregan. Yesterday marks the start of a new phase in the club's history. 5 generations and hundreds of members, supporters, players gathered for this occasion. The sense of achievement was absolutely palpable. Yesterday, Cregan oozed a sense of ambition. Terry Robb, the club chairperson, put it really well. Terry said, "We haven't come this far just to get this far." The new pitch and gym facilities are achievements which bow to the past. A new horizon exists now because we all stand on the shoulders of giants. The new facilities will be a catalyst to secure and inspire the future of Gaelic games in Cregan, and even greater success, I'm sure. A new chapter has opened up for the young people and the not-so-young of this small rural community. The future generations now have their field of dreams. Everything about Common Class Gael is future-focused. Our youth and new generations. It's where we all belong. And that's the mission of Kickham's GAC.
Thank you. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Last Thursday was a sad day for Northern Ireland. For the first time in living memory, we saw a pastor criminalised not for violence, theft, or scandalous misconduct. Indeed, the judge himself recognised Pastor Clive Johnson as a man of good character. He was convicted under the Safe Access Zones legislation for preaching John 3:16 within a safe access zone. I love when this country is known around the world for the right reasons. Excellence in sport, excellence in education, excellence in innovation. Yet last week, for the very wrong reasons, we made international headlines because a pastor was convicted for preaching John 3:16. At the time this legislation came before the Assembly, my party, indeed I spoke in this House, warned that it was bad law. We opposed it for the very reasons that there were serious concerns for religious and civil liberty. The DUP had prepared a petition of concern to stop the legislation. Sadly, it fell one short. We are a nation that has been shaped by long traditional constitutional, civil and religious liberty standards. Many of the freedoms enjoyed across the Western world developed within these islands. Yet today, we find ourselves in a position where pastors are being criminalised under vague and expansive legislation. Badly written laws have consequences, far beyond that of which was their first intention. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever should believe in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. That's the words of John 3:16. So just think of that. Other parties in this House have now criminalised the public preaching of those words within certain parts of Northern Ireland, in a nation that has been shaped by over 1,500 years of Christian truth and witness. There are many concerning parts following this judgment. If preaching John 3:16 is capable of amounting to unlawful influence, what about carrying a Bible through a hospital? What about a prayer for an end-of-life patient? What about a carol service? What about speaking with a patient or family member within a ward or in the public area? They should not need legal advice. We hold Pastor Clive Johnson in our prayers, and that indeed of the Christian Institute, as they tackle this issue going forward.
Call Peter McReynolds.
You, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to address the disorder that occurred in East Belfast on Saturday evening. Unfortunately, for the last number of months, a number of young people have been involved in arranged fighting in East Belfast and took it upon themselves to engage in rioting and antisocial behaviour this past weekend. The most concerning part being that some of those involved were only around the ages of 10 or 11 years old. Damage to property, organised fights and outbursts towards PSNI officers is completely unacceptable. The fact that restaurants had to close on Saturday and a window was smashed is ridiculous in 2026. The fear and wider impact this has had on the local community and how others view East Belfast will be felt because of their actions. Ultimately, Mr Deputy Speaker, for me this is also a safeguarding issue. As a new parent myself, parents should know where their children are and what they are up to. Children and young people are planning and travelling using public transport to pre-arranged gatherings to take part in this antisocial behaviour. But it's also a failure, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the system. The systemic underfunding of youth services in East Belfast means that these young people have nowhere to go and are falling through the cracks. While youth services are doing all they can to prevent young people from taking part, they cannot do it alone. These young people deserve better. Our community deserves better. No one wants this. For young people who end up in the justice system, there are age-appropriate ways of engaging and educating them in conjunction with their parents, including through youth conferences and the work of the Youth Justice Agency. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the PSNI officers who managed the situation on Saturday night, dispersed the crowds and maintained the peace following the disorder. I would also like to highlight that this is not all young people. We have many amazing young people across East Belfast who have no interest in behaving like this, and I call upon them to continue to show your peers there is more to East Belfast than violence. I also urge parents to talk to your young people, help them understand they put themselves at risk when they participate in recreational fighting and rioting, and they greatly harm their futures. Thank you.
John Burrows.
Mr Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the 6 women who secured the conviction recently of William Lloyd Lavery for sexual abuse in the 70s in a school. Those victims displayed great courage and resilience and tenacity in securing that conviction after all these years. 2 of the victims waived their anonymity, Nicola Bannon and Lynn Darcy. And collectively, what those victims have done in making this so public is, I hope, inspired other victims to come forward and give evidence. Last week should be a seminal moment in Northern Ireland, where we had the Katie Simpson Review report published, and we also had the conviction of William Lloyd Lavery. There's an opportunity for us to make a clear and unequivocal stand against any form of abuse, degrading behaviour or sexual assault on women or girls. Lloyd Lavery's offending was disgusting. It is shameful that he worked at one stage for the Ulster Unionist Party in terms of working for an MLA. But no amount of associations should ever change our ability to stand up and say his behaviour was vile. The case also brought up the issue of character references, one given by David Campbell and one given by David Lavery. The first of those was a former chair of my party, I'm ashamed to say, now works for the Loyalist Communities Council. The second is holding a very high position in the Law Society. And let me make it clear, when it comes to actually the trial itself, people should be able to put forward evidence if they want to make the case that they're innocent. But once someone is convicted of a sexual assault, there is no place for a character reference. In this case, the defendant, William Lloyd Lavery, denied the offence. He effectively called all his victims a liar, and yet upon conviction, 2 members of our society, one holding a senior position in the Law Society, felt it right to give a character reference to that individual. The case also throws up the issue of delay. From the time that the victims gave a statement to police to the verdict was 6 years. Very many victims of sexual assault and domestic violence in particular can't withhold the pressure of giving evidence over a 6-year period. Often suspects delay their plea, in this case there was a not guilty plea, until the very last minute, hoping that a victim breaks. So I want to pay tribute to those women, their courage, their resilience, their tenacity. But we also need to deal with this issue of character references that are post-conviction for sexual assault, and also speed up our justice system and take a stand for victims, not perpetrators.
Angela McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to speak today about a local club in my constituency, Strabane Athletic Football Club. and the disgraceful way that this club has been treated by the Department for Infrastructure and the Sinn Féin Minister. This is a club that has just delivered one of the proudest moments in its history, winning the North West Senior Cup for the first time ever and bringing the trophy home to Strabane after a brilliant season on the pitch. This is, by all accounts, a community club built by hundreds of volunteers and players, driven by local people who genuinely care about giving young people opportunities and building something positive for the future. And while the club is delivering success after success on the pitch and building by the day, what are they getting back from this Sinn Féin-led government? Nothing. Delays, no responses to questions, total silence and a total disrespect. The planning application for this stadium was submitted in February 2018, 8 years ago. Think about that. In those 8 years, young players have grown up, left school, some have started families of their own, and still the project sits trapped by this ridiculous system. This is a positive project with huge benefits to the people I represent. There were no objections to the application. It had overwhelming community backing. It was unanimously supported at the Planning Committee in Strabane and Derry District Council. Yet the department decided to call it in anyway and has sat on it for years since. The same with a legal application in the city of Derry, 8 years on a desk. The Planning Appeals Commission took place finally in September, and the report, to my knowledge, just recently, has been sitting on the Minister for Infrastructure's desk since November 2025. And months later, we are still waiting. The Minister for Infrastructure has not answered questions from me as the MLA for the constituency, and yet they go unanswered. There's been no decision, no explanation, no urgency whatsoever. Meanwhile, the people behind this club have spent tens of thousands of pounds trying to get this over the line. Local volunteers have given years of their lives and efforts for what? To be ignored by government. Because that's what it feels like. Communities west of the Bann feel ignored. And I want to pay tribute to people like Seamus McElroy, Renee McElroy and Pat Henderson and others who have kept this club alive. This is a great project. In fact, it's exactly the sort of project, Deputy Speaker, that Sinn Féin politicians stand up and praise when the cameras are on. But when it comes to actually delivering it, suddenly delays start, excuses begin, and people suffer the consequences. Well, the people of Strabane are tired of waiting. And they're tired of watching this department hide behind paperwork while local people do the heavy lifting. It's time that Sinn Féin, with the big mandate they have in West Tyrone, did something for the people of Strabane, because when it comes to Strabane Athletic, comes to the A5, they're failing miserably on a daily basis.
I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The conviction of Pastor Clive Johnson was a profoundly dark day for Northern Ireland and this Assembly. I include this Assembly as it was this House that passed the law that criminalised a man for preaching the gospel. The idea that devolution is some sort of safeguard for civil and religious liberties was finally buried at Coleraine Courthouse. All those who voted in favour of the bill, or who found something better to do that day than vote at all, should hang their heads in shame. Back in 2022, the Green Party-led Sinn Féin, the SDLP, the Alliance and sadly the Ulster Unionist Party through the lobbies to bring in the Safe Zone legislation. Pastor Johnson is 78. He's no threat to society. And what was he convicted of? Put quite simply, for preaching from John 3:16, a verse which says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." A verse that many of us will have learned in Sunday school or seen in posters or on the gable walls of many churches across this country. John 3:16 is a verse that many that sit within this chamber would do well to heed. When one reads the judgment, it is striking that it's accepted that Pastor Johnson nor any of his associates on that day had any placards inside the safe zone. It's accepted that he said nothing about abortion, and yet the perverse and, yes, the wicked law passed by this House saw him convicted and fined for daring to preach the gospel in a Christian country. That's the depths this country has sunk to. I commend Pastor Johnson for his stand. His testimony is one that gives us believers in this House great encouragement, and we should take encouragement from it, that regardless of the obstacles that we should find in front of us, that we must always put our faith first. I wish Pastor Johnson well in his appeal, and trust that many will come to faith through the stand he's taken for my Lord and Saviour. My faith brought me to Stormont, and I will continue to speak up for the unborn and speak out against the Holocaust in our time that is abortion. Here I stand.
Time's up.
I can do no other.
Time's up. Pat Sheehan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The countdown to the arrival of Fleadh na hÉireann in Belfast is well underway, with less than 100 days to go. A constant stream of updates regarding locations, plans and artists and activities is coming to us. The buzz around the city is palpable, the excitement is everywhere, and the plans are well underway. And everyone that I have spoken to is looking forward to seeing this flagship festival coming to our city. Our parks will be makeshift campsites to accommodate the influx of people, and our local economy will be massively boosted, with businesses all over the city being encouraged to plan now to ensure that they can meet the increased demand. Over 1,500 people have registered to volunteer for the Fleadh, showing the scale of local enthusiasm for the festival. Volunteers will play a vital role in ensuring the success of the festival. Volunteering opportunities are still available, so I encourage everyone to play their part. The Fleadh symbolises where our city is, where we have come from, and more importantly, where we are going. It will allow us to showcase the best that the city has to offer, as well as showing the city's musical and cultural wealth to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan Robinson.
Speaker, I want to highlight one of the greatest local sporting events, the Northwest 200. Before I do, I just want to acknowledge the death of a rider in the Superbike qualifiers on Thursday at Station Corner. 48-year-old Kamal Holan from the Czech Republic will be forever remembered, and we extend our deepest sympathies to his family circle at this most difficult time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every year for almost a century, the Northwest 200, the roads linking Port Rush, Port Sturt and Coleraine are transformed into a world-famous circuit that attracts the very best riders and tens of thousands of bike fans from across the globe. There simply is nothing like it. As someone who lives in the North Coast area, the atmosphere during race week is electric. The roar of the engines, the sight of riders reaching breathtaking speeds, and the crowds lining the coast create an unforgettable spectacle. Families return year after year. Visitors discover our stunning coastline, our hospitality and our people. For many, the Northwest 200 is their introduction to this province, and what an introduction it is. The impact of the Northwest 200 reaches well far beyond sport. This event is recognised and proven to be a vital driver of the local economy. Hotels, guest house, restaurants, cafes, shops, transport providers and local businesses all benefit from the influx of visitors. During race week, accommodation is booked out months in advance. Hospitality venues are thriving. Jobs are supported. Revenue flows directly into our local area. The Northwest 200 showcases Northern Ireland on the international stage in a way few events can. Television coverage and media attention reaches millions of viewers worldwide, promoting our tourism industry, our landscape and our reputation as a welcoming place. It is a sporting event that is an economic engine and a global advertisement for this province. The North West 200 is and always been one of Northern Ireland's greatest success stories, and we thank the organisers for that. So today it is important to recognise not only the races but the enormous contribution this event makes to our economy and our international profile. And as referred to at the beginning of my speech, it is also important that today we remember Mr. Holan, a rider lost doing what he loved most. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak about Mental Health Awareness Week. I want to begin by recognising the charities, community organisations and frontline staff across our mental health services who continue to do extraordinary work in a system that is not fit for purpose. I had the pleasure of joining my local extern Embrace group at their Darkness into Light event yesterday in Ballygally, where I heard about the benefits of physical and mental health of cold water dipping groups like this. But our system is one in which people are left waiting until they reach crisis point before they receive the help and support they need, and some never get it. We have a mental health strategy with only 16% of the required funding identified, and which increasingly risk being effectively shelved through lack of action. This year's Mental Health Awareness Week theme is action, so let's talk honestly about action. Last week, the Health Committee received a written briefing from the Department of Health on progress of the mental health strategy, and frankly, it was deeply concerning. The Department presented as achievements things that by its own timelines should have been delivered months ago. Writing 2 job descriptions was listed as progress, despite commitments to have the full team in place by March this year. An early intervention and prevention plan that is still being developed and finalised, despite a commitment to have a full draft completed by December last year. Workshops and draft actions for digital mental health were highlighted despite commitments to have an action plan completed and implementation underway by March. These are only a few examples of an honestly shocking and stark update, littered with missed targets and a serious lack of accountability. There is a real danger that we become so used to delay and watered down ambitions hidden behind budgetary constraints that failure to act becomes the norm. Funding pressures are real, no one is pretending otherwise, but not every failure can be blamed on budgets. When departments miss their own targets and attempt to present these missed deadlines as achievements or progress, there is a serious issue. Delivery plans and strategies are not exercises in box ticking, they are supposed to improve people's lives. Behind every delayed action is an actual impact on someone's life. It represents longer waits for assessment, inability to access treatment, health deterioration, greater cost to the health service, and digs us deeper and deeper into a reactive and crisis-driven service. As a committee, we have agreed to write to the Department to seek clearer information around accountability, because there are now serious questions that need answered. Who is responsible when targets are repeatedly missed? What mechanisms are in place to meaningfully monitor delivery? Because writing job description 2 months after a full team is supposed to be in place is not an achievement to the person in crisis who still cannot access the services they so desperately need. So I hope the Minister takes the message of action seriously and is prepared to match the scale of the mental health crisis with the urgency, accountability and action it demands. Thank you.
Mr. McNulty.
I rise today to congratulate Ethna and Colin Bale as they prepare to step back from the day-to-day running of the Kevin Bale Trust after dedicating 13 years to helping families repatriate loved ones who have sadly passed away abroad. Ethna and Colin founded the Kevin Bale Repatriation Trust in 2013 following the sudden death of their son Kevin in New York. In the depths of their own grief, they decided to use the funds that were raised to repatriate Kevin back to Ireland to establish a charity to help other families who find themselves in the awful situation where a loved one has died abroad. In doing so, they created a powerful and permanent legacy to their son Kevin. After experiencing huge difficulties in bringing Kevin's remains home, Ethna and Colin wanted to make sure there was somewhere where grieving families could reach out to for financial and practical support when facing the same situation. In 13 years, the Kevin Bale Repatriation Trust has helped to return 2,500 loved ones home to their families from almost 100 different countries. That is 2,500 families that have been touched by Ethna and Colin's kindness. They've supported these families in some of their darkest, most challenging times and have lifted the financial burden and the burden of navigating complex systems to return home the remains of loved ones. Based in the Whitegate Centre in Newry, the Kevin Bell Repatriation Trust is the only organisation of its kind in the world. What an incredible achievement by Ethna and Colin. And what a wonderful legacy for Kevin. To Ethna and Collie, I wish you Godspeed. Thank you. Thank you, Collie and Ethna. Gora Mila Mila Mayogov.
Thank you. I call Julie Middleton, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Within the past week, we have seen a disgraceful escalation in sectarian attacks, violent in nature, in the Fountain Bishop Street interface area. These attacks are not welcome, they are unjustifiable. Attacks such as we have seen in the past number of days are not a new experience for the residents, and to be clear, they were unacceptable then, and they remain completely unacceptable now. Let us also be clear that we are talking about masonry, petrol bombs and fireworks being launched into a residential area where people of all ages live, not least vulnerable adults and elderly residents. We're also talking about streets where children want to play outside and where all the residents want to live in peace and have a peaceful night's sleep. These attacks are designed to intimidate, they're designed to isolate, and they're designed to drive people out of their homes. I have been in constant contact with the PSNI throughout these disturbances. Whilst I welcome increased patrols and the arrests that were made last weekend and in the days that followed, we must be honest. The response against the perpetrators must be robust and it must be consistent. We need more than just a reactive presence. We need a proactive strategy that prevents these gatherings before the first sectarian slur is shouted, before the first stone is thrown. To those responsible, let me be clear, you're not defending anything. You're destroying your neighbour's peace of mind, their well-being and their mental health. Whilst physical damage to property can be repaired, it shouldn't have to be. The psychological toll on the residents of the Fountain and Bishop Street in that interface is much harder to mend. As a representative foil, I will not stand by whilst this community is used as a punchbag. I will continue to work with the PSNI, the residents and community representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, the next item of business is a motion from the Committee for the Economy. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33(4), the period referred to in Standing Order 33(2) be extended to 30th of October 2026 in relation to the committee stage of the Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Repeal Bill.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate. I call the Chairperson of the Committee to open the debate on the motion, Mr Brett.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And as the House will be aware, the call for evidence for the committee stage of the Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Repeal Bill has now commenced. As members are also aware, there was a large number of responses to the Department's related consultation. In order to give the committee time to engage on all of the anticipated relevant stakeholders, the committee unanimously agreed that it would seek an extension to the committee stage until the 30th of October 2026. If that is passed by this House, the committee will endeavour to conclude its deliberations in advance of the date in the motion. On behalf of the committee, I therefore commend this extension to the House.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is another motion for the Committee for the Economy. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33(4), the period referred to in Standing Order 33(2) be extended to 20th of November 2026 in relation to the committee stage of the Utility Regulator Support for Decarbonisation Preparation Bill.
Thank you. And again, I call the chairperson of the Committee for the Economy to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there will be no time limit in this debate. I call the chairperson of the Economy Committee to open the debate on the motion. Mr. Brett.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and again I rise as Chair of the Committee. As the House is aware, the call for evidence for the Committee stage of the Utility Regulator Support for Decarbonisation Preparation Bill has now commenced. As members are also aware, the bill deals with the functions of the Utility Regulator. Stakeholders have previously signalled that they might wish to see the bill amended in this regard. In order to give the Committee time to understand whether such amendments might be necessary or not, the Committee unanimously agreed that it would seek an extension to the Committee stage to the 20th of October 2026. In any event, and as indicated with the previous resolution, the Committee will endeavour to conclude its deliberations in advance of the motion. Therefore, on behalf of the Committee, I commend this extension to the House.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order of paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Could I ask members just to take their ease before we move to the next item on the order of paper? Members, the next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Finance. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the Committee for Finance and Northern Ireland Fiscal Council reports on the 2026-29-30 draft budget and calls on the Minister of Finance that in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to the 13th of November 26 in relation to the Committee stage of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill.
Okay, I call the chairperson of the Committee for Finance to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there will be no time limit in this debate. I call the chairperson to open the debate on the motion. Ms. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Pleased to be able to, move this motion today. I should say, first of all, the committee welcomes this bill. In bringing the motion, we are clear that we regard 13th of November 2026 as a limit rather than a target, and indeed, with several recent bills, I think the committee has proven itself able to do very rigorous scrutiny on bills which were even more complex or significantly more complex than this bill. That's not to say this isn't an important bill. We've completed our reports without undue delay, and where evidence gathering concluded earlier than anticipated, we've been able to conclude our scrutiny sooner than anticipated, and we hope that is the case, or may be the case, with this bill too. we're bringing forward this motion to extend the committee stage in order to ensure we have the necessary time and flexibility to discharge our statutory scrutiny role appropriately. The Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill was introduced to the Assembly on Monday 16th of March 2026. It completed second stage on Monday 20th of April, with committee stage beginning on Tuesday the 21st of April. As members are aware, Standing Order 33.2 states, quote, "A statutory committee to which a bill stands referred under this order may, within the period of 30 working days from the date of referral, consider and take evidence on the provisions of the bill and report on its opinion thereon to the Assembly." Without an extension agreed to committee stage, the last day of committee stage would be Wednesday 3rd of June, when the committee would be required to lay its report on the bill. In practical terms, that would significantly curtail the committee's ability to warrant the level of scrutiny that this legislation requires, to undertake the level of scrutiny that this legislation warrants. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to go through all the provisions of the bill in detail. They were rehearsed whenever we had second stage. Firstly, the bill brings non-religious belief marriage fully within the statutory framework of the Marriage Northern Ireland Order 2003, placing belief bodies on the same statutory footing as religious bodies for the purposes of registering officiants and granting temporary authorisations. And second, it raises the minimum age of marriage and civil partnerships to 18 without exception, and introduces an offence aimed at conduct intended to cause a child to enter a marriage. The proposed extension to Friday 13th of November 2026 would allow the committee to undertake scrutiny in the usual and appropriate manner, which would include a 6-week call for evidence, consideration of written submissions and survey responses, a number of in-person evidence sessions during committee meetings. It would also ensure that the committee can continue its wider programme of work alongside scrutiny of the bill, including its ongoing inquiry into the performance and culture of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. The committee has also been careful to take account of recess periods in planning scrutiny in a realistic and transparent way. The proposed approach allows for summer and Halloween recesses and extends committee stage into mid-November accordingly. Members will be cognisant of the importance of applying an appropriate amount of time to legislative scrutiny, including reputational risks that can arise from inadequate scrutiny, and the importance of adhering to well-established bill scrutiny procedures. And I think, given some of the consequences of previous bits of legislation, it is important that we are all mindful of that and the reputation of this institution more broadly. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in requesting the Assembly supports this extension, the committee is simply asking for the flexibility required to give this bill the time and scrutiny it deserves, while again emphasising that the committee views that extended date of November 13th as a limit rather than a target. The committee commends this motion to the House and seeks members' approval.
Thank you. I call Gemma Dolan.
I support the proposal to extend the committee stage of the marriage bill in order to allow for fuller scrutiny of legislation, which will raise the minimum age for marriage and civil partnerships to 18 and make it a criminal offence for anyone involved in causing a child to enter into that arrangement. This is a piece of legislation with equality and human rights at its core, and extending the committee stage will help ensure that the bill is given the detailed consideration it deserves.
Thank you. I now call on the Chair of the Committee for Finance to respond before I put the question.
Very little to respond to, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Assembly for considering it, and I trust they will be confident that we will treat this extended date not as a target but a limit, and hopefully it passes.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Members, to take your ease briefly, please.
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee for Finance on reports on the 2026-29-30 draft budget. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the Committee for Finance on Northern Ireland Fiscal Council reports on the 2026-29-30 draft budget and calls on the Minister of Finance to give due regard to their findings.
Thank you. I call on the Chairperson of Finance Committee to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Matthew. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 2 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 15 minutes to propose and 15 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Matthew, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to be able to speak to the Finance Committee's detailed scrutiny of the draft budget, which was published earlier this year. I will speak largely in my capacity as Chairman of the Committee, and then I'll give a few remarks in a party capacity afterwards. Members will be aware that the Committee for Finance undertakes a round-robin exercise to hear the views of other statutory committees on their respective budgets, on their respective departments' budget allocations. As has previously been the case, the exercise also takes in the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council bills, the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council's view of the draft budget. The committee has compiled a report on those views that has been published. Today's debate provides members and chairs of the statutory committees in particular the opportunity to debate the 26-29-30 budget. The Finance Committee takes its role in leading scrutiny of these budgets very seriously, with members seeking ways to support and facilitate other statutory committees in budget scrutiny. The committee is very grateful to the Minister for agreeing to respond to this debate, and I think it is welcome that we're having the debate today, even if an agreed budget has not yet been brought forward. I would like to start the debate by noting that this, as I said, is not an agreed executive budget, with the Minister confirming that he was yet to reach an agreement with executive colleagues on a final budget. Finance officials have highlighted to the committee on a number of occasions that in-year funding will be significantly less than last year, and departments must live within their allocations. The committee noted that following the publication of the draft budget, the Treasury recognised the challenges facing the Executive, as well as the savings realised in 25-26, and has agreed to provide the Executive with a reserve claim of £400 million resource DEL in 25-26, with repayment over the following 3 financial years. Officials have confirmed to the committee that Section 64 of the Northern Ireland Act 1988, stating that an agreed executive budget should be laid before the Assembly before the beginning of each financial year, has been breached. It is therefore timely for the House to debate this motion with no agreed budget, despite being in the new financial year, and the Permanent Secretary of the Department is already preparing for emergency measures should a budget not be agreed by the end of June. And I would like to thank the Business Committee for agreeing to schedule this debate. The committee would ask the Minister for timescales as to when a budget may be agreed, whether it will be a single year or a multi-year budget. It is extremely important that this is agreed sooner rather than later. The debate today is informed by the budget document itself, by the very useful Fiscal Council assessment, by oral and written evidence undertaken by the Finance Committee, and the scrutiny undertaken by other statutory committees. So I would like to thank the Fiscal Council, Pivotal, the University of Ulster Economic Policy Centre, the Nevin Economic Research Institute, and all of those statutory committees who were able to respond with their views, and I'll now reflect on some of that on the committee's behalf. The Fiscal Council highlights that the proposed multi-year budget is significant, in that it is significant that a multi-year budget has been proposed in the first place, but starts from an exceptionally challenging position. They note that Northern Ireland had overspent in 22-23 and only avoided overspends in 23-24 and 24-25 due to exceptional Treasury interventions. The Council warned strongly about a danger of normalising overspending, repeated Treasury interventions acting as short-term measures, weakening discipline. They noted a cultural shift. Historic overspends, once considered unacceptable, are now more tolerated. Where departments expect end-year bailouts, overspending becomes a rational expectation. The Council confirms that this draft budget balances, but it is at year start. It theoretically balances, but it is unlikely to unfold as presented. The repayment of the reserve claim over the next 3 financial years makes the underlying funding tighter than the headline numbers. Baselines for baselines for health and education start below their current spending levels, making re-emerging overspends highly likely. On the level of need, the Council acknowledged that the 124% needs-based uplift is based on demographics and structural characteristics today, not historical legacy. Factors such as regional inequality, long-term ill health, legacy issues, legacy from the conflict issues, and complex ageing profiles in Northern Ireland may mean that the true level of need now exceeds 124%. And indeed, since we took evidence on this, obviously we had updated demographic data around how fast our population is ageing relative to neighbours here. They state that the Barnett formula is poor at addressing infrastructure deficits or accumulated social need, and that non-Barnett injections may be needed for both resource and capital. Members are engaged with the work around the fiscal framework following Professor Jerry Holtham's report. The committee supports the Minister's ongoing the committee supports the Minister's ongoing engagement around Northern Ireland's level of need with the Treasury, and hopefully we will have either an update on that today from the Minister and also a briefing from the Department over the next few weeks. The Council emphasised that while the Executive clearly needs to make hard choices, only the Treasury can fundamentally change the model of funding. They believe that a credible Treasury strategy could set the right path and limit future interventions in order to reintroduce real budget discipline. The Executive will, of course, still need to make real strategic choices, consider revenue raising, address workforce and look at genuine transformation of public services. With specific reference to the Department of Finance's budget position, the committee noted that the Department will be carrying significant capital pressures that it intends to measure down through a range of measures. The committee will continue to keep these pressures and other pressures identified by the Department under observation. Through its membership of the Interparliamentary Finance Committee Forum, the committee continues to engage with the UK Treasury to provide greater scrutiny of its actions, which have a direct and significant impact on the UK fiscal context, not least the budget for Northern Ireland. For example, the committee has made a number of representations to Treasury regarding changes to the Local Growth Fund, and will continue to make representations on other budgetary matters, and I think that's something, notwithstanding some other comments that have been made, our committee has been very robust and repeated in terms of engagement with the UK Treasury, whether it's seeking information or indeed presenting agreed cross-party views from the committee to the Treasury. We haven't always had adequate or helpful responses, but we have certainly been consistently robust in engaging with the Treasury. With our Scottish and Welsh colleagues, the committee is working to ensure that our budget settlements are reflective of our respective needs and are more adaptive and flexible. The current arrangements do not incentivise the Executive to focus on growing the economy or the tax base here, as current arrangements within the UK, current arrangements with the Treasury would see us, as it were, losing growth in our fiscal base to the block grant. As per the custom in previous years, the committee agreed to ask other statutory committees in the Assembly to review the anticipated impacts of the 26 to 29-30 draft budget proposals on their respective departments. The chairs of these committees will have the opportunity to comment themselves, but I would like to note the common themes from the statutory committees, including highlighting concerns over the lack of executive agreement of a multi-year budget. And without executive agreement, committees found it difficult to provide full scrutiny to this draft budget in many cases because their departments, their ministers or departments have not agreed this budget, and therefore they're not, in a sense, engaging with it as a true final budget. Some committees were unable to take a formal position because, as I said, departments had not completed their own budget assessments. Many departments face resource and capital shortfalls with limited discretionary spending, and most budgets tied up in statutory duties and fixed costs. Several committees warn that they will be forced to consider cuts to programmes and frontline services. Departments warned that the draft budget threatens their ability to meet their statutory duties, programme for government commitments, and maintain essential services for vulnerable populations. The statutory committees have indicated their understanding of the constrained fiscal fiscal context in which we find ourselves. They acknowledge that there is considerable pressure on the public purse and that difficult decisions will need to be made. We look forward to hearing members' comments and the Minister's response once again. We are grateful for him to agreeing to respond to today's debate, and this debate we hope will be useful, at least flushing out some of the issues on the floor of the Assembly. And so I'll close my comments there as chairperson of the Committee for Finance, having welcomed the fact that we are able to have this debate today. And I would just say, I suppose, a few remarks in a party context. It is, I'm afraid, deeply, deeply disappointing. Frankly, it's somewhat farcical that we're in a situation where we are debating a report on a draft budget which has not yet been signed off by the executive. It's, I think, an indictment of this executive and its failure to take responsibility for the public which elected it, and for all of those people who sent the executive there in order to improve their lives and their public services. We are now, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, 6 weeks into a new financial year, which means that as of, I think, Wednesday this week, will be 6 weeks into the executive being in breach of the law. That it should be a grave matter for any government which operates which should operate to both the letter and the spirit of the law. And the Northern Ireland Act is quite clear. A budget must be passed before the beginning of the financial year. There is no budget at the minute. There's no budget at all. We're in the surreal situation where we have a draft budget whose status is kind of unknown. It's sort of in the ether. We're debating it today as a draft. The Minister said it would be transformative when it was published in January this year. He now apparently has disowned it himself. Certainly other ministers in the executive appear to have no interest whatsoever in taking responsibility for agreeing a budget. We are less than a year from the dissolution of this mandate, a mandate which began with the First and Deputy First Minister and then Finance Minister talking about the need and indeed the urgency of passing a multi-year budget and the opportunity of passing a multi-year budget. Well, next month we will be a year on from the spending review that was published in London. Again, we were told then we were going to get soon a multi-year budget. An exercise went on where departments were encouraged to draw up 4-year, 5-year business plans and 4-year capital budgets and 3-year resource budgets, and we'll be moving to a brave new world. Here we are, 6 weeks into the new financial year and no sign of a budget being agreed. It is a genuinely farcical situation. Of course, it is an extremely tight settlement, and of course this chaotic UK government is not prioritising Northern Ireland. Nobody in this chamber, I think, could think that, though it is somewhat surreal to hear members from the DUP rejoice, and I quote them, at the idea of a reform government who would care even less, I would say, about this place. But whenever I and the opposition questions the executive's failure to set a budget, we're told that we're simply speaking up for the Brits, as it were. That is a shocking, I'm afraid, and pathetic indictment of an executive that cannot take responsibility and will not take responsibility for itself. It is clear that this UK government is not prioritising this place, but that cynicism and their indifference is made worse by executive ineptitude. Those two things go hand in hand. The Treasury is deeply cynical about this place. I know that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, better than most, including in my chairpersonship of the Finance Committee. They aren't prioritising us. We aren't at the top of their list, not just for funding, but for attention. Whatever the colour is of the government who's in charge in London, yet and all, the executive here seeks to constantly shift responsibility onto that UK government, a UK government which they say doesn't care about this place, rather than take responsibility for ourselves. I think that is a failure of the public. I, both as Chair of the Finance Committee and as Leader of the Opposition, will certainly support the Executive getting the best possible financial settlement for this place. That's absolutely critical. And clearly we are in a situation where we have a higher level of need for all of the issue, for all of the reasons that were outlined in my speech and that we all know here: the legacy of conflict, our rurality, our ageing population. But the problem is that cynicism that exists in London, which is real and pernicious, will only ultimately be solved in a new constitutional dispensation, is made worse when the executive refuses to take responsibility. They shift blame to one another, the two main parties, and then they simply say, well, we can't do anything until the UK government steps in. We have this farcical and chaotic situation where in the final year of what was supposed to be a new start in terms of in terms of our transformation of public services. We have no idea at all whether there's even going to be a budget. I would also like to ask the Minister whether he will share with the Finance Committee and this House letters that were sent by his department's Permanent Secretary to all departments, because those have been withheld unacceptably from the Finance Committee, and I don't know why they were upheld. I'd like to know if he is responsible for not sharing that information with us, because we should know what the situation is that's out there, because Permanent Secretaries are getting letters from his department saying there isn't a budget, so go on spending for the time being, and fingers crossed there'll be one agreed by the summer. Well, if there isn't one agreed by the summer, the public should know who's responsible. It's this executive that's responsible for not taking their responsibilities seriously, all the while awarding themselves a pay rise, getting into the chauffeur-driven cars and shifting blame to other people. It isn't good enough and it isn't acceptable. I hope eventually we'll be here debating an actual agreed budget.
Thank you. I call Gemma Dolan.
The Committee for Finance and the Fiscal Council reports on the draft budget reiterates the challenging position of our public finances and how the current financial settlement with the Treasury does not meet our needs. Decades of underfunding by the British Government have been exacerbated in recent years by austerity measures from successive Tory governments and now the Labour Government. As over 90% of our public finances come from the block grant, it's no surprise that the Nevin Economic Research Institute, in their evidence to the Committee, said that local revenue raising cannot fix the funding gap. That deficit is a result of policy decisions made by politicians in London who are not elected by the people here, and Neri also highlighted we as a region are living with the consequences of budget choices beyond our control. Those choices include spending money on militarisation rather than frontline services, leaving us with less money to spend on our hospitals, on our schools and on our roads. As a local assembly, in recent years we have managed to alleviate some of the harms caused by the British Government, which would worsen existing poverty levels, such as the welfare mitigation measures. However, as these reports make clear, the finance available to us locally mean we simply cannot mitigate many of the negative spending decisions taken in London. This was reinforced in recent months by the inflexibility shown by the Treasury about the structure of the Local Growth Fund. Despite strong and repeated representations made by locally elected representatives and the voluntary and community sector about the need for change and the harm the new model would do to that sector, they would not move. This funding is, of course, supposed to be the replacement for what was lost by the voluntary and community sector from the EU following Brexit, which already falls short of what the sector received then and is another example of this region dealing with the impact of a decision not voted for by the people who live here. Neri and the Fiscal Council also point to the current needs assessment of 124% as not taking into account our structural needs or our historical legacy. I want to therefore commend the efforts of the current Finance Minister and his predecessor in making the case for a new fiscal framework. To date, that has resulted in an additional £1.3 billion for our public services. All of the departments have expressed a view that the draft budget does not meet their financial requirements, and that is reflected in both of these reports. Indeed, the Fiscal Council have stated that we are at high risk of an overspend. That is why it's crucial that we all support the efforts of the Finance Minister and the wider Executive in their request for additional funding to enable a multi-year budget to be achieved and a fiscal framework which goes beyond mere per head comparisons of public spending, which Neri have referred to as being blunt instruments. Election results last week in Scotland and Wales have further shown that the current constitutional framework is cracking at the seams as people realise those in London govern in the financial and economic interests of a chosen few in England, and ultimately, until we have constitutional change, our public services will continue to suffer as we try to mitigate decisions made in Westminster.
Thank you, Gemma. I call Paul Frew, Chair of the Committee for Justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chairperson of the Committee for Justice on this motion. The Committee for Justice has for some time been supportive of the calls for a multi-year budget. We have heard from organisations across the justice sector who believe it will help with long-term planning. However, it will not take away from the fact that significant budgetary pressures will still exist. A recurring theme in all the budgetary briefings has been the historic underfunding of the department, which is seeing pressures building right across the justice system. The department's budget is mainly demand-led, and the majority of its resource allocation is taken up by funding for the PSNI, for prisons, spending on courts and tribunals, and through legal aid expenditure. As members will know, demand across all these areas is ever increasing. Therefore, whilst a multi-year budget is to be welcomed, it needs to be adequate to meet ongoing and increasing needs. Failure to do so will result in further delays, further pressures and inevitably further problems in years to come. These things all have real-life impacts and consequences for our citizens. There are some aspects of the draft budget proposals, including the earmarked funding for the PSNI Workforce Recovery Plan across the 3 years and the allocation of £119 million that the Executive has agreed to provide for the PSNI data breach settlement in 2026-27. Leaving those and other ring-fenced funding aside, the Department has advised that the indicative budget allocations equate to year-on-year increases of 2.9%, 4% and 1.9% against the 25-26 opening budget baseline. Whilst any increase is welcome, that falls well short of what is required. The Minister has indicated that the indicative allocation would leave the Department facing pressures of £101 million in the first year and rising to £215 million by 28-29. By the end of the multi-year period, that shortfall will equate to the annual budgets of the Prison Service, the Probation Board, the Youth Justice Agency and the Forensic Science Agency combined. The Minister advised it is difficult to see how the Department will manage to live within its resource budget. The Minister has also advised of an annual shortfall in capital funding of £150 million, which she advises will severely restrict plans to transform, modernise and reduce operating costs across the justice estates. The Committee has heard that not all inescapable bids have been met and priority will have to be given to contractually committed expenditure. The Department may need to pause or stop a number of important high-profile projects, for example new prisoner accommodation, redevelopment of the courts estate or the proposed new PSNI training college. The Department paints a difficult picture, but the comments received from the non-department public bodies are not any more positive. Whilst welcoming the certainty that a multi-year budget will bring, each highlighted significant concerns for their organisation, with some indicating that it may be difficult to fulfil statutory obligations or meet their programme for government commitments. The Chief Inspector of Criminal Justice Inspection Northern Ireland went as far as to suggest that an insufficient budget allocation could be seen as fettering that office's independence, which is clearly a serious matter for us all. Regrettably, there is not the time today to highlight the concerns of the other bodies outlined in the committee, but they have been set out in our submission to the Committee for Finance. The Minister has pointed out to the committee that the possible consequences of the draft budget could be catastrophic and risks setting back the transformative work that has been undertaken over the past 10 years. The committee recognises that this is a challenging position for the Department and shares the concerns about the impact that the proposed budget may have on organisations across the system and the ability to deliver statutory functions, as well as on access to justice and public confidence in the justice system. We will continue to monitor the Department's prioritisation and financial planning to ensure that key priorities are funded to deliver effective outcomes across the justice sector. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, it is fair to say, as I speak as a DUP MLA, that we are tremendously worried and concerned about this, the fact that we do not have a budget in place yet that is agreed right across the Executive, and I do fear for the fundamentals of governance if we cannot get to a position where that budget is agreed by all of the Executive and that all Executive Ministers are sufficiently satisfied with their lot.
Thank you. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and like others, I welcome the opportunity to reflect on the Finance Committee's report on the draft budget, though I have to say it is incredibly disappointing, as others have reflected, that we are doing so in the absence of an agreement on a budget over now 1 month into the new financial year, with that delay creating uncertainty and operational risk across all departments, across all of our public services, and for our constituents who rely upon those services. But it's not as simple as simply saying that the budget should just be agreed as it currently stands, because we must be clear that that would mean cuts to public services of upwards of £700 million in the first year. And I don't think that that is a tenable or sustainable position that any of us in this chamber would wish to advocate or stand over. The current proposals create serious difficulty for every department in meeting statutory requirements, but I think the most extreme example is the situation facing the Department for Justice, and as the Chair of the Committee has just reflected, at the end of the 3-year cycle of this budget, the shortfall facing the department would be over £210 million, which is equivalent to the budget of the Prison Service, Probation Board, Youth Justice Agency and Forensic Science combined. Now, that is not a workable or credible proposal. No amount of prioritisation or transformation within a department can lead to that scale of savings, and it comes in a context when that department's budget since devolution of policing and justice has been squeezed from 11% of the block grant to just 8% of the block grant. In that time, significant reform and transformation has happened, but there comes the point where you're no longer trimming the fat, and all that is left is muscle and bone within the system, and we have now reached that point. I acknowledge that some significant progress was made in the last budget, where we were able to start recruitment within the PSNI again, and where money was made available for data breach, but all of that good work would be undone in one foul swoop by the proposals that are currently on the table. There's been a lot of debate in recent weeks about whether blame for the current crisis rests with Stormont or Westminster. The truth is that it's both. Because it has been decades of stop-start government depriving the executive of key opportunities to transform public services, combined with now over 14 years of austerity that have left the executive in this position. We're often told that there's an issue of credibility when it comes to the executive's relationship with Treasury, but let's be clear, that issue of credibility cuts both ways, because a bit like Pavlov's dog, politicians here have been conditioned that if they elevate financial or political issues into a crisis, only at that point will they get engagement and response from Treasury, who will get their cash book out to patch it up on a temporary basis. That's what happened back in 2023 when there was a short-term cash injection. But the funding formula which was set out at Hillsborough Castle failed to deliver the long-term baseline funding and the fair settlement that public services and the people that we represent deserve. And we also fall into a trap that the only way out of this crisis is through revenue raising. And I'm someone who's been open that I think progressive revenue raising that ensures the wealthiest in our society pay their fair share is a good thing. But the idea that people in Northern Ireland who deal with lower median wages and who deal with huge challenges in terms of poverty, fuel poverty and inequality in our society should plug gaps created by Treasury, I think is a nonsense. We've seen the Treasury's open book exercise published in recent weeks, and frankly it was an insult to the people of Northern Ireland. It was complete rubbish, it was cack-handed, it was inaccurate, and it did nothing to engage seriously with the structural issues facing our society and our economy. It is not credible to say that public sector workers should pay the brunt of this crisis. If we removed pay parity, which was one of government's proposals, we would see an exodus of public sector workers over the border to work in the Republic of Ireland. So we need to see stabilisation funding with a view to longer-term funding from Treasury. But we also need to see the executive take responsibility on issues like transformation of public services, and it is regrettable that the DUP and Sinn Féin voted against amendments last week which would have brought greater transparency and accountability to our politics to ensure they are delivering. So we need to move away from this cycle of patch-ups and towards a credible budget, a fair funding settlement, real transformation and, importantly, political structures that will support that change. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. So as question time begins at 2 o'clock, I suggest the Assembly takes its ease until then. This debate will continue when the next member to speak will be Robbie Butler. Thank you. Members, take your ease.
It's time to move to questions to the First Minister's or Executive Office. And I call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1.
I call the Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As an executive, we are committed to delivering what matters most to communities, including tackling racial inequality, eradicating racism and promoting good race relations. As part of this, a comprehensive review of the Race Relations Northern Ireland Order of 1997 has been completed, alongside a public consultation. The resulting policy proposals, which are substantial and in some cases complex, are currently under consideration. In parallel, a 12-week public consultation on a draft framework for race relations and associated delivery plan commenced in March of this year. All this work reinforces our commitment to build a better future where everyone, regardless of race or ethnicity, can thrive and contribute meaningfully with a genuine sense of belonging.
Mr. McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Deputy First Minister, have all the ministers in the Executive Office now agreed on what form this update will take?
Thank the member for his question. Yes, that has been circulated to all ministers who have scrutinised this. It is complex. There's a significant number of technical amendments in relation to that. The idea behind it was very much to make sure that we were not going to continue to fall behind some of the legislative changes elsewhere across the United Kingdom. So that has been examined in detail. Some of them, as I've said, are very technical, and we are working through those at the moment. But there has been, as the member will be aware, that very firm commitment to do everything that we can to support eliminating racism, to support those no matter what background you are from and what you are. And therefore this is only one part of a number of different initiatives that we have been driving forward from the Executive Office.
Colin Killian.
Deputy First Minister, we've witnessed racism and sectarian attacks, should it be Derry, North Belfast, Larne or Ballymena. So what I'm asking, can you, as Deputy First Minister, ensure that a refreshed approach to race relations be effective in building a society free from racism, sectarianism and indeed xenophobia?
Thank you. I think it's really important that this House does stand together and send that clear message against all of those issues. We know that racism, sectarianism, this type of prejudice blights lives, it ruins communities. There are social cohesion issues. Communities need support, and we must be there to support them in trying to make sure that everyone within that community can have that brighter future. I do think that there are significant opportunities in terms of the drafting of the revised Together Building United Community Good Relations Strategy, TBUC 2. We're currently looking at that actively at the moment. So extending that not only across the traditional communities here in Northern Ireland, but ensuring a mainstreaming and embedding of good race relations within that strategy and delivery framework.
On the topic of race relations and indeed the concentration of immigration, can the Deputy First Minister update the House on her recent engagement with communities in Ballymena affected by last year's summer disorder, and can she advise what practical support TEO is considering?
Thank you. I thank the member for his important question. We saw such significant disruption last summer in your constituency in the Ballymena area, and I think it's incredibly important that we do get out and we speak to people who live within those communities, that work in those communities, and the issues and concerns that of course they have. I believe that people are sick of not being listened to by their elected representatives, not just in Northern Ireland but across the United Kingdom, and it's important that all of us do get out. I thank the member for bringing me out on the ground in Ballymena, speaking to organisations, women's groups, community organisations, young people, listening to the issues that really matter to them. And we do need to wake up. We need to listen to the fact that people have genuine concerns around social cohesion. People are absolutely sick not only of not being listened to, but if they are articulating genuinely held concerns, being called racist or being dismissed. We need to listen to people, we need to step up to that challenge, and I have a determination working with my colleague to do so.
Donny Baker.
Question number 2.
Minister.
The review of SIB recognised the value of the organisation for the Northern Ireland civil service and the wider public sector. However, it also suggested that there is a need to consider its ongoing strategic role and made a number of recommendations in this respect. We are clear that SIB has a key role to play in providing strategic advice on capital investment, supporting delivery of major projects and developing innovative approaches to support executive priorities. This must be the focus of its work, and it will be important that incoming board members are aligned to that strategic role. As such, we are currently considering proposals for a public appointment competition which will take the findings of the review and the future strategic role of SIB into account.
Minister, how do you justify the failure to appoint candidates deemed suitable to the Victims and Survivors Service Board 2 years after a completed public competition in which they were told they were successful?
As a member will be aware, it's incredibly important that whenever you are making these appointments that we get the right people for these appointments. I was referencing, in terms of the initial question, the SIB appointments. The review highlighted a significant amount of valuable work that the Strategic Investment Board does. But I don't need to say to anybody across this chamber the frustrations that we all have in relation to the delivery, particularly of key capital infrastructure. So things need to change. And I do believe that the Strategic Investment Board, with their statutory responsibilities to help us drive forward and deliver on particularly capital infrastructure, has a really pivotal role to play in the future. The discussion that I've had with the First Minister on this issue is making sure that we get the right people for the SIB board, and that extends to the Victims and Survivors Service as well. We need to get the right people for that board in order to deliver against what it is that we've tasked them to do.
I wonder if you have any further updates in relation to the publication of the investment strategy. Obviously, there's a key role for this SIB board in terms of setting their direction, and I think it would be the right time for that to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a really important aspect of what it is that we are trying to do, and I do commend all of those that have undoubtedly put in a huge amount of work into the draft strategy. From my perspective, I want a strategy that is actually going to set out for the people we serve across Northern Ireland, what are we going to do actually on the big issues? And I know that we have been constrained time and time again because of the budget, but we still, in my view, have to set out very, very clearly what are we going to do to tackle, for example, waste and water over the next 5 to 10 years. What are we going to do to ensure that whenever the Executive Committee agrees to build roads, that those can be built and not stopped in the courts? What are we going to do to ensure energy security across Northern Ireland? How are we going to support our farmers, our businesses? These are all key issues. And I know that strategies and all of the detail on that can all be very, very good to get out there, but I want an investment strategy that actually works, that actually sets out what we're going to do, that is connected in a real way to the funding that could be available. We've had a couple of developments, obviously, over the last short while, the prospect of a 3-year budget, our current challenges that we're facing at the minute, and of course the legal challenge in the court to the A5 judgment. All of those are critical in terms of our capital investment plan, and that's why we're actively reviewing that in light of what's happening at the moment.
Mr Speaker, the SIB has responsibility for the delivery of major infrastructure projects. However, several of these, including the A5 and many other important road projects across Northern Ireland, are currently stalled due to climate change legislation. This isn't helped by the head in the sand approach from some, if not all, executive parties around its negative impact. What can be done to unlock this, Deputy First Minister?
I believe a lot can be done. I know that in my party, the DUP, we have ambitious plans for transformation and reform, because I know that people out there are deeply frustrated by what they see as a lack of delivery. A lack of delivery not because of the structures, but because of the processes that we have within each and every department. I have the privilege of working with 2 ministers from my own party in education and communities that are driving forward an ambitious agenda within those departments. You're absolutely right. We've got a series of key roads infrastructure currently suspended, waiting for the outcome of a legal case. I have said to the Infrastructure Minister, I've said to every member on that executive, look, instead of putting our future in the hands of the courts and the decision of the courts, let's get on and make the amendments to the climate change legislation to unlock that critical road infrastructure, to unlock those things for the people of Northern Ireland, and indeed safety cannot wait and should not wait on the judgment of a court when people around this room can actually do something about it.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Deputy First Minister, you are very keen to talk up your desire to sell Northern Ireland, and one would believe from your social media that you're the only minister who is trying to sell the place. It seems to be your self-definition. Certainly that's your self-definition, but you've just said that you and the First Minister clearly cannot agree on appointing members to the SIB board. You can't agree the publication of an investment strategy. You can't even agree the publication of a 3-year budget. So what does it say to potential investors in this place when the shambolic executive that you lead cannot agree any of those things?
That is not the case at all. Let's take a look at the record of agreement. We have agreed a programme for government. We have agreed 9 key priorities, everything from tackling health waiting lists to childcare, affordable childcare for families, to growing our economy. Yes, there will always be some things that we do not agree on. However, as highlighted, we are discussing, for example, the SIB appointments to make sure they are fit for purpose. That is why I am in this role. I am not here simply to rubber stamp things through my desk, but to scrutinise them and make sure that what we are doing actually meets the outcome we want to see. I want to see delivery. I want to see progress, not process. I want to see each and every department delivering against what we've agreed in that programme for government. In the next couple of weeks, we'll be releasing our programme for government report, which will highlight a wide range of progress against a number of targets. But we must do more, and that means a willingness across that executive, a real focus across this executive from each and every member in that executive.
Question number 3, please.
Minister.
Thank you. Transforming public services is an executive priority, which is why in March 2025, £129 million was allocated to 6 significant transformation projects, tackling some of the highest profile challenges facing our public services, including health, education, justice and infrastructure. The delivery unit is supporting implementation of these projects by driving and monitoring progress, with an emphasis on translating investment into service improvement. And we are seeing the difference. Over 900,000 citizens now have access to at least one multidisciplinary role in their GP practice, an increase of almost 20% since March 2025. Over 4,000 criminal justice cases have been diverted, freeing up significant policing hours, and the unit regularly reports to us and the Transformation Board, ensuring transparency on delivery performance, benefits realisation and emerging risks. Later this month, we intend to publish an annual report on the Transformation Fund, which sets out progress that it has been made to date.
I thank the Minister for her answer, and in many ways she's answered my supplementary question, and that was about specifics and how we are measuring those outcomes. Can I ask the Minister, given the finite amount of money that's being used for this delivery unit over a 5-year period, is there any plans to increase that funding?
Thank you. I think absolutely in an ideal world we would be increasing funding, but this is a challenge that we have always faced and we will continue to face. In order to bring about transformation requires investment, but in order to keep frontline services going requires funding. And at a time where we are fiscally constrained, it is exceptionally difficult to do that. But I really welcome the engagement from the Health Minister, and indeed looking at what has come through from the Department and through the delivery unit about progress on health waiting lists. I think what it does demonstrate is that where you ring-fence funding, and that funding was ring-fenced in the previous budget for health waiting list transformation, that where that is ring-fenced you can see real and tangible benefits to people. So we do have to do both together. I will always fight for and argue for more for transformation, because that's the only way we're going to reach sustainability. But I'm also very conscious that increasing that pot will require additional help and support from the Treasury. Something we're working on, but I'm not entirely optimistic we will get significant amounts above and beyond what we need to keep our public services going in the next 12 months.
Anya Murphy.
Can Collier, Deputy First Minister, can you outline what additional value the delivery unit provides that couldn't already be provided by departments themselves?
Thank you. As already outlined, things take much too long. People are deeply frustrated because of a lack of delivery. I am deeply frustrated at times about how long things take. And we can't continue to do things as we have been doing them. We have to have change. We have to have a focus on delivery. And that's why, really, from an early stage, both the First Minister and I had these discussions about what can we do to bring about game changers within the system, small, but game changers within the system to try to bring about that transformation. I often refer to it as, very often, these big issues, like big ships that we need to turn in the harbour. But we know from looking at the experience of delivery units elsewhere that they can be the small tugboats that really supports making that tangible difference against those key issues. That's what we need, not just sitting at the centre of the Executive Office, but of course working across departments, breaking out of silos and bringing about those results we want to see.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend we have had significant election results in England, Scotland and in Wales that have shown that people are clearly frustrated at the lack of delivery by government. Deputy First Minister, what can you do in your role to ensure that we do deliver fundamental reform and see transformation across the public sector?
Thank you. I think this is an exceptionally important issue, and I commend the member for all of the work that she is doing within the Finance Committee to drive forward this transformation, efficiency and reform across our civil service and public sector. As I said, we cannot continue to do things as we are doing them. We have to have that fundamental change. And I do believe that people are fed up with tinkering around the edges. They want something that is significant. They want game changers. They want us to wake up and actually cut through this process and get progress against the things that's going to improve their lives. That is a mantra that I have been pursuing continuously. I know she has as well, and I know that certainly within my party, the DUP, will continue to push that. But within the Executive, working with the Finance Minister, working with the First Minister and the Head of the Civil Service, it is absolutely critical that we are working together to drive that agenda of reform across every single department and every aspect of our public service.
Declan Kearney.
The Central Good Relations Fund provides support to voluntary and community sector groups to deliver good relations projects where there is evidence of identified good relations need. Since 2016, we have provided over £30 million in funding to support more than 950 projects impacting on 320,000 people. The community organisations supported by the fund work incredibly hard to address good relations issues here, and I want to take this opportunity to thank them all for the work that they do. Discussions on the wider budget is ongoing, and we hope to be able to notify successful applicants to the fund as soon as possible.
Mr. Kearney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer.
Minister, I fully endorse what you have said about the fund, the achievement of getting £30 million of investment out into local communities, benefiting 950 projects. But can you be more specific and give us a precise time frame within which we will know which projects have been successful for the 2026 to 2027 period?
Minister.
Thank you. As the member undoubtedly is aware, his party colleague in Finance has put forward a draft budget, but he has also acknowledged the difficulties within that and the significant gap in funding within that. That has meant that we have not got a budget secured this year, which does make it difficult to have onward confirmation to organisations within any department. Just last week, we met with the Permanent Secretary within the department, and we've engaged with her and officials to ask what can be done in this period of comparative uncertainty to try to at least give some certainty and funding out in the interim, and we'll continue to work on that.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the Central Good Relation Fund hasn't been confirmed because the Executive doesn't have an agreed budget. I'm conscious that the Executive is engaging with the UK Government on the next steps. And Deputy First Minister, what is your message to the Prime Minister to ensure that we achieve agreement and get a budget that delivers for the people of Northern Ireland?
Thank you. I thank the member for, of course, this important but also timely question. There's no doubt we've seen across Great Britain after the elections of just last week a growing frustration with the Prime Minister. It is an issue that we have been raising with the Prime Minister since he came in 2 years ago. The reality is that without economic growth, there are limited opportunities to invest in public services, and people are seeing that. We need to get economic growth across the United Kingdom, including in Northern Ireland, and that means we must have a government that actually moves to put in place the right foundations, the right policies and the right budgets for economic growth. That's what I want to see. I know that the message of the people of the United Kingdom, through the elections in Great Britain, have sent to the Prime Minister, is that they're sick of Starmer's stagnation in relation to economic growth and the economy, and we need to have a significant change, and not just another reset, not just another tinkering round the edges. We need a fundamental change within the government to unlock that economic growth across the entire of the United Kingdom.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker, thank you, Deputy First Minister, for your answers so far. Deputy First Minister, with regards to the Central Good Relations Fund, many of the organisations that deliver the work on the ground require to be able to heat and light their offices. They have to be required to deliver services in the community. With the constraint in budgets and the fact that many of those charges are rising through the roof, will the fund recognise and reflect on that?
Thank you. As the member will be aware from his time on the committee, the Central Good Relations Fund is an in-year fund, and it is designed really to try to support flexibility in relation to organisations identifying particular needs and applying for an in-year project. It isn't core funding, but I also acknowledge that actually core funding has been very squeezed for organisations, and everyone is feeling that. There's no doubt, not just in terms of staff, wage increases, energy increases, food inflation, lots and lots of different issues coming into play. And I do hear from organisations on the ground that there has been an increased need as well presenting to them. So I do want to thank them for all of the incredible work that they do in very difficult circumstances. I think unfortunately, due to the budget situation, the overall budget situation, I can't stand here and give any commitment that we're going to be able to increase that fund, but we're certainly looking at ways right across all of our funding schemes how we can drive efficiency, particularly on the administration of that right across all of our funds, to try to maximise the amount of money that we can give out to those on the front line.
David Brooks. Minister.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 5, 6 and 8 together. The £50 million defence growth deal has the potential to deliver a wide range of economic benefits. I was pleased to join the Defence Minister, Luke Pollard, and the NIO Minister, Matthew Patrick, at the Defence Deal's launch on the 22nd of April, and to see firsthand the breadth and depth of the opportunities it presents for local companies. The deal places a strong emphasis on capability building, innovation and skills pipelines, further enhancing what we have to offer here. It also includes a targeted programme to help start-ups and small to medium-sized enterprises enter the supply chain, ensuring they can avail of the many opportunities available. We are globally recognised for our commitment to developing world-class innovative technology for the aerospace, defence, security and space sectors, and this deal will help ensure that we can reach our full potential.
Mr Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Deputy First Minister, we have an economy minister that's AWOL at best, a First Minister that talks down investment in this place, and I can only imagine the aerospace and defence sector, that is an anchor of employment in my constituency, is dismayed. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that across government, and particularly from the Executive Office, we need to be speaking up for Northern Ireland and promoting Northern Ireland and our economy?
Thank you. As I outlined in a previous answer, economic growth is incredibly important. It's what brings in the taxes that enables any government to invest in our public services. It's what creates the jobs for young people coming through. It's what creates that robustness within our economy that keeps our young people here rather than having to go away. And the aerospace, defence, security and space sector has a critical role to play in that. I am very proud of that sector. It's a sector that has depth. It is a sector that has innovation. It is a sector which has excellence. I have worked very closely with ADS in Northern Ireland. They're seeing more and more companies coming forward that have been included in those supply chains. And of course, those companies are playing a pivotal role in global security. The reality is that on the eastern front of the European Union, we have existential threats to many of those countries. There is a concern and a growing defence budget because people want to protect their citizens. And with the greatest respect, people cannot protect citizens with best wishes and breadsticks. They have to protect their citizens through strong defence. And it also touches at home domestically in relation to cybersecurity attacks, in relation to the disruption on undersea cables. These conflicts, these global conflicts, have an impact here at home. And not only do we have a necessity, we have a duty to stand up and support our businesses that are prepared to provide that security, support and defence for all of our citizens across these isles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, can I pay tribute to you, Deputy First Minister, having engaged with the Ministry of Defence. Despite only representing 3% of the population, through your work, Northern Ireland secured 25% of UK-wide funding on this important aspect. Since becoming joint head of government here, Deputy First Minister, you've taken every opportunity to turn up, stand up and speak up for Northern Ireland.
Mr. Brett.
Will you commit to continuing in that vein and delivering for everyone in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Look, absolutely. This is a sector that employs thousands of people. It brings a huge amount of funding to Northern Ireland. It is a sector, as I've said, full of innovation, full of skill, full of depth, a sector I am deeply proud of. It is a sector that is defending the lives of people in Ukraine and beyond. It is a sector bringing security to a very unstable world. I will always turn up, stand up, speak up for all of our sectors, including our aerospace, defence, security and space sector. I'm looking forward to going to Farnborough Air Show in the summer to be able to do that, to meet with potential investors, to support and champion our businesses, because I am really, really proud of this place of Northern Ireland, and I will always take the opportunity to champion our businesses, our sports and our sectors in Northern Ireland.
Hi, Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy First Minister, you will be aware of the Government's plan to make defence an engine for economic growth. With the Northern Ireland focus on cyber security, what more can be done through the Executive to leverage our status as a global cyber hub? Thank you.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. With the global instability and conflicts, spend in defence is increasing. It's increasing within the NATO countries. It is increasing, as I've said, on the eastern front of the European Union. It is increasing in terms of every country to try to protect against cyber attacks and protect their citizens. There is going to be huge growth in this sector for the next foreseeable while. We all hope for peace, but we must be realistic about the real threats to our citizens. And therefore, I do believe that the Economy Minister must make this a key sector. It is a key growth sector at a time of challenging global investment context, and therefore we must support, because that growth will bring real benefit for the people of Northern Ireland.
Corla, could I ask the Deputy First Minister if she has any concerns about the increased focus on militarisation and defence funding at a time when this British Government's focus should be on supporting this Executive deliver essential public services, support hard-pressed families, businesses, students and farmers?
Thank you. You asked me if I've got concerns. I know who's got concerns. The people of Ukraine, when they've seen Russia roll in tanks over their border, trying to kill their citizens. The people of Ukraine, when they see drones trying to kill the people of Ukraine. The people in Poland, the people in Latvia, those countries who are feeling every single day that threat of conflict visiting once again on their very doorstep. I know who's really worried. Those people who can see those cyber attacks that are designed to bring people out on the streets in democracies and destabilise the very heart of what we are and what we try to do in terms of democratic parliaments. That we should be concerned. We should be concerned about that. And when people invest in defence, it's because these threats are real. And while his party may not stand up to defend his citizens, their citizens, those citizens in Northern Ireland who feel those threats, I will, because we cannot defend our citizens. We cannot support those who are under real and genuine threat by just best wishes. We have to support those and those actions that will indeed mean real benefit and support and defence on the ground and in the cyberspace.
Carl Hunter.
Question 7, please.
Thank you. With your permission, I'll ask Junior Minister Bunting to answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strategic framework to end violence against women and girls is focused on preventing all forms of violence, abuse and harm against women and girls. We haven't commissioned or undertaken research that focuses specifically on sibling violence. However, as part of the second EVOG delivery plan, we're working with partners and other departments to identify gaps in research and evidence to inform our research priorities going forward.
We must move to topical questions, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy First Minister, as of last week, Nigel Farage, a charlatan who recorded an Up the Ra video for a few bob, a man who said that he admired Vladimir Putin, is now the most likely winner of the next UK general election. Do you share with your colleague Paul Frew a rejoicing at the rise of reform, or do you, like many people in Northern Ireland, think that he would be a disaster for this place? And do you accept that many people, including people from unionist backgrounds, would seek a new Ireland were he to become Prime Minister of the UK?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the reality is that these are democratic processes, and we will respect the outcome of those democratic processes. I will work with whoever the public democratically puts up, and I will do so in a constructive way, which at the heart of it is all about championing what is best for Northern Ireland. I see my role, as I've said many times, as standing up for Northern Ireland and speaking up for Northern Ireland. All of our sectors, our businesses, our sports, that is what I am here to do, and I will work constructively on that heading into the future.
You talk about democratic choice, Deputy First Minister, but do you accept that were Nigel Farage to become Prime Minister, and a large number of people here clearly do not want, your members in your party chunter about that, yet again they never learn their lesson, a decade after flirting with right-wing English nationalism, here we are again. Do you accept that if people here do not want to live in a country governed by Nigel Farage, it is their right to choose a new Ireland back in Europe?
Well, one thing for sure is I know who the SDLP flirted with, and it was Starmer's Labour Party. Not only did you praise and highlight time and time again that it's your sister party, it's not just a flirtation, indeed it's a marriage, you actually crossed the floor of the House to sit beside them. And I think it's quite frankly embarrassing. It's embarrassing, quite frankly, that whenever before the Prime Minister Starmer and his government came in, it was the SDLP that said to everyone that we would have influence, the SDLP would have influence on the Labour Party, that they would be good for Northern Ireland. It has been a failure. It has been a failure. About flirtations with political parties, it shouldn't be the member. His relationship with the SDLP, with the Labour Party, has brought about precisely nothing for Northern Ireland. All you have been able to achieve is Starmer's stagnation of the economy, and I would ask the member, instead of standing in this chamber and lambasting everyone else, perhaps he could go to the leader of his sister party at Westminster and ask for a bit more than a fundamental reset and actually start delivering for the people of Northern Ireland and indeed the entire of the UK.
Thank you. Minister, do you accept that in the context of the seismic results in Wales and Scotland that independence referenda are now a democratic imperative?
Well, I was really pleased to see that in Scotland, Wales, there were clear majorities, pro-union majorities, and I would advise everyone, look, instead of listening to some of the spinning. Of course, in this office as Deputy First Minister, the First Minister and I have very different views on this. But instead of listening to the spin, which is all about momentum behind the destruction and the pulling apart of the United Kingdom, that we look at the facts. It is a fact that the SNP fell in terms of seats and popular support. It is a fact that there was a strong pro-union majority that voted in Scotland. It is a fact that it was a strong pro-union majority that voted in Wales. But one thing I would say is this. We have a First Minister in Scotland who wants to be the First Minister for Scotland. We have a First Minister coming in Wales who wants to be the First Minister of Wales. We have a First Minister in Northern Ireland that wants to be the First Minister for abolishing Northern Ireland. And I don't think that is something that the people of Northern Ireland genuinely deserve. I will be here standing up for Northern Ireland. The future is bright for Northern Ireland. I'm deeply proud of so many things that have happened in the past here in terms of our businesses, our economy, our achievements. And I know looking forward that Northern Ireland has a very positive, strong and secure future within the Union of the United Kingdom.
Mr. McAleer.
Thanks, Minister, for her answer. Well, if the Unionists are so confident in their not-so-united kingdom, would you support the calls then for the people here to decide our future, our collective futures, in a unity referendum as set out in the Good Friday Agreement?
Look, I will reiterate, there is a strong pro-union majority that voted in Scotland, a strong pro-union majority that voted in Wales. There is a strong pro-union majority across this United Kingdom. Unionism is the largest designation in this place, and Northern Ireland is led by a joint and co-equal First Minister that is also a strong and passionate unionist. Look, I believe Northern Ireland's future and the future of this Union of the United Kingdom is strong. I will every day continue to fight for that strength and that support right across the United Kingdom. But I will say this. I do believe that the people that we serve want us to get on with doing the business of government, fixing our health service, improving education, growing our economy, not at the first little chink to run off and try to talk about the abolition of this very place that we are elected to serve and to try to make work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've raised many times in this House the issue of artificial intelligence and how we are imagining a completely different future. The Deputy First Minister has talked at length today about progress, not process, about championing businesses, about getting on with it. Why has the artificial intelligence strategy been sat with the Executive Office since December, and when will it be published?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognise absolutely the importance of this agenda. It was indeed, I think, my proposal that we would set up an Office of AI. And when our Chief Scientific and Technology Officer came into place, of course she was tasked to bring forward that strategy. These are key and new initiatives by this executive contained within our programme for government. Of course, a detailed strategy has now been brought forward. That is under consideration. I am very optimistic that we will be in a position to launch that publicly for consultation very shortly. But I want to commend the CSTA for the huge amount of work that she has done, but also recognising that there's been a number of people that have come on board freely giving of their own time to contribute to that draft strategy as well, and that has been, I think, very, very valuable in this important area of work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer, and I agree that the CTSA has done very impressive work. What is the Deputy First Minister's assessment of how that office is resourced, and if there are enough people and resources in it, given the fact that the South are on their second iteration of the strategy, Scotland is on their third, and we still don't have ours published? Do we have enough resource going into the office?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. I do think that this is an area that does require significant investment and will do so in the years ahead. However, I think it's always as well an important balance in all of these things about having a standalone unit which will drive some of that progress, that will monitor in terms of implementation, but also on the other side of that, the importance of AI being mainstreamed in business as usual within departments and within agencies as well. So I do think that from speaking and engaging with the CSTA, I think her view very strongly is that this needs a dedicated resource to get this going, to continue to drive this forward. But ultimately, what does success look like? Success will look like this is absolutely mainstreamed within each of those departments, and it is considered not as something exceptional sitting in a central unit, but something that is very much business as usual within every department every single day.
I have a simple question for the Deputy First Minister today. The Place Names Project is a vital organisation which connects us with our heritage, as well as ensuring accurate translations for bilingual street signage. The details and arguments of this debacle have been well heard and rehearsed. We don't need to hear them again. So, Minister, do you support this project, and will you ensure it can continue its work with no more blockages?
Thank you. As I understand, discussions are ongoing on this issue, I think with the Economy Minister, if I read that correctly, in terms of a public statement. But I understand that this was originally funded by the Department of Finance. That funding came to an end. It had been embedded within the Department of Communities, but that is an issue for those ministers to respond to.
Ms. Dillon.
Thank you. And as I'm aware, the funding came to an end a number of years ago from the Finance Committee from the Finance Department to the communities. But anyway, the LEAFA bursary scheme, Arlene Foster's infamous crocodile comments, Curry My Yoghurt, the GAA, the Place Names Project. Does the Deputy First Minister accept her party's issues with the Irish language and identity are less about process and funding and more about the deeply ingrained sectarian and anti-Irish mindset of political unionism?
Minister.
I think it's really disappointing that we do hear this attempt time and time again to stir up issues from the past to try to paint a particular picture. In my view, it is distraction and deflection from the fact that within the member's own party there is a real struggle in terms of delivery within some of those departments. I will take the example of the A5, which sits within the Department of Infrastructure. I have put to the Minister for Infrastructure a solution to this issue. Rather than waiting for her fate to be decided in the courts, we can take action to amend that legislation and to provide certainty to allow those roads to go ahead. That is sitting within that particular department. So I would say to the member, instead of coming into this chamber to play politics, to deflect, to distract, I would advise her to speak to her colleagues about getting on with delivery, so actually that you, like the Education Minister and Communities Minister can, from my party, actually talk about your delivery instead of criticising other people.
Deputy First Minister, you'll have seen the disgraceful scenes on the streets of East Belfast this past weekend. Do you share my condemnation of the antisocial behaviour, and will the Executive Office respond to these disturbances through additional funding for youth services to support good relations?
Thank you. Look, I think this is a really serious issue. We don't want to see young people partaking in this type of activity on the streets of Belfast or elsewhere. I think over recent years we have seen this flare up from time to time. I'm really conscious of a number of videos around Bangor, for example, this time East Belfast. Fuelled by a range of things. It looks fuelled partly by alcohol. I'm not sure what else, but the key message is that this type of behaviour is not wanted on our streets. We have a number of really, really good community organisations working with young people, really good results coming out of that. And certainly through the funding streams within the Executive Office, we will be doing everything that we can to make sure that we've got the right help and support in the right places. We are looking at diversionary activities where we can, but also that we're working to make sure that there is community resilience, both within the general community, but of course our young people as well, that they don't get dragged into this type of behaviour. It's not acceptable, it's absolutely wrong, it is not wanted by the communities that it happens in. Very often it's people from outside those communities that come in, and just a few weekends ago we saw this in Londonderry as well, threatening a very small community there in the Fountain. So it's not acceptable, and we should do everything that we can to try to support those communities.
Mr McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Community and voluntary groups are yet to receive their letters of offer for funding, as has already been mentioned today, through Central Good Relations funding and other programmes like the Minority Ethnic Development Fund that ensure grassroots services can proceed without risk of closure. When will they receive these, or at least a letter of comfort?
As indicated earlier on already in these questions, we've tasked the new Permanent Secretary within the Executive Office to work with the particular branches in relation to all of these funding schemes. I know that some other departments have been able to give out letters of offer to have some form of comfort, even for an interim 3-month period, and I've asked them to actively look at that to see what we can do to ensure some of those schemes can go ahead. We know that the later that some of these projects will start, the less impactful some of those interventions could be, so I do want to try to get that support out to them despite the difficult ongoing budget situation.
None.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not depressing that at the first opportunity following the local elections in Great Britain that the First Minister is out talking up the abolition of Northern Ireland? How does that align with the programme for government commitment to make Northern Ireland a success?
Thank you. I said, look, I believe what Northern Ireland really needs is a First and Deputy First Minister for Northern Ireland, not a First Minister for the abolition of Northern Ireland. I do believe that we should be unashamedly proud of this place. I will always turn up and stand up and speak up for Northern Ireland. I count it a huge honour and responsibility to get the opportunity to do so. I want to see economic growth in Northern Ireland for absolutely everyone, unionist, nationalist and neither. And I think that is the best way that we stabilise this place, that is the best way that we provide a better future for absolutely everyone, and that is what I am focused on doing.
Sir Dillon.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister, for that. Despite significantly more votes for pro-union parties than separatists in Scotland and Wales, nationalists are pretending that the union is somehow under strain. Can the Deputy First Minister confirm that, given the joint nature of the office, that the First Minister will not be able to use the Executive Office to try and advance such ideology?
As outlined, there are different views on this issue in the Executive Office between the First Minister and myself, but I would say a number of very key things. First of all, Northern Ireland, as outlined, is led by a co-equal First Minister and Deputy First Minister. I am a Unionist and Michelle is a Republican. We are not led by a nationalist. Secondly, Scotland has been led by a nationalist SNP First Minister for 20 years, and indeed that vote has gone down, his seats has gone down. In terms of Wales, what is absolutely clear is that there was a pro-union majority out in voting in Wales, but split unionism cost the First Minister position. And that is a lesson for everyone here in Northern Ireland. Split unionism costs seats. Split unionism costs the First Minister position. And what happens? The moment that people get into that First Minister position, they are running off, trying to build momentum, which does not exist, trying to spin on a reality that does not bear any connection to the actual facts. So what I would say is that, look, I believe the union is strong. I believe in working together across this United Kingdom, but most of all, I believe in being Deputy First Minister for Northern Ireland and supporting everyone in Northern Ireland.
Moving on to questions, the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call David Brooks.
Question 1, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
With your permission, Cancórla, I'll answer questions 1 and 5 together. The damage caused to our roads by prolonged bad weather at the beginning of the year is well documented, and I subsequently established the Winter Recovery Roads Fund to specifically address the areas which were worst affected. The additional funding allowed the Department to deliver an enhanced package of structural maintenance work, and this is predominantly made up of large-scale patching, extending existing resurfacing work and bringing forward work that would otherwise not have been completed in this financial year. Some of this work will have addressed existing recorded potholes, and some will have repaired potholes that had not yet met the criteria but would have undoubtedly become actionable in the coming months. Crews have been out working hard to repair defects, and now the figures speak for themselves, with 10,000 repairs completed in 8 weeks. Repairs have taken place right across the north, and I'm pleased to note that a portion of those were within my department's Eastern Division, which covers the member's East Belfast constituency. Officials have also undertaken works within this constituency, including large-scale patching on Bloomfield Parade, Morn Street and Chamberlain Street. A significant resurfacing project was also carried out on the Ballygowan Road, which, along with the other repairs, has improved the quality of roads for your constituents. In addition to the funding and to enhance long-term improvements to the road network, members will be aware that I am progressing the publication of the Department's new maintenance strategy, supported by the full digital survey of all the roads. The consultation on the strategy closed on the 30th of January, and I am working closely with officials to finalise the draft consultation report. Once published, my department will be in a strong position to progress a modern, data-driven approach to road maintenance across the north. Resilience of the road network also requires adaptation to extreme weather events and reducing multiple risks, including flooding, erosion and slope failure. My department is taking these risks forward through the NICAP 3 actions and the development of our first Resilient Road Network plan, working with the Climate Change Committee and academic partners to keep planning and investment evidence-based. Building long-term resilience into the road network also depends on having the right people with the right skills in place, and that's why workforce recruitment and development is a key part of my approach.
Mr Dunn. Schiller.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer, and I'm glad there's been some progress, but members who drive through the constituency will know that there's still some way to go. Nevertheless, Minister, when this issue was raised amid the chaos of February this year, you stood in this chamber and you gave an assurance to members that they could engage with their local offices if there was any issues. Since then, your Lisburn office in particular has refused to engage directly with members or to provide updates in that regard. Can I ask you if you will give an assurance to speak to your officials and to undertake that the Lisburn office in particular will engage with members and provide updates as necessary? Minister.
Look, I have said in this chamber, as the member has rightly said, the importance of that communication with local section officers. So I'd certainly take the members' comments back and ensure that that is addressed. I think it is also important to understand the severe resource pressures across our workforce, and we have said that's why we're doing the resource or the recruitment campaign that has been underway, and saw quite a significant interest, which I hope will see really good results now as we get to the other side of the recruitment process. And I was recently in the Sprucefield depot meeting with road workers there and hearing from them just the challenges they face and some of the depletion in the workforce in the last decade or so, and it has had a real impact. So I hope that we will see a marked improvement if we can get new people in there. We're moving through that process very quickly. As a member will know, the interviews took place at the end of April, and we saw really good indications of the numbers that potentially are coming through, which I do hope and I am assured will make a real difference. So I appreciate the member raising this issue.
Mrs Mason.
Karen Corley, I thank the Minister for that update, and just to state that our local offices are extremely helpful and do engage with us regularly. Minister, you did touch upon the recent recruitment campaign, but could you give us an update on the progress of that for industrial road workers? Yeah, so as I said, our staff in terms of road service across the north has seen significant issues for many years now, and it's important to note that industrial road workers undertake a vital role in terms of our operational services, and the recruitment campaign that the member alludes to further demonstrates my commitment to improving our network for the benefit of all road users. As I've said in the previous answer, interview open days were held in Ballymena on the 27th and 28th of April, with appointments likely to be now in June, following successful completion of the pre-employment process. This new innovative approach has been piloted in the Ballymena area and has both increased the number of candidates and shortened the recruitment process. There was a very positive response to the campaign, with over 500 applications submitted when the campaign was advertised, and around 300 of those were invited to interview over the course of the 2 days. Once the scheme has been fully evaluated and benefits documented, this approach may be used in similar recruitment campaigns in the future. And I think, talking to staff on the ground and hearing just the impact of the number of vacancies across road service has really struck a chord with me, and I recognise that that's something that we can deliver on. I've given a commitment to do that, because I think the more we can build our own departmental resilience, we'll see marked improvement in our road network and the services that the public deserve and expect, but also building up the morale within our teams, who have been depleted significantly for many years. So I hope to be able to bring further, more positive announcements in relation to that in the coming months, and that we will be better prepared now going into the winter period.
Monsieur Guy.
Mr Speaker, Minister, the constrained budget context that you face, the quality of repairs carried out by your department must give constituents confidence that money is not being wasted. In Moira recently, the repairs carried out on footpaths to make them safe were so poor that they created a hazard. What is the Minister doing to claw back public money wasted on shoddy workmanship?
The member will know this has been an issue that has been raised for some time, and we do have a process in place to try and inspect the quality of repairs. You'll appreciate that it's not always possible to get to every repair, but we do take a portion of that. However, the new strategy, I think, is key to how we deliver things in a more resilient and sustainable way, so that we're not having these issues. In some cases we've seen where there's been temporary repairs done just to make whether it's the roads or footpaths safe until a proper permanent repair can be done. But we do appreciate where there's issues like this that they are reported and fed back, so that we can rectify that, and engaging with, if it's an external contractor particularly, to deal with that. I'm not overly familiar with the one that you've specified, but if there's anything further I can do to feed back on that, I'm happy to do so.
Michelle McElveen. Minister.
I recognise the view held by elected representatives and the public that a fixed crossing at Strangford could bring benefits in terms of connectivity, support for local businesses, tourism and wider economic opportunities for the Ards Peninsula, and I welcome continued engagement on matters of local and regional importance. My department's transport plans are the primary mechanism through which future transport needs and investment priorities are identified. The connection between Strangford and Portaferry does not form part of the regional strategic transport network and would instead be considered within the Eastern Transport Plan, which covers Ards and North Down and the Newry Morning Down Local Transport Plan. As the member will know, and we've had a debate in this chamber in relation to this, the department previously examined the case for a fixed crossing at this location at a high level. Most notably, the 2013 strategic review of the Strangford Lough ferry service considered alternatives to the ferry, including a bridge, and concluded that a fixed crossing could not be justified on value for money grounds when assessed against expected demand and the continued availability of the ferry service at that time. More recent high-level estimates have suggested the cost of a bridge could be in excess of £500 million. Within the current strategic planning and funding framework, no immediate transport need for a fixed crossing at Strangford has been identified to date. And I think it's also important to note that Strangford Lough is subject to significant environmental protections, so any proposal for a major fixed crossing would therefore face additional technical and environmental challenges which would need to be carefully considered as part of any future assessment. However, officials continue to engage with the relevant councils and other stakeholders as the transport plans and associated local development plans progress, and consider all relevant evidence and representations within that strategic framework. So my department will continue to keep its position under review as these plans are developed, and work with everyone involved to see what the best outcome would be.
Ms McElveen.
Mr Speaker, and given that both Ards and North Down Borough Council, along with Newry Morning Down District Council, have now passed DUP motions supporting a fixed crossing between Portaferry and Strangford, and actually, even though Strangford is no longer in the Sinn Féin MP for South Downs constituency, he has come out and endorsed the plans. But the Minister has highlighted that this will improve connectivity, it will be good for tourism and economic development. Will the Minister, given her party's position on this along with ourselves, commit to commissioning a full economic appraisal of the proposal?
I've agreed to visit Strangford in this week, and as an effort to get a look at this, and I've been invited down by an elected rep, so you get notification of it probably close to time. So I suppose it's really just to outline my commitment to looking at this and seeing what the potential is. So happy to, as I say, keep it under review, and we'll work with everybody involved to outline what may be possible.
Deirdre Hargey.
Thanks very much. I suppose I can attest Strangford's a lovely part of the world. Just to ask the Minister, as part of your consideration, would you look to review the sailings and specifically the early morning ones?
Yes, so this has been an issue that's been raised with me recently, and I've asked my officials to look at it. As you will know, the ferry continues to provide a dedicated and reliable crossing service between Strangford and Portaferry, and during the 2025-26 financial year, at least one ferry was available for 99.82% of all scheduled sailings. So it shows just how important it is. So what I've asked is for the light touch survey to be carried out to assess the demand for additional sailings, to see if that is something that we could put in place. So I await the outcome of that, and that will inform my decisions for the next steps.
Matthew Tootle.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Minister, forgive me, I'm slightly confused about your position here on this, because your answer seemed to indicate that this is not part of the department's plans, or it's not going to be part of the Eastern Transport Plan, but you seem to be saying that, but you never know, kind of thing. Could you just be clear? Are you supporting a feasibility study, and will there be a feasibility study commissioned into this? I just think it's helpful for the record, because I'm not totally clear what the position is.
To be clear, what I have said is that we've based it on previous assessments to date, but we continue to keep that under review as more evidence and more information comes to light. As I've said, those councils are in the process of developing their transport plans, and that is the mechanism then for any new kind of proposals. So we'll work with Ards and North Down and Newry Morning Down councils in relation to the issue. As I've said, we have seen across the board elected representatives also raising this issue, so I know it is something that there is an appetite for. So it would be remiss to say we're absolutely not looking at this. I think it is important that we look at this again and see what's possible. So in terms of a definitive answer about what the next steps are, I think we need to get more information and then decide where we go next.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
I can advise that there has been an upward trend in expenditure on roads-related vehicle damage compensation since 2020-21 financial year. In the 2023-24 financial year, expenditure on vehicle damage compensation for the North was just under £1 million. During 24-25 and 25-26, vehicle damage compensation was just over £1 million. By comparison, the 5-year average annual expenditure since 2021-22 is around £810,000 per year. There are a number of reasons for this increase, including rising repair costs. However, the primary driver is the corresponding upward trend in the number of claims being received by my department. Claims can increase due to external factors beyond our control, as we have said previously, including the severity of the weather conditions in recent years, increased traffic volumes, and greater public awareness of their right to submit a claim, as many for many years didn't realise that they could. Alongside that, I acknowledge that historical underinvestment in the maintenance of the road network has contributed to the deterioration in parts of the network right across the North, which has also had an impact. To mitigate the immediate impact of the poor winter on our network and the years of underinvestment, I announced additional funding of more than £40 million, which has gone some way to make long-term improvements, and as the member will know, in progressing the publication of the department's new maintenance strategy, supported by the full digital survey of all roads. That is a sustainable way to improve road condition over time, to minimise defects and reduce the number of claims and the level of compensation expenditure, whilst improving safety for everyone using the network. And I think it's important to say that we're doing all of this within a very constrained budget as an effort to do as much as we can with what we have.
Mr. Scythe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. And at a recurring amount of around £1 million a year for reimbursement of damage to vehicles, it's a really unsatisfactory position to find ourselves in. But in my constituency office, I find this is a really increased volume of work. And rather than just the amounts that are repaid to members of the public, there's the staff time in terms of these complaints. The actual damage is getting worse. We've got people with multiple wheels, with their suspension, with realignment, and actually towing and recovery costs, and things being refused, and a lot of backwards and forwards. I think the true cost of actually dealing with these claims is significantly more. Would the Minister undertake an assessment as to the full cost of the claims made and the processes and the cost to her department of that?
Sure.
I think you've outlined it very clearly there about the impact it has right across even the service we're trying to provide, and that's why it's important that we do all we can to try and ensure that people don't have to make a claim in the first place. I've outlined very clearly what I intend to do and have been doing in recent months, but also as we develop the new strategy and implement it. We're trying to recruit more staff, so that means that people can get to the repairs quicker and have a more responsive approach through the department, as well as looking at how we can secure additional funding to make sure that we are not in this position next year and try and build that resilience into the future. So that's my priority at the minute. However, I'm happy to speak to officials to see if we can encapsulate what that impact is. But I would, at this point in time, want their focus to be on actually getting the work done that we need to do so that we are reducing the numbers of claims in the future.
Dillon.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, what are your plans to improve the conditions of the road network and minimise the number of road-related claims and expenditure on compensation?
Yes, well, as I've said in response to the previous answer, the strategy that we have in draft at the minute and are currently finalising aims to introduce a more modern, more data-driven approach to maintaining the road network, ensuring that our resources are used more effectively and more efficiently. And that's about raising maintenance standards by delivering higher quality, longer lasting repairs and target investment where it's needed most. I've said before about the impact of going out and fixing one pothole and skipping others. What we've been able to do even in recent months with the additional funding is ensuring that we're actually, when we're going out to a site, that they are doing more than that to ensure they don't have to come back. The strategy also embeds environmental and financial sustainability, including reducing carbon impacts, strengthening resilience to climate change, and developing long-term investment plans. Overall, it sets out a comprehensive vision to create a safer, more reliable and future-proof road network that supports economic vitality, social connectivity and community well-being, so that we all have access to good quality, safer roads. So that's my focus, and I hope with the accumulation of the new strategy, the use of data and the digital survey, as well as enhanced recruitment and staffing, and if we can get enhanced investment, I think we will see a marked change in that.
Anna McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, what will you gauge success of this on? The actions around strategies or actual targets relating to reduction in compensation or reduction in potholes?
When we start to see a real difference in the quality of our roads, and we're not, as elected reps, we will hopefully see a very different outcome than we have in the last number of years, the last over a decade, I suppose, where we're seeing this year on year. There will be a number of metrics that the department will use to see, what the success is. But the pilot that was done in relation to when we were developing the road maintenance strategy was done in Ards and North Down, and certainly the feedback we've got from that was very positive because people were seeing the impact. So I think based on that is why we are moving forward with this, and I think that we can confidently say this will, if we're able to implement it properly, it will make a real change. So in terms of the detail of how that's measured, happy to provide further information to the member, but I think that the measure of success would be this time next year if we are standing here and we're seeing a real difference, and I hope to be in that, in that context, to be able to say that we have seen a change, particularly coming out of a winter period. I think that in itself would be testament to the success of it.
Stuart.
declaring interest. My car's been at the garage for 6 weeks, having hit 2 potholes, 2 craters, I might add, in my constituency, and I'm looking forward to getting it back. Minister, spending £1 million a year in compensation is bad enough, but we know that 3/4 of the compensation claims are not paid out, which means that our constituents are paying up to £3 million a year themselves, or else their insurance companies are, which means their insurance premiums are going up. That is simply unacceptable. Our roads are in a terrible state. We already know that. Will you look at reviewing the criteria to ensure that the people who are entitled to compensation, through no fault of their own, are getting it and are not made to be jumping through hoops in order to get there?
I appreciate that, and I think that we have had many discussions in relation to this issue. The other side of that is this is public money, and we have to ensure that we're following the correct processes so that money is paid to the people that are entitled to it. I'm not suggesting there are people that have made claims that have been turned down that aren't, but I think the member will appreciate that we have a fine balance to strike to ensure that we are doing that correctly. If there are specific issues of where people have been turned down who provided the evidence they've asked for, and it's still, happy to ask the department to review that, or if there are particular areas of criteria you think that could be tweaked to avoid those circumstances, I'm also happy to look at that. But as I've said to previous members, my focus is ensuring that people don't have to make the claims in the first place, and that should only be used as a last resort, so that in cases where repairs haven't been done in a timely manner. But I do appreciate we've had an uphill battle in relation to the condition of our roads. I feel that staff have been working extremely hard with a limited budget, and we've tried to enhance that as best we can. It has made a difference, and there's no doubt about that, but there's still a lot more work to do, and I'm committed to ensuring we do everything we can to get that done.
Thanks very much, Minister. Just picking up on what Mr Stewart said there. Minister, can you provide any detail? You did give some detail, per annum detail there, as to the damages paid out. Can you provide any detail as to the percentage of those claims that have been rejected in that period of time, and if there are specific geographic locations where the rejection rate is higher than others?
I don't have that information in front of me. I'm sure the member will appreciate that because it is quite specific, but if the member wishes to write in, we can certainly get that, or if you want to submit a written question, we can get the accurate figures in relation to that, and if there are any trends or patterns there related to specific areas, we can look at that.
Hunter.
Please.
I feel like we're further down than question 4. I was pleased to note that Kilrea Bridge opened to traffic on the 18th of February 26 following substantial repair works that were required, and whilst the main structural works to stabilise the wall have been completed, with width and weight restrictions lifted, a number of minor construction activities continue, including masonry repairs, masonry parapet construction, repointing of the southwest wing wall, curbing and resurfacing. During this period, a temporary barrier remains in the carriageway to protect both the workforce and road users. Any further traffic management measures required to undertake these works will be of short duration and undertaken during off-peak hours to minimise any further disruption. In the interest of public and workforce safety, I continue to appeal to motorists to comply with the ongoing restrictions over the bridge until the works are complete.
Thank you, Minister. With local traders I've spoken with, they feel they've seen over half a year of disruption and that footfall hasn't returned to normal. And of course, journey times are taking that little bit longer. Minister, can you detail your engagement with local businesses within the Kilrea area and detail what your department has learned about communicating with local businesses ahead of and during roadworks that might directly impact them?
Well, I think there's been lots of issues like this that we've seen across the north where major works have been required that undoubtedly cause disruption, and I think we've a number of reps have contacted me in relation to Kilrea Bridge. Similarly, can relate to some of the other major works across the north in recent months or since I've come into post. I fully appreciate that communication is absolutely key, and where that hasn't met the expected standard, I would always take that back and ensure that we can rectify that or learn from that, I suppose, for further issues like this. I think that given that businesses have been impacted and people's daily lives and commutes have been impacted, communication has been vitally important. So I think if there's any other learnings coming from that, happy to take that on board, because I think we have to always be conscious of the impact on people. The other side of it, I think, is this was absolutely essential work, so it's trying to get that right balance, that the work had to happen, but how you do that in terms of managing expectation with the wider public and being conscious of the impact it has and how we can best mitigate to minimise disruption as far as possible.
Minister, as you've indicated, the closure of the Ban Bridge at Kilrea has had a serious impact on businesses and residents of Kilrea, and whilst, as you've said, it was absolutely necessary for the closure for safety reasons, it has flagged up the very real need for a new bridge at Kilrea to be included or to meet the transport needs of the area. Can I ask, Minister, if you have any engagement and will support Causeway Coast and Glens Council in their work to include a new bridge in their development plans?
Yeah, well, as I previously said, I fully recognise the significant impact of the bridge closure for residents, for businesses and indeed the wider Kilrea community. And I understand why the Council is seeking to look at longer term solutions for the area. I absolutely welcome the Council's engagement on this issue, and like the previous issue around Strangford, I think there is a desire to reflect local needs and future transport considerations through its emerging local development plan. So any decision on new transport infrastructure must, of course, be considered through the appropriate strategic planning and prioritisation processes, and in that context, any proposal brought forward through Council's local development plan should be consulted on in the normal way to ensure it aligns with my department's emerging strategic transport plans. As I've said, Kilrea Bridge is now open, the main structural works have been completed and there are currently no plans at present within the department for a new bridge. However, we'll continue to engage with Council in relation to and their work on their local development plans to see what comes from that.
On the topic of bridges, it's great to get Kilrea open and the traffic flows down it in Ulster, but then I can't get across the weight restriction on a bridge outside Coke. It's got a 7.5 tonne weight restriction now for 11 years. Can you please provide an update on that? I appreciate you might have the detail in front of you, but it's killing farming, it's killing heavy transport, all the traffic's going through Coke because of this weight restriction. It's 11 years and getting no answer. We need the bridge upgraded. Thank you.
Okay, I thank the member for raising this. I don't have the information in front of me, but what I can do is I can respond in writing just to give you an update where that's at, and hopefully that will help to move things on.
Speaker, will the Minister clarify that if we do envisage a new bridge at Kilrea, whose responsibility for building it? Is it the Council or is it the Department for Infrastructure? Because your answer to the member for North Antrim suggests that you're trying to pass the buck here.
Minister.
I'm trying to pass the buck. I think I'm outlining the processes that are required for any new proposals in relation to transport for council areas. That is the purpose of the local development plans in terms of then feeding into our wider transport plans and how they align. Because if things are done in isolation and don't take into consideration the wider network and the wider development in those council areas, then that can have a negative effect and could be counterproductive then for what we're trying to achieve across the board. So what I was actually saying was that the proposal through council, through the development of their local development plans, will help to inform where we go next in relation to this.
John Buckley.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
My department has a statutory consultee and oversight role in respect of local development plan documents that are being prepared by local councils. In this role, my department engages with councils on local planning policies across a wide range of topics, including where plan documents incorporate specific policy for managing the impacts of houses in multiple occupations, or HMOs, as they're more commonly known. Responsibility for preparing the LDPs rests with individual councils, reflecting the intent of planning devolution in 2015 to place plan making and decision making with democratically elected local representatives. LDPs remain the most appropriate mechanism to manage the location, scale and concentration of HMO development through evidence-based local policy that responds to evidence of localised impacts. My officials have engaged with Belfast City Council and Derry City and Strabane District Council plans, which introduce specific policy measures to address HMO overconcentration. Those approaches were both examined through independent examination and both found to be sound prior to adoption.
Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. The Minister will know the over-concentration of houses of multiple occupancy is something that has greatly irritated not only my constituencies but many constituents across Northern Ireland. The Minister's department is responsible for overseeing planning policy in relation to HMOs within our local councils and that pertaining to it. But Minister, with only 2 of the 11 councils actually having bespoke policies to deal with over-concentration, does the Minister accept that that's an issue, that it's not across the board? And does she have a comment to suggest that enough information is being provided by her department to ensure that our councils are well equipped to dealing with this major issue?
Sir.
Well, as I've said, that responsibility for the preparation of LEPs rests with councils themselves, reflecting the intent planning reform and transfer to place plan-making, decision-making with the democratically elected representatives on those councils. That's why we devolved planning to councils to allow those that probably have the best knowledge of their area to be part of that decision-making. There's nothing in the Department's strategic planning policy statement, the regional planning policy or legislation that prevents councils from bringing forward locally tailored HMO policies, as every council area will have different characteristics and different issues and needs. With LEPs where evidence supports a policy response. And it is important to note that not all councils have yet published plan strategy documents, so the two that I've mentioned there have, and that has been a part of it. And not all of them, as I've said, have faced the same level of HMO development. Where councils, for example, Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council, has not identified this as a local planning issue, control of HMO development, they will instead rely on general housing and amenity policies within the plan to manage impacts on residential character, environmental quality and amenity. So I'd expect that, in some of the council areas where the member has colleagues, these are issues that can be brought forward if they are an issue for that council area, that then can be developed as part of the work that's going on within councils.
And the topicals, Justin McNulty.
Minister, you, like me, I'm sure, drive round the roads of Newry and Armagh and indeed across the north. And would you agree that the roads are in the worst state they've ever been?
I absolutely drive round the roads across Newry and Armagh, as I do right across the 6 counties. However, there's a significant amount of work going on right across Newry and Armagh, and I'm sure the member has also seen that. So, look, this is well documented at this stage. We have significant issues with underinvestment in our roads for many, many years. This is not something that has just arisen this year, and I've said this before. However, what I've been focused on is ensuring that we're getting additional investment to try our best to tackle that with the resources available to us. The scale of that has been huge, there's no doubt about that, but I have seen a marked improvement in many areas. Still a lot more to do, and I'm committed to doing that. And I've outlined in response to previous questions the steps that I'm taking to ensure that we are making a difference going into the next year's winter period.
Mr McNulty.
20,000 public liability claims for potholes and road defects were made between April 2020 and March 2025, costing £20.6 million in payouts. Surely money will be better spent fixing the roads. Nearly 50,000 defects reported between December 2025 and February 2026. In 2025, there were 100,000 potholes recorded, with Newry and Mourne and Down being the worst affected area. Minister, are you driving on different roads than I am? Are you going to commit to getting the roads fixed before the bad weather comes and roads resurfaced?
I have literally just said in my previous response what my commitment is and what it has been for some time. We are working extremely hard to do that. The resources simply aren't there, but are we trying to make a difference? Absolutely. And in terms of that, we're looking at how we do that differently within a very constrained budget. Investment is absolutely key to this, but also so is staffing. So is ensuring that what we're doing is of a high quality. So is using all the new innovation and technology available to us, which is all of the steps I've outlined time and time again in this chamber as to what my department is taking forward. So yes, I'll continue to seek further investment. I want the roads up to a standard that is rightfully expected and rightfully needed. But I hope that whenever I'm looking for additional funding, that all of the members in this House will support me in doing that, because that's the key to getting to where we need to be, to get what the public deserve. And that call also needs to be made very strongly to the British Government so that our executive budget can be increased to properly reflect what the people of the North deserve and what we should be able to deliver.
Minister, 901 housing units across the Causeway Coast and Glens are unable to move forward due to insufficient wastewater infrastructure. When will this government finally accept responsibility for a problem that has long predated your time in office?
So I think it's been well documented in relation to the shortfalls in terms of investment for wastewater infrastructure. We are continually working with NI Water and others to try and find, in addition to securing the investment needed, but try and find other ways. So the member will be aware that I've recently introduced a sustainable natural drainage flood bill, SUDS bill as it's called, which is looking at other ways of tackling our wastewater challenges. I know that that in isolation is not going to resolve all of the issues, but it will help. And I recently attended the Rivers Trust workshop last week, and there's a real appetite for doing more of this work to a bigger scale, which we can really make a positive impact with. We are continually lobbying for additional funds, and I have been working with other executive partners to look at how, what else we can be doing around water quality and pollution in terms of some of the issues that we're seeing as well around Lough Neagh, I think specifically. Working with NI Water to see what they are able to deliver with not just the funding that we have, but if we were able to get additional funding, how we could step through that. So that we can have a plan in place to get ready to go should more money be available. I've been speaking with colleagues in the South. We've had North-South Ministerial Council meetings last week, and kind of looked at how we could work across this island to look at other ways of making a real impact and securing additional funding, and also through our engagement with the British Government and Treasury. This is a major issue. They are very aware of the significant investment that's needed, and we continue to raise that case loudly and clearly so that they know, because without the investment needed, if we can't get to grips with the challenges around our wastewater, everything else is impacted. So it's not just an issue for me and the Department for Infrastructure, it's an issue for housing, it's an issue for development, it's an issue for health, etc., etc. So there's a real onus on all of us to move this forward. I'm certainly committed to doing that. I will continue to work with executive colleagues, but the British Government need to get real, they need to understand and appreciate the scale of the challenges that we're facing.
Claire Sugden, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As with all MLAs across the House, the number one issue that comes into our constituency office is housing, and we're being told that more houses can't be built because the wastewater infrastructure simply isn't there. Given your engagement across the various stakeholders that you outlined in your answer, how confident are you that we are actually going to get the money needed for this investment so that we can actually start building much needed houses across Northern Ireland?
I mean, it's over £1 billion is required in total, and that cost keeps going up the longer it takes to get there. We have made some progress, and I think it is important to say, like both when John was in post as Infrastructure Minister and then when I came in, we were able to secure in-year funding, which unlocked capacity. You'll be aware of the dairy housing schemes that were over 3,000 units. So we're already above what was targeted in the original PC21 set out by NI Water, but we've still so much more to do, and I think the scale of the challenges varies across the north. So what I have been trying to do is get that plan in place so we can step through it, but also when additional funding is available, that we're ready to hit the ground running and working with NI Water. They're also looking at innovative ways of doing more for less funding and trying to make progress. So I suppose what I'm saying is my approach is that I recognise that at this point in time I don't have all the funding needed, and it's not looking likely to come anytime soon, but I have to keep making progress. So we're just not moving at the pace I would like to see, but my commitment is absolute in terms of making progress in this important issue and working with everyone that will work with me to get there.
Speaker, Minister, the last reported costs on the A5 project were in the region of £153 million, with over £43 million since you became Minister, and this doesn't include the cost from the last financial year 25-26, yet no tarmac has been laid on the A5. Minister, how do you defend this position?
Well, as the member will know, this position has been beyond my control. This has been through the courts. We're now in the middle of an appeal. So I absolutely wish this road was built at this stage, and it should have been built at this stage. However, there's been a concerted effort, delay after delay, by people who just don't want to see that built. However, I think it's important to say that that is a huge amount of money, but there's no price to put in a life. So we have to continue to work hard to make sure that this road is delivered, and that's certainly my focus.
Mr. Size.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for a response. Minister, do you accept that it was failings by yourself and the DERA Minister which led to the court case being lost in the High Court and the direct impact of unrealistic climate targets?
Minister.
The member not be surprised that I absolutely don't accept that, and I think our efforts to combine in terms of this appeal show how determined we are to ensure we get this road built. A huge amount of work went into the original case, which was a very disappointing outcome. However, we are determined that we will get through this and we will get the road built. So, as I've said previously, for me the priority here is about saving lives. we'll continue to move forward on this. We'll put everything at all of our resources required to submit the strongest appeal, and I think that we should hopefully get a positive outcome. But my commitment is, regardless of the outcome, we continue to move forward to get this road built to ensure that no more lives are lost.
Ryan Kingston.
Speaker. Minister, the selected route for the North Belfast glider along the Antrim Road has been hit with delay after delay, and it has now emerged that your department's major works director has said that the extension to Glengormley will create significant traffic congestion and would harm the reliability of the glider service, and a feasibility study concluded that Glengormley plan was not recommended. Minister, would it not now be sensible to review the option of the Shore Road route for BRT2, which does offer sufficient road width throughout and can continue into urban Newton Abbey and up to Glengormley?
The member will know the Phase 1 is currently progressing at pace and is due for completion by 2030. On-site surveys have already got underway in June last year, and the OBC, the outline business case, was approved in December, and detailed design has already begun in April this year, alongside the land acquisition activity. So I'm determined to continue with the progress and build on that progress so that we can get this delivered in the original time frame outlined. And I think any deviation from that would only cause further delays. I think this has been something that has been very widely required and people really want it, so I think it's important that we continue to move forward on the agreed position.
Yes, well, Minister, you're dismissive of the suggestion, but there's no progress on the ground, and we have seen a series of delay that the target date has slipped back from 2027 to 2030 and now 2033 possibly. And it'll be a very limited service if it cannot get through, particularly the restrictions in the area of the Belfast Zoo and the Antrim Road. And I still would argue that I think the option of the Shore Road route should be looked at. It is much more deliverable and practical.
That the member talks about from 2027 to 2030 was as a result of a collapse of this assembly that his party instigated. However, from coming into post, I have ensured that we move ahead with this. It is on track for delivery of Phase 1 by 2030, and both routes were assessed during this process, and we did discuss this when I first made the announcement last year in relation to why the Shore Road wasn't the proposed route. So I stand by that, and we are just committed to continuing with the work and make sure we get this delivered.
Harry Harvey.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, the wheels of planning continue to grind far too slowly. When will investors, applicants and agents begin to see results from efforts to tackle statutory consultee delays?
As the member may know, we have been working on a planning improvement programme for the last year or so, and we have seen good results so far. It will take time for that to properly be felt on the ground. However, we've seen early indications around our major projects targets have met their target for the first time in recent months, which I think is a clear indication that the work that has been ongoing with local councils at a very concentrated level is having an impact. I recognise the issues around statutory consultees can remain a challenge, and we have implemented the Statutory Consultee Forum in an effort to address that and to work with all consultees to get an understanding of where the issues lie in terms of delays, and then how we actually resolve those or work to address that. And we are seeing improvements, and I continue to get feedback in relation to those improvements. So happy to provide the member with further information regarding that, but please be assured that we are looking at this in great detail and have been for some time, because I really want to see significant improvements in our planning system.
Mr. Harvey.
Minister, often when responses do come, particularly from within your own department, it's evident that little thought has been given to the issues flowing from the individual application. What can be done to ensure that responses are meaningful and not mere copy and paste templates?
I'm not too sure what the member is alluding to, but happy if there's a wee bit more information if there are specific cases where this has been an issue. you know, and I think this is important in terms of why we devolve planning to council, because I think councillors who are democratically elected in those areas have a real grasp, and both the member and I were both on council at the same time, so we know that at grassroots level they are certainly best placed to have a real understanding of the local needs, particularly when it comes to planning, and I think that's been a very valuable input in the last 11 years since planning has devolved. And I think that is something that has to be reflected, but from a departmental perspective, we also have to ensure that the policies that are set out are adhered to, and that may potentially come across as being copy and paste, but I think it's important that we outline why decisions are taken and what they're referenced to. But really, I'm more than happy to look at any specifics that we can provide feedback on that.
Jill McAvoy.
Pointed from the Minister's previous answer to my question that she's visiting my constituency on an issue that I had first raised, but chosen to ignore my invitation to her to attend Portaferry. But nevertheless, can I go on to ask the Minister what action she is taking to address wastewater infrastructure constraints that have resulted in vacant commercial premises in Newtonards having no wastewater connection and no means of being connected due to closed catchment?
Minister.
I suppose just in relation to the first part of the question, I've been getting a lot of correspondence in relation to this, so happy to continue. We did have a very fulsome discussion on the issue a number of months ago. In relation to the question around the wastewater, I mean, the member's aware that there are closed catchments right across the north, and we are looking at how NI Water can address those through targeted investment. So it is something I can speak to NI Water on and get further detail in relation to that issue, particularly if it is affecting the ability to eliminate those vacancies and obviously improve businesses in the area. So happy to come back to the member in relation to that.
Okay, member or minister, members, that ends question time to Minister for Infrastructure. Members, just take your ease for a wee minute. Okay, members, we're going to resume. We're going to resume the committee motion from the Committee for Finance, and as I indicated before question time, the next speaker is Robbie Butley, Chair of the ERA Committee. Robbie.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the committee on this motion. A multi-year budget has been generally welcomed for strategic planning and transformation. However, the lack of multi-year budgets has been cited to us by rural groups as a significant issue for forward planning, and I think that's the case for just about every committee in this Assembly. Unfortunately, the committee has yet been unable to take a position on the draft multi-year budget. At the time we were asked to respond to the Committee for Finance, we were advised that DAERA officials were working through the draft budget with the Minister and were unable to attend an evidence session with us, sadly. And at present, this position remains unchanged. Last Thursday, officials again indicated to the Clerk that they are still not in the position to come to the committee and that the Minister is still considering internal capital allocations to 29-30, we believe. A number of other departments did not seem to have the same issues and held evidence sessions with their respective committees. Given that one of the roles of the committee is to support the Minister and his department, it seems perplexing that he and his officials would not seek the committee input to discuss the issues and the proposed allocations. I will highlight a few issues from the Committee for Finance's report, and I thank the Finance Committee for taking the lead on the overall scrutiny, and I also thank the Public Finance Scrutiny Unit from RAISE, who have completed 6 papers on the draft budget. The Finance Minister highlighted that the Chancellor's autumn budget led to an additional £372.3 million of Barnett consequentials. I think the Chair of the Committee alluded to around £400 million, but the reality is, when taken over a 4-year period, it falls far short of what is needed. From the outset, resource and capital funding bids significantly exceed the available budget. Seems to be a bit of a rinse and repeat for us. After providing funding for the departmental baselines, oversight bodies, etc., there remains to be around £1.3 billion, £1.8 billion and £2.3 billion over the 3 years to honour previous executive commitments and to provide additional allocations. The Committee is pleased to note that these commitments do include areas such as agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development. Also, additional commitments have been suggested for executive earmarked funding, including around £15 million for Lough Neagh. The Committee for Finance report also notes that the capital position is more challenging than the resource position, and we could be facing a 40% reduction in spending power by 2930. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Committee for Finance report notes that the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre believes that continual small cuts are no longer enough, and decisions are required to stop some activities altogether. And we wish to engage with officials to see what this looks like in regard to the DAERA portfolio. The report also notes that the Nevin Economic Research Institute argues that Northern Ireland needs to clearly state the impact of UK tax and spending decisions. The ERA Committee has been doing exactly that. For example, our scrutiny of the inheritance tax issues. Also, on the recent increases in fuel and fertiliser prices, we have held discussions with the Economy Committee and look forward to engaging with members of the EFRA Committee at the Balmoral Show this week. The Fiscal Council highlights that the true level of need here exceeds the 124% figure, and the ERA Committee would highlight that at least some of that need arises from our significant rurality. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, over this mandate, the ERA Committee has highlighted the need for long-term ring-fencing of the agri-budget, the desires of young people to get into and stay in farming, the support needed for nature-friendly farming and improving the environment, the support needed for the fishing and agriculture industries, and the need to deal with bovine tuberculosis, given the increasing costs of that programme. And that ends my comments as the spokesperson for the committee. I'm just going to take the last 1 minute, 60 seconds just to speak very succinctly, but my partner Steve Aiken will speak more for the party. But having spent 10 years now as an MLA, it is really difficult to comprehend that we could be looking at emergency measures if no budget was agreed, because we are in here year after year talking about the need to agree our budgets, and we actually have the opportunity to agree a multi-year budget. And when we come into this place, if we do in 2027, if we're returned by the electorate and have failed to agree a budget, we will actually be complicit in the further deterioration and degradation of our services, and they are significant. And I would ask all executive parties, and indeed the opposition, to consider the geopolitical instability and look at the levers that we actually have here, the pressures that we're all facing, be grown up, mature, and get around the table and get a multi-year budget agreed. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Robbie. I now call Deirdre Hargay.
And I welcome this debate today, and indeed the Fiscal Council report, and I suppose the committee's work that has been done looking at this over the last couple of months. And I know others have touched on presentations and comments by the likes of the Neary Institute looking at the budget also. And I think what they all point to is to highlight the stark situation of the current budget situation that the Executive finds itself in, which is a constrained financial position. Put simply, we don't have the appropriate amount of money through the block grant to deal with the demand and pressures on our public services. And this has been exacerbated, as has been said earlier, by over 15 years of austerity, in which successive British governments at Westminster have stripped out vital public services and resources. This is followed by COVID and the cost of living crisis, which has been sharpened in recent months due to the illegal war in Iran, with spiking fuel costs that again are hurting workers, families and communities. And our public services here are also not immune to these global shocks, as we see a spike in fuel costs here. And again, we have witnessed the British government's failure to respond to these rising costs and the hardship felt right across our community. This again shows a complete disconnect between Whitehall and the reality on the ground felt by communities, workers and our local businesses, and of course by our frontline public services. the same disconnect that they have shown to the fiscal situation here, and their attempt at repeating the same script of the Executive receiving a record settlement, and that they need to agree a budget and just make the tough decisions. Language and a script that the opposition here are only too happy to adopt and also to parrot. And of course we know that the funding formula used here is also flawed, and it's the people here who feel the consequences of that. Last year, the Finance Minister, with the support of the Executive, laid out that the underfunding situation and our level of need to the British Government. And again, the British Government attempted to distract and again parrot the old lines that we get more money here compared to those living in England. Again, this was disproven when the Finance Minister secured the fiscal framework and an acknowledgement that we were indeed funded below the level of need, and that our need would and of course did rise to 124%. But of course this is still below what Scotland get and also what Wales get. The present Barnett formula is driving fairness comparable with services delivered in England. But of course we know that our history, our geography and indeed our need here is not reflective nor comparable with those living in England. We must also know that the British Government had to give English councils over £2 billion recently, as they too were struggling with the budget that they were given from Westminster to sustain their own public services. This is on top of a crumbling NHS and a wastewater infrastructure that has been privatised and indeed been stripped of funding out of the public purse and into shareholders' pockets. Despite the funding challenges here, we have stood against this type of privatisation of our wastewater infrastructure or any attempt to shift the financial burden to workers and families, as others have championed in this chamber and outside this chamber for water charges, for cutting wages and for sacking public sector workers. Sinn Féin will continue to resist these regressive policies. As I said earlier, the Executive collectively stood together last year when arguing for a needs-based funding formula. They again stood in recent weeks in highlighting the challenges of the current budget and have asked for a direct meeting with the British Government and with the British Prime Minister to discuss the dire fiscal situation. So it's time that the British Government proactively engaged with the Executive in a meaningful way. They must change their direction of travel and properly fund our public services. Recent elections in Scotland and Wales have indeed shown what we already have known here in the North for a long time, that Westminster does not, has not and will not act in our best interests. So we won't wait on Westminster. We will not be the afterthought in their regressive decisions, and we won't stand by and watch them manage decline and insular politics. We have an alternative, and that alternative is constitutional change, where our interests in the future are decided by our people here. But in the interim, we will continue to work and fight for our public services and for a fair funding settlement that meets the needs of our workers, our families and our local businesses.
Thank you. Deirdre, I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I would welcome a 3-year budget, as would most people in this House. But as a member of the Communities Committee, I welcome the principle of that budget. Greater financial certainty would allow departments, councils and community organisations to plan more effectively and deliver projects in a more strategic and sustainable way. However, while the principle is welcome, the reality is that the budget falls short of what is required. There is growing disappointment at the Executive's overall approach to this process. Given the pressures facing households, public services and local communities, people expected a more creditable and deliverable financial plan. The Department for Communities carries responsibility for housing, welfare support, regeneration, anti-poverty work and employment programmes. Yet there remains a clear gap between the expectations placed upon the Department and the funding allocated to it. One of the clearest examples is benefit delivery. While the proposed £8 million allocation is welcome, it falls significantly short of what is required. I am aware that around 70% of universal credit claimants are not receiving the in-work support they need because of staffing pressures and insufficient priority funding. At a time when Northern Ireland continues to experience high levels of economic inactivity, that should concern every member in this chamber. Housing and homelessness remain among the most pressing issues facing communities across Northern Ireland. Social housing waiting lists continue to rise, homelessness pressures are increasing and temporary accommodation demand continues to grow. The Committee has heard clearly that bids for homelessness supporting people Apologies. The Committee has heard clearly that bids for homelessness support, supporting people programmes and discretionary support have not been met. There is also a major shortfall in social housing funding. Current allocations fall well below what is needed to meet programmes for government housing targets. Failure to invest properly in social housing will only increase homelessness pressures and place further strain on public services. Communities also want to see delivery rather than repeated announcements. Towns such as my own, Coleraine, continue to struggle with vacant premises, declining footfall and lack of investment confidence. Regeneration projects must be realistic, transparent and properly funded. I am also concerned by the lack of dedicated funding for the anti-poverty strategy and the disability and work strategy, despite both being recognised as executive priorities. Strategies without funding risk becoming little more than aspirations. Finally, the voluntary and community sector continues to provide critical frontline support in areas such as mental health, addiction, food poverty and youth services, yet many organisations remain trapped in cycles of financial uncertainty. Ultimately, this budget must be judged on whether it delivers real outcomes for communities across Northern Ireland. At present, there remains a serious concern that the Department for Communities is being asked to do far more than the funding provided realistically will allow. The proposed multi-year budget does not adequately meet the Department's funding requirements and will force difficult decisions impacting services across Northern Ireland. The consequences will extend beyond communities, affecting key executive priorities, including anti-poverty measures, disability employment, support and housing supply. Principal Deputy Speaker, as a member of the DUP, I strongly recommend a realistic budget that sees tough decisions and priority allocations that reflect the needs of everyone in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. I call Paula Bradshaw, Chair of the TO Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. As you say, I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office and would like to thank the Finance Committee for its work on this report, for helpfully sharing information on budgets and financial matters and for bringing this motion to the House today. Principal Deputy Speaker, the Committee for the Executive Office considered written and oral briefings from officials on the 4th of February 2026. Members noted that the Executive Office budget for 2026 to 29/30 is challenging. The Committee noted during the briefing that the baseline for resource as for all the departments is extremely challenging across both earmarked and non-earmarked funding. In relation to non-earmarked resource DEL, baseline of £85.6 million per annum across the budget period, additional bids identified amounts to £16.5 million in 2026-27, £20.5 million in 27-28 and £24.1 million in 2028-29. Current pressures include statutory commitments relating to the Rights and Languages bodies and the Climate Commissioner. Other key pressures include pay inflation, the expansion of delivery under ending violence against women and girls, communities in transition programmes and good relations initiatives, as well as the implementation of the racial equality strategy and the North West Development Fund. The allocation for the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls delivery plan does not provide the full amount requested for 2026-27. This is extremely concerning given the femicide rates that continue to rise in Northern Ireland, with 30 women killed here since 2020. The Committee will continue to raise this issue with the Department. In the past, the Executive Office has been reliant on in-year allocations to fund and to continue key programmes. Members are concerned that progress achieved in previous years could be lost if programmes are scaled back or delayed as a result of reduced or uncertain funding. Members also noted that resource DEL requirements across the budget period indicate a total need of between £153.9 million and £194.5 million over the 3 years. These pressures are driven primarily by growth in the Victims Payment Scheme, the establishment of the Truth Recovery Inquiry and Redress Scheme, and the need for Peace Plus match funding. The establishment of the Truth Recovery Inquiry will be a milestone for those victims and survivors of the mother and baby institutions, Michael and laundries and workhouses. In relation to capital DEL over the budget period, the total identified need is £19.1 million in 2026-27, £12.6 million in 27-28 and £11.3 million in 2028-29 and £12 million in 2029-30. These requirements are driven by investment in urban villages, Ebrington, the Mays Long Cash site, various lease renewals and the establishment of the Climate Commissioner. The committee will closely monitor these capital requirements. As the House is aware, there is no agreed executive budget for this year or the remainder of the spending review period at this time. Difficult decisions will follow, and discussions between our committee and ministers will need to be squared to ensure that the budget is adequate. And I would now like to make some points in my capacity as an individual MLA, Principal Deputy Speaker, and would like to place on record some comments in relation to the ERA budget. So we welcome the proposed continued executive earmarking of the £332.5 million for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development for each year of the budget period. We are, however, disappointed that there continues to be no inflationary increase in this funding, especially in light of challenges currently facing farming. General resource DEL allocations to DERA over the next 3 years are one of the worst allocations of all departments, giving DERA a very constrained financial position. Bovine TB compensation, which you will know is a statutory requirement, is placing significant pressures on DERA's budget and must be prioritised for in-year funding. Continued executive earmarking of the £5 million per annum for Lough Neagh is welcome, but given the scale of the crisis we are facing, more investment is required to turn the situation around if we are to improve our environment, tackle climate change and strengthen environmental protections. No proposed increase to the DERA executive earmarked allocation of £7.9 million, £13.7 million, £10.9 million and £4 million for the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. This remains disappointing at a time when we need to be increasing our support for the agri-food sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I now call Philip McGuigan, Chair of the Health Committee. Thank you.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Health Committee on the Finance Committee's report on the draft budget. I want to thank the Committee for Finance for undertaking this work and trying to provide a collective view on Committee's positions on the draft budget. I will say from the outset, the Health Committee didn't come to a position on the draft budget. The Committee was briefed by the Department's Interim Director of Finance and senior officials on the 19th of February on the 26-29 multi-year budget. They advised the Health Committee that the proposed budget represents a disappointing outcome for health. The briefing paper that the Department provided the Committee outlined that the projected funding shortfall for 26-7 was £1.08 billion, rising to £1.844 in 28-29. So this is part of the Health Committee. This is part of the problem for the Health Committee in terms of scrutinising the Department for Health's budget. The numbers are always changing. Just in the last couple of weeks, the Minister has mentioned shortfalls of anywhere for between 600 and 800 million. So it's difficult for the Committee to take a position on what is a constantly changing figure and shortfall. The Committee is, of course, concerned with the budget provided to the Minister. We hear every week of the problems that are facing all areas of our health service, from lack of community services to ambulance waits to waiting lists, delivery of mental health services, and I could go on for the rest of this debate on some of the deficits facing our health service. However, what the Committee is clear on is we have very committed, highly skilled workforce, and we thank them all for the work that they do. They go above and beyond in caring for our patients and their families. The workforce will be key in driving change in the system. The Committee's role to scrutinise the budget and the work of the Department, and the Minister likes to tell the Committee that it should advise and assist him in his role, and yet when we do as a Committee, the standard answer from the Minister of Health is that there isn't enough money. The Committee does this. And I mean, one example is last week when we spent a considerable amount of time over the previous number of months doing an inquiry into access to palliative care. The committee produced 27 recommendations that would not only improve outcomes for those with terminal illness requiring end-of-life care, it would move care from expensive hospital settings to much more efficient community settings and free up resource in our hospital flow. So in the committee's viewpoint, not only would we get better outcomes, but it's a much more efficient way of spending the Department for Health's budget. Despite the Department accepting all but one of our recommendations, we were told last week that there is no resource and that there are no timelines for introducing some of the recommendations that the committee made that will undoubtedly improve care for those most in need. So, just in conclusion, Pree Blasconcoya, the Health Minister, has asked the committee to advise and assist, and we have done our part. So we believe that he must now do his part and prioritise some of the things, particularly palliative care, in the incoming budgetary period.
Thank you, Philip. I now call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, and thank you for the important debate. It is, I think, acknowledged across the chamber that there are very, very difficult decisions in any forthcoming budget process, and that there are responsibilities to be borne by politicians here in the Assembly as well as our national government at Westminster. I think we all agree, and I've heard it across the chamber during the debate, that we still suffer from underfunding. And I hope that in the middle of the chaos that is the current Labour Party, there will be an understanding of the needs of Northern Ireland and room for this part of the kingdom in whatever the Prime Minister's reset is going to look like. But it has become clear that the budget produced by the Sinn Féin Finance Minister is not really supported by any party in this chamber. And if any of the members of Sinn Féin want to tell me different, I'm happy to give them time to do so. And the weight of the cuts in this budget will be borne by health, education and communities. The most vulnerable, educating the young and building houses for families. Now, a budget process must also go alongside fair and sensible decision making. And today I also have heard from the opposite side of the chamber much talk about being up for taking tough decisions. And yet they got themselves incredibly spooked by the SDLP when it came to the deferral of hospital car parking charges. If we cannot take tough decisions on £7 million, and that the SDLP and Sinn Féin will be so spooked by that, I'm not really sure how we will take tough decisions, particularly in light of the fact that Sinn Féin continue to introduce private members' bills which are uncosted and for which there is no identifiable funding. And I would like specifically to hear from the Finance Minister if he believes that this is a sensible way forward. Of course, the health budget continues to take over half of the total block grant for Northern Ireland. And first of all, I'm glad that the Health Minister has decided to prioritise staff pay this year. I think that's right and appropriate. I was also glad to hear the Permanent Secretary in the Department say that prioritisation within the health budget must also include the key objectives of reform and delivery. And there is so much to be done. On cancer waiting lists, we are by far the worst in the United Kingdom. Only 5% of women are seen within that 14-day target from when they discover a suspicious lump to seeing a consultant. That is just an untenable position for Northern Ireland, and we are failing women very badly. And again, I'm going to use this debate to say that we need an emergency action plan for cancer patients, and we can and we must do better. In terms of waiting list reductions, and again, I'm very, very glad of the work that has been done on this, but what we don't know is what happens to those patients who, for example, the greatest reduction in numbers has been in those patients who have got scopes for whatever condition. We don't know because we have no pathway that takes patients from their referral to treatment in Northern Ireland that actually tells us the data and how many of those patients went on to receive further treatment, or did they simply join another waiting list? And that is a really important point, because if we are to spend money appropriately and effectively, then we must have the data to help us to do that. And of course we have the waiting list reduction scheme, which the Minister introduced at the cost of 10 million. Only 4.49 million of that was actually spent. Now, it was reallocated, but I would suggest in future that the Minister looks at his priorities in relation to this as well. I want to finish on 2 points around the neighbourhood model. I do feel that the Minister also needs to reassure this House when he is demanding that 2% of the budget for trusts is taken from the trust budget to implement his neighbourhood model of care closer to people in their own community. That this is not a rehash of things that they've already done, that there is a proper auditing process of this 2%, and that we will see real change.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
I now call Colin Gilder, new Chair of the Committee for Communities.
And I rise to contribute to this debate on the Committee for Finance's report as Chair of the Committee for Communities. At the outset, I acknowledge the work of the Committee for Finance in producing its report, as well as the important assessment provided by the Fiscal Council. Both reports are useful in setting out the scale of the financial challenge facing the Executive. The Committee for Communities has engaged constructively with the process that led to the Finance Committee's report. On 12 March, we submitted a detailed response informed by the Department's written and oral briefings. The remarks I make today reflect the Committee's agreed position. Before turning to specifics for communities, I want to acknowledge the broader context. The draft budget has been framed in an exceptionally constrained fiscal environment that affects every department. As we stated in our response, we agree with the position established across the Executive that the North continues to be underfunded relative to objective need. The Fiscal Council has confirmed that the Barnett formula is not fit to address our infrastructure deficits or accumulated social need, and that the 124% so-called needs-based factor does not adequately capture the true scale of what is required here. We are frequently told by the Treasury that we must enact structural reform. However, meaningful reform requires upfront investment that we are continually denied. The British Government must recognise that chronic underfunding is incompatible with sustainable public service delivery. The Committee supports ongoing and intensified engagement with Westminster to secure a funding settlement that genuinely reflects the needs of our people and public services. That is the responsibility of all parties and the entire Executive. The Committee also notes that the draft budget has not been agreed by the Executive. We are well into 26-27 financial year. Departments are operating under a vote on account, and contingency planning envelopes have been issued by the Department of Finance Permanent Secretary. This is not a sustainable position, and I urge Executive parties to redouble efforts to agree a multi-year budget as a matter of urgency. All parties agree that multi-year budgeting is essential for the strategic planning, transformation and service reform that the Department for Communities and its arm's-length bodies so urgently require. Turning to the substance of the community's allocation, officials informed the Committee that even on a standstill basis, the Department faces an inescapable resource pressure of approximately 40 million in 26-27. Of the 764 million proposed allocation, the vast majority is pre-committed to staff costs, statutory obligations and contractual commitments, leaving minimal discretionary spend. Our Committee's response set out in detail where the pressures fall. Programmes across homelessness interventions and supporting people, employment support, culture, arts and heritage, the voluntary and community sector and urban regeneration are all under intense pressure. Benefit delivery is a particular concern. The Department has currently capacity to provide only 20 to 30% of required into-work support. At a time when so-called economic inactivity remains a major challenge, this seems to the Committee to be an area where investment could deliver wider social and economic benefit. On capital, officials have told our Committee that the proposed allocation does not meet the Department's inescapable requirements, with a shortfall of 45.5 million in 26-27. Social housing remains a critical pressure. The Committee is clear that social housing must be treated as a top priority, but delivery is contingent upon factors beyond the Department for Communities' remit, including water and wastewater infrastructure. This underscores the need for genuine cross-departmental coordination at executive level, and we have heard recently from the new Permanent Secretary that this does continue to take place in relation to wastewater connections between the communities and infrastructure departments. One of the committee's central messages is that there are areas within the Department for Community's own remit where targeted investment would generate measurable returns, whether through direct savings to the block grant, reduced demand on other public services, or improved economic participation. An invest to save approach in these areas is not merely desirable but necessary. The committee will continue to scrutinise how the department allocates and manages its own budget within whatever settlement is ultimately agreed, and we will hold the department to account on the cumulative impact of spending decisions on the most vulnerable in our society. The Executive must now come together, agree a budget and make the strategic choices that the scale of this challenge demands. The Committee for Communities stands ready to play its part in that process.
Thank you, Colm. I now call Peter Martin, Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'll make some short comments as Chair and then some comments as DUP Lead on Infrastructure. As we have already heard today, the Committee for Finance has undertaken the coordinating role in terms of the responses from the Assembly's committees. At its meeting on the 21st of January, the Committee noted the Committee for Finance's correspondence in the context of the draft budget documents that had been published by the Department of Finance. The Committee agreed, given the draft budget had not yet been subject to agreement by the Executive, to seek written evidence from the Department of Infrastructure, Northern Ireland Water, TransLink and Waterways Ireland in the first instance. This approach was agreed on the basis that the amounts proposed in the draft budget may be subject to significant changes after consideration by the Executive, and therefore the Committee considered it would be beneficial to receive each organisation's initial assessments. For the Department for Infrastructure, as a high-spending capital department, the multi-year budget does present a step forward in terms of the security of capital resources to enable the department to deliver key projects. In responding to the Committee's request for written evidence, the department highlighted that difficult decisions would be required in prioritising services and capital schemes. The Minister has not yet been able to take decisions on prioritising these areas of spend until the budget is delivered. Turning to Northern Ireland Water, in its response to the Committee, it stated that it had neither been provided with a confirmed budget allocation nor had it been advised of any proposed funding levels. In terms of TransLink, the Committee noted that for the 25-26 financial year, it was projecting an operating loss of £27 million, which it cites due to insufficient funding to meet its public service organisation and the increased demand for concessionary fares. Over recent years, these operating losses have been managed by TransLink's cash reserves. However, these reserves have steadily reduced from £60 million in 2022 to current levels of around £10 million. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, as we know, the Assembly previously approved approximately 45% allocation of departmental resources and capital requirements through supply resolution to permit the continued use of resources through the first few months of this year. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to express our thanks to the Committee for Finance's leading on this issue, and its Chair and its Vice Chair in front of me. And I am sure I can speak for all members of the Committee for Infrastructure to reaffirm our commitment to working collaboratively and with the Department and arm's-length bodies. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll make a few short comments in terms of my position as lead. The Leader of the Opposition, in his very first opening statement, mentioned the fiscal challenges contained in the Council report and also outlined some of the significant budgetary pressures. I suppose as Chair of Infrastructure, but in this capacity as lead on for this party, I suppose my concern is around efficiency and how money is used. Every person in this chamber, every member, will know that budget allocations are made. If those budget allocations don't rise because there's a larger pot available, I suppose ministers just have to be more efficient with the resources that they actually get. The Finance Minister mentioned on the 12th of January that he had allocated, and I quote, an additional £60 million to infrastructure for a range of projects at that time, towards the end of the financial year. I suppose my concern is that in a high-spending department, that all money is used effectively and efficiently. My further concern is that some of the things that are being done perhaps are short-term fixes. And I could wax lyrically about potholes at this point in time, but it has already been reflected today. What we need to try and do is create permanent repairs to some of these
Time's
issues.
up. Thank you, Peter. I call Steve Aiken.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Madam Principal Speaker, the multi-year budget, by any reasonable assessment, is highly likely to be worth over £60 billion over the next 3 years, and will give a financial framework and a direction of travel for the Northern Ireland Executive to coalesce around. The figure can be derived by the allocations to the multi-year settlement and an informed guess around inflation pressures and future annual budget Barnett consequentials. The money has already been allocated by the Chancellor and has already been baked in, as they have for the other devolved regions. And regardless of whether we agree the budget or not, the overall funding envelope, short of us using our own revenue-raising powers, is now set. Indeed, in the words of the Fiscal Council, by providing short-term fiscal support without any conditionality and in addition agreeing to a relatively generous payment period, the Treasury is helping Northern Ireland departments ameliorate what would otherwise be a sharp fall in their real spending capacity next year. But they also go on to say, by offering another de facto bailout and thereby sending a signal that similar support may be available in future years, the Treasury is also potentially discouraging the Executive from facing up to some difficult fiscal choices that it needs to engage with. We have been given an opportunity with the multi-year budgets that others may not have. It is also obvious that there are many pressures remain in health and education, fixing or collapsing infrastructure, and this £60 billion will not cover everything. We also know, because the report has been leaked, that the Department of Finance approach of asking HM Treasury to do an open book exercise, why, on the rather bizarre belief that they would think we were being underfunded and below need, was, to say the least, naive. That the Treasury could find up to certainly, Minister.
Common enlightenment to the member was actually an executive approach. I think you have a member on the executive.
Member has an extra minute.
Thank you very much indeed, and I thank the Minister for his comments. But that the Treasury could find up to £3.5 billion in savings is an overstatement. But the analysis by the Fiscal Council that we have 1.88 civil servant equivalents to that of a similar large English-Welsh authority should be setting huge alarm bells off. The fact that we've spent over £200 million in infrastructure projects with not 1 metre of tarmac laid is a scandal. The blame the Brits seems to be the only default option is a very, very hollow argument. If our 1.88 civil service delivered on anything apart from inefficiency, we could have had an argument on challenging the Treasury on level of need. Quite frankly, given those circumstances, who can say that we can? Indeed, even in the Fiscal Council's report, I am quoted as saying, the draft budget fails to deliver service transformation, ignores fiscal advice and should prioritise reform and efficiency before any new revenue raising. It also says that I noted that allocations are insufficient to achieve the necessary transformation, with waste and inefficiency needs being addressed first. The multi-year budget is not a panacea for gross mismanagement, inefficiency and abysmally poor policy decisions, or even implementation. An appropriate response by an executive that was functional would be to pass the budget while the monies are there, set the direction of travel and revisit again post-May next year. The acceptance of the budget would allow the resource, capital, FTC, RRI and the other provisions envelope to be accessed, not 45% of last year's or of the starting position of the 25 26 budget by July and 95% by the end of the year, not the much larger figure in the draft three-yearly budget. And just for clarity, these restrictions are not caused, again, by the big bad Brits in Whitehall. It is our own legislation. The 60 billion is there. We just are not allowed to spend it because of our devolved powers of legislation, because we haven't taken the legal responsibility of actually passing the budget. This is a combination of political and budgetary naivety that is never, ever a good way to look at how we do business. But equally, the belief that failing to bring a budget before the Executive to be debated out here in the Assembly, rather than our own Finance Committee's draft budget, is in some way politically advantageous as we lead into Assembly Election 27 or earlier, does a huge disservice to the people of Northern Ireland. Unfortunately, nothing of what I say today will sway either the DUP in allowing the budget to proceed, or Sinn Féin to actually act in the interest of the people of Northern Ireland, and in start the exceptionally hard look at the inefficiencies, waste and gross mismanagement that is happening in our public services. However, this Assembly now has it on record that we can't keep on doing what we've been doing before. We cannot rely on bailout after bailout after bailout to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. Getting a three-year budget on the table of the Executive would be a great start. Getting it passed here in the Assembly would be even better. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Steve. I call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm going to focus my remarks on education. And I start by acknowledging how tough the financial circumstances are in our education system right now, and I'm sure members will see the reality of this when they visit schools in their constituencies. It is obvious in the physical state of some of our schools where roofs are falling in, water is flooding classrooms or mould growing on walls. It is obvious in the lack of support our teachers and staff are receiving to meet the needs of children. And it is obvious in the huge debts many of our schools currently find themselves in. Last week I had a number of school visits where I had genuine well-being concerns about the school leaders who are trying to operate in the most difficult circumstances possible. They are faced with huge numbers of crises while they try to do their best for the children coming to school every day. The pressure feels unbearable because the support for them is simply not there, and that makes them believe the system is not about to collapse, but that it already has. I believe all our public services, including our education system, need adequate funding, but with that acknowledgement, a number of truths need to be pointed out. Firstly, the constant collapse of this place has harmed our education system, and that is blatantly obvious. Major structural reforms are needed in education and have not been possible because other parties continue to place their politics above the people of Northern Ireland. Secondly, the independent review of education stated that the case for increased funding has greater strength if efforts are consistently made to reduce inefficiencies where they exist. There is no doubt there are huge inefficiencies and duplication of spending that undermines the department. Those have not been addressed in years of DUP leadership. More than that, the current Minister will call out budget pressures while at the same time authorising spending on significant sums of money on events, on trips to Florida, on phone pouches and a vast array of consultants. We continue to scrutinise projects like the Strual campus, which has an overspend of over $220 million and was defined explicitly by the Independent Review of Education as not representing value for money. That contradiction is hard to take for education professionals who find themselves in crisis. And thirdly, the pressures in education are not new. They are deeply embedded and have been developing for years, if not decades. These pressures are rightly recognised in the Independent Review of Education. They include the fact that our school estate is simply too big right now. The duplication built into the system, which sees, for example, further education colleges competing directly with schools for pupils, the vast bureaucracy which has been protected in our system rather than stripped back, including numerous management authorities instead of a single one. And finally, the point of real frustration for me is the procurement system, which leads to rip-off costs for our schools. The core points I have outlined there were reflected in the independent review when it was published back in 2023. We have not seen any meaningful reform of those core points to date. The Minister in February of this year has finally at least acknowledged in his 5-year budget strategy that there are major structural issues, but this late in an already shortened mandate. The opportunity, for example, to establish a planning commission which would analyse our school estate could have been done already. I don't pretend these reforms would be easy, but ministers are paid to make difficult decisions, not easy ones. I agree with the point the Minister outlined in his budget strategy was that classrooms should be protected. Essentially, we should be making decisions in the best interests of children and young people, and I don't think that has always happened to date. I think too often the current system favours sectors and those have been protected. I hope we can get to a point where a fair multi-year budget can be agreed. We are already hearing about the uncertainty being caused by not having an agreed budget in place. School leaders are getting in touch with me concerned that funding of particular programmes will disappear, and vital organisations like Tiny Life are left not knowing if funding will be in place. I hope there can be greater cross-departmental work to make that budget go further, and I hope people, especially children and young people, are placed at the centre of how the budget is spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I call Pat Sheehan.
And this debate takes place in the context of years of chronic underfunding by successive British governments. And that's the starting point for any honest discussion about the budget. And the reality is that public services here are being asked to do more with less, while demand, inflation and pay pressures continue to rise. The Finance Minister himself made clear that the additional funding announced by Westminster falls far short of what is needed. The Fiscal Council report lays bare the pressures facing departments, and against that backdrop the Finance Minister has sought to do two important things. Firstly, to protect public services as well as possible within an extremely constrained financial envelope, and secondly, to finally move away from the chaos and short-termism of annual budgeting by putting forward a multi-year budget which gives departments the ability to plan strategically over a longer period. And that is vital, because workforce planning, public sector transformation and big infrastructure projects cannot be delivered effectively on the basis of one-year firefighting exercises. Now, of course, the money available to the budget is insufficient. Nobody's pretending otherwise. We continue to argue for greater fiscal powers and a fair funding model because the current system just isn't sustainable. But while public services are under immense pressure, there are also questions to be asked about political priorities and waste. And frankly, the DUP need to take a look at themselves in that regard. Let's look at the DUP's record, particularly on education, where they've been in charge for a decade now. The Audit Office, in a number of reports, found that despite hundreds of millions of pounds being spent on SEN provision, neither the Department nor the Education Authority could demonstrate value for money. Hundreds of millions spent and no evidence that the DUP are delivering. At the same time, we see hundreds of thousands spent on a phone pouch gimmick. Millions poured into a regressive and harmful reform agenda lifted straight from the failed experiment carried out by Michael Gove in England. And at a time when the Independent Review of Education has called for simplification and a move towards a single management authority, the DUP want to go in the opposite direction with more duplication. Another management body, another layer of bureaucracy. How many more millions is that going to cost? We know the initial costing is 1.2 million to set it up, with recurrent funding of over 1.2 million every year thereafter. We have school buildings with roofs at risk of collapse, classrooms that aren't fit for purpose, and we're told there is no way to prioritise fixing them. Yet somehow there's money for a state-of-the-art pitch in a school that's already awash with sporting facilities. And let's not forget, we're giving taxi operators £83 a mile to bring children to school. So yes, there are difficult choices in this budget, and yet we have DUP representatives standing here in this chamber saying departmental budgets should be used efficiently and effectively. And all said without a hint of irony. Of course I'll give way.
Member opposite, who always gives way to me, as he knows I'm not on Education Committee any longer, but I do chair DFI. Would the member accept that the figure that I quoted of £153 million spent on the A5, and the Minister, who's a member of his party, is seeking no way forward in terms of support of climate change targets? £153 million spent on that road and no tarmac?
Members, an extra minute.
And I thank the member for that intervention. Well, of course, the process to build the A5 is ongoing. There are currently court proceedings underway, and I don't want to say anything that would in any way compromise those court proceedings. However, the Minister has assured this House on any number of occasions that she is confident that the A5 will be built. And if I'm going to believe anyone, I will believe the Minister on that. So, but of course, some here, including the member's colleagues, have supported the diversion of billions of pounds into greater militarisation. And of course, many of them have also been cheerleaders for the illegal attacks by the US and Israel on Iran. And then, of course, they displayed their brass tacks when they stood up here in this chamber and expressed concern about the increases in fuel prices. Oh, I wonder, was there any causal connection between the two, the illegal war against Iran and the increase in petrol prices? And funny enough, the Iranians told everyone beforehand what they would do if they were attacked. They would block the Strait of Hormuz, which would affect the global economy. They did just that. But, you know, keep cheerleading the illegal wars, keep cheerleading the supply of munitions to the Israelis to bomb children in Gaza.
Thank you. Time's up. Thank you, Pat. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And I rise as a DUP member of the Finance Committee. It is the DUP that has led the fight for increased funding from Treasury at Westminster for public services in Northern Ireland, reflecting our true level of need. We continue to campaign to increase this above the current level of 124% pro rata compared to England, to the 128% recommended in Professor Gerald Holtham's review last year. There is, of course, unanimous support across this Assembly for increased funding from HM Treasury, and our DUP MPs are leading that cause at Westminster, where Sinn Féin MPs don't even take their seats. While that campaign continues, it is extremely challenging for our executive to live within its existing budget. As a result, we have before us a draft annual budget and multi-year budget which is not agreed by the executive, nor indeed by any minister in the executive, perhaps with the exception of the Finance Minister, but he can confirm that. Financial reality, however, means the executive does have responsibility for managing our current actual funding envelope. Some parties, and we have heard them today, have a one-point action plan of blame the Brits. However, the executive must also do all that it can, firstly, to bring in additional government funding through special initiatives, and secondly, to promote efficiency and transformation of our public services. Sinn Féin's Gemma Dolan said earlier that local fundraising through the rates cannot meet the funding gap, which is true, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do all that we can to grow our economy, to increase our rates base, and of course to increase household income and spending power. It was the DUP which championed the City and Growth Deal funding for Northern Ireland and got that included in the Confidence and Supply Agreement with the then government in 2017, which has provided £1.3 billion for 4 deals now covering all of Northern Ireland. Yes, I will indeed.
I want to thank the member for giving way, and I'm not on the Finance Committee, but I know that he he is. The member for West Belfast mentioned that diversion of funds from welfare spending to defence in his last speech. Could the member confirm, is there a defence budget in the Northern Ireland Executive? Because I'm not aware of one.
The member's an extra minute.
Yeah, and that's a timely intervention, because I do want to come on to say that the Strategic Defence Review in 2025 means that the UK defence spending is increasing to 2.5% of GDP by 2027 and aiming to reach 3% in the next Parliament. Countries across Europe have recognised this need, and those parties here which want to stick their heads in the sand and ignore the threat from Russia and elsewhere are failing in the fundamental responsibility of government, which is to protect its citizens from real and present dangers. And the Republic of Ireland is the outlier in this, mostly in Europe. This defence review has resulted in a £50 million defence growth deal for Northern Ireland, supporting defence tech startups and small businesses, creating highly skilled jobs, growing Northern Ireland's aerospace, defence and security sector, which employs thousands of our people, and strengthening UK national security, as well as defending people in Ukraine and other places under hostile attack. Other initiatives, the Communities Minister has highlighted the potential, building on principles in the 2015 Fresh Start Agreement, for a portion of savings from tackling benefits fraud and error being retained for the funding of public services in Northern Ireland. This is a real opportunity to increase our funding for public service, and I'd welcome an update from the Finance Minister when he responds on how that is progressing or not at the executive table and in talks with the UK Government. There are also opportunities for the greater use of financial transactions capital, now provided on a net basis, meaning there's no longer a requirement to make repayments to Treasury. I will be interested in particular to hear from the Finance Minister about efficiency savings across the Executive. I don't doubt it is difficult managing a four-party executive budget, and hence it is not currently agreed, either for 1 year, let alone 3 or 4 years. But what targets are being set to make efficiency savings, and what progress is being made that is being measured annually? The Transformation Fund and the Delivery Unit within TEO are positive initiatives, but I believe that the Finance Minister should be the champion for efficiency savings and should be pushing all executive ministers to make these, and I'd welcome an update from the Minister on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Before I call Donny Donnelly, Donny, I've applied a grace period of 5 minutes to allow you an opportunity to speak, but if you take any interventions, I can't give you any extra time. It's up to yourself, Donny. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak as an Alliance Health spokesperson. There's almost broad agreement across this chamber around the need for a fair financial settlement from the UK Government. Northern Ireland continues to be underfunded according to objective need, and that places enormous pressure on public services, especially health. But we also need to be honest with ourselves. Over many years, we have continued to put increasing amounts of money into health. It now accounts for over half the Executive's overall budget, yet outcomes have not improved at the pace that patients and staff deserve. We have heard warnings that this is set to increase to 75% by 2050 unless the service is transformed. Something fundamental needs to change, and we need a 3-year budget. Mike Ferrara, the Parliament Secretary, has said that another 1-year budget would make it almost impossible to deliver the necessary savings, as well as jeopardising the vision to transform Northern Ireland's healthcare system. The Fiscal Council is right to warn that the current position is not sustainable without either new recurring funding or significant reform. And if we do not strategically review departmental expenditure and prioritise sustainability, we will simply continue to lurch from one financial crisis to the next. Last week at Health Committee, the Parliament Secretary said that Northern Ireland could actually be in a prime position to successfully deliver a neighbourhood care model because of the size of our health system, and this should be seen as an opportunity. It was also confirmed at committee in December that efficiency work was only beginning. Frankly, this should have happened much sooner. It should have not have taken the arrival of a new Parliament Secretary to kick-start serious work around efficiency and sustainability. The Minister should have been driving that agenda long ago, but real change requires action. That is why transformation cannot remain just another slogan. Shift left has to mean more than just words. It has to mean real investment reaching into the front line of community care. And that means properly supporting GPs, community pharmacy, mental health services, social care and early intervention services. We also need urgency around reform. When we are seeing 12-hour A&E waits increase by 14% in the last year, and we are repeatedly warned that this has a direct impact on excess deaths of over 1,000 a year associated with 12-hour waits in A&Es here in Northern Ireland, it is clear that difficult decisions need to be made. And we could deliver meaningful change if they had not been avoided for so long. We cannot continue to ask frontline staff to carry the burden of a system that everyone knows is not working. Alliance welcomes the Minister's previous commitments to prioritise healthcare staff pay from the beginning of the financial year, because staff deserve certainty and fairness after years of pressure and instability. But those commitments need to be delivered upon. Carers also deserve the real living wage, as was promised. And it should go without saying that there is no health service without healthcare workers. Health workers have carried this system through some of the most difficult years. They deserve more than just warm words. They deserve proper support, fair pay and a health service that is sustainable for the future. There are also opportunities for Invest to Save, and one such example of this is the expansion of the thrombectomy service from its 9 to 5 service to 24/7 to end the inequality in the delivery of this treatment. This is a treatment that saves lives and prevents disabilities following a stroke at a saving of £47,000 per patient treated. This is a cost-effective service and it should be invested in. This budget must be therefore about more than simply managing crisis after crisis. It must be about reforming how services are delivered and actually focusing on creating a sustainable health service, not just cutting costs to meet a budget target until it's the next minister's problem. And that means all parties will need to step up and get behind a genuine transformation of the health service. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Much appreciated. So we now have the Minister of Finance to respond to the debate, and Minister, you'll have 20 minutes. Thank you.
I welcome the opportunity to respond to this motion and to engage with the detailed scrutiny undertaken by the Committee for Finance, as well as the independent analysis provided by the Fiscal Council. Both reports offer a clear and at times stark assessment of the financial position facing our public services over the coming budget period. It is essential that this debate begins with honesty about the context in which the draft budget was prepared. I have been clear that my proposals for the draft budget have been developed against an exceptionally constrained financial position and do not provide the level of funding I would wish to see directed towards public services. Public services here have experienced spending decisions taken by successive British governments that have imposed austerity and prolonged fiscal restraint, resulting in underinvestment and rising demand. The cost of living crisis is not some abstract slogan or media headline. It is a daily experience for many families who see their earnings being stretched to breaking point. That is why the British Government must change course. They must properly fund public services and support workers and families against the rising tide of the cost of living. And if the election results in England, Scotland and Wales have told us anything over this last number of days, it's not only us blaming the Brits are fed up with it as well, and there needs to be a change of direction from this government. The days of austerity must come to an end. There must be proper investment in public finances or public services, which allow public services to deliver the services people need, and also for investment in the economy as well. People here pay their fair share of taxes to London. They don't get a fair return. While the most recent spending review provides the Executive an opportunity to set a first multi-year budget in a decade, the funding it provided falls short of the level of need within our society. Independent analysis considered by the committee reinforces what I have consistently said. The pressures we face are the result of long-standing structural underfunding. The funding settlement does not adequately reflect patterns of ill health, economic inactivity, or the real cost of delivering services, and real terms erosion is closely linked to the government's tax and spending decisions. And I take issue with Mr Aiken's analysis of the Open Book Review. The Treasury did not find £3.5 billion of efficiencies. What they did find was £3.5 billion of extra taxes for the people here to pay. And if Mr Aiken is now advocating that the people he represents should be paying £3.5 billion extra taxes, then he should say that clearly, but do not hide behind the Open Book Review. The Open Book Review did not find that, and neither did the authors of the report claim to find that either. Continued underinvestment by the government means both resource and capital then remain highly constrained, while the interim fiscal framework has prevented funding falling below the 124% level of need. Evidence has shown that we are not funded fairly or favourably when compared to Wales and Scotland. Analysis shows that Wales are funded some 8% points above its estimated level of need on 115%, and Scotland are funded some 20% above its estimated need, a level of 105%. Where is the fairness in that? The challenge we face is not lack of ambition or commitment by those who deliver public services. The answer is not to tax hard-working families and small and medium businesses more. The reality is we have a funding framework that does not reflect reality. That is why I continue to make the case to the government that we need to be fairly funded so we can deliver the services that workers and families here rightly expect and deserve. I agree with the Committee and the Fiscal Council that the publication of a multi-year budget is a necessary and important step forward. It enables departments to move beyond the short-term supports. More responsible workforce planning provides greater certainty for capital investment and creates better conditions for transformation. However, the evidence also makes clear that the multi-year budgeting alone does not resolve deep-rooted fiscal challenges. The underlying underfunding must be addressed. Achieving a sustainable multi-year budget requires both collective responsibility within the Executive and continued engagement with London to press for a fairer funding settlement that reflects need and the real cost of delivering public services and supporting the economy. In recent years, prices have been managed through exceptional and short-term Treasury interventions. They have not addressed the underlying causes of financial instability. The repayment of the £400 million reserve claim over the coming years adds further pressures, particularly in 26-27, the most challenging year of the budget period. Analysis by the Committee made clear that recurring overspends increasingly reflect the gap between service expectations and available funding rather than simple failures of financial control. Relying indefinitely on emergency support undermines financial discipline, weakens long-term planning and erodes public confidence. That is why a fair and sustainable funding is essential. Without a settlement that reflects need and the real cost of delivering public services, it is not possible to restore credibility, realism and control to public finances here. The evidence presented to the Committee consistently indicates that public services in their current form are not sustainable within existing resources. The need for transformation is central to my draft budget proposals. I fully recognise the scale of the challenge and pressures that all departments and ministers face. There remains a significant and unsustainable gap between our ambition and the resources at our disposal. Addressing this disparity to provide sustainable services into the future will require adequate funding from London for public services, as well as substantive reform and meaningful transformation in how we design and deliver our public services. This must include a relentless focus on driving efficiencies, responsibly generating additional income in a fair and equitable way, and being open to new and innovative approaches to delivering outcomes. In response to Mr Kingston's point, what am I doing to drive efficiencies in the Executive? I think in terms of the draft budget I have set out, I have given direction or extensive direction to my Executive colleagues on how they can support efficiencies within their department and help themselves. I have stated in my draft budget that any department raising additional finance will be allowed to keep it up to the value of 20 million. I have said to the departments who engage in selling off unrequired buildings and other capital assets that they can keep the assets of that up to 20 million. But there's a responsibility on each and every minister to understand their budget and to understand how their budget and their public services are being delivered. And where they see inefficiencies, they should be driving those inefficiencies out of the system, not only in terms of their core department, but also their arm's length bodies. At its core, transformation is about changing how we work so our services become more effective, more resilient, more sustainable. That means designing services around citizens, not organisational structures, cutting duplication and unnecessary complexity, planning our workforce better so skills are used where they add the most value, using data wisely to guide decisions and support early action, focusing on prevention, not just managing demand, and making sure every pound we spend delivers the greatest possible impact. This kind of reform is not optional, it's good government. The Executive recognises the need for transformational change across many of our public services and the need to fund this transformational journey. As demand has grown, particularly among the most vulnerable in our society due to the cost of living crisis, so too has the cost of delivering the services our people rightly expect and deserve. Transformation will not remove the need for difficult decisions, nor will it happen overnight, but it's essential if we are to protect public services, support staff, and secure best value for public money in the years ahead. Scrutiny has highlighted significant pressures arising from workforce size and pay. Those working in the public services deliver vital support in demanding circumstances, and fair pay and decent conditions are essential to maintaining stable and effective services. The pressures the Executive is facing cannot be resolved by unilateral cuts or by asking workers to absorb the cost of underfunding. Long-term solutions require engagement, workforce planning, rooted in need, and reform of the funding settlement itself. The Committee and others rightly highlight the constraints on capital investment in the absence of an agreed investment strategy. Years of underinvestment have left significant infrastructure deficits across departments, such as transport, water, public buildings and community facilities. Without a clear and agreed capital investment without a clear and agreed strategy, capital investment risks becoming fragmented and reactive rather than aligned to economic recovery, regional balance and climate objectives. Evidence from statutory committees highlight that budgets are increasingly dominated by fixed and statutory costs, leaving little flexibility to respond to rising demand. Committees raise serious concerns about health services, justice outcomes, infrastructure maintenance and support for vulnerable communities. I want to be clear, protecting those most in need and defending public services remains a core priority. However, the evidence also makes clear that incremental reductions and across-the-board savings have reached their limit. The draft budget includes modest revenue-raising measures, including regional rates increases agreed collectively by the Executive. These measures contribute to funding public services and should not be dismissed. However, as the Fiscal Council and others have made clear, local revenue alone cannot bridge the scale of the funding gap facing this region. Analysis presented to the Committee cautioned against overstating the potential of local revenue raising and against making simplistic comparisons with other jurisdictions that fail to reflect differences in wages, tax shield and services responsibilities. These differences place clear limits on what local revenue can deliver. Revenue-raising decisions must therefore be considered alongside transformation, efficiency and the need for a fair funding settlement. No honest discussion of these budgets can ignore the role of decisions taken by successive British governments. I have been and continue to press the Government for fair funding for public services to enable us to provide the public services our citizens need and deserve. The funding settlement applied to this region has failed to keep pace with the levels of need, legacy, underinvestment and the real cost of delivering public services. The independent analysis before the Committee supports and strengthens the case I have made repeatedly. The current funding arrangements fall short of what is required to sustainably support our public services. We will continue to press for a funding model that is transparent, fair and grounded in need, rather than crisis management. Just one second. However, that engagement must be underpinned by credibility on our part through realistic budgeting, disciplined delivery and executive leadership. Yes.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. It's just a genuine point of information in this instance. You may be coming to it, but in case I miss my opportunity to ask, is there a specific timeline? Is there a meeting coming up with the Treasury soon? When can we expect to hear more about live conversations that are taking place in relation to the budget?
The Executive shared a paper with the Treasury last week. There was an official engagement this morning. There will be further continued engagement, I would hope, throughout this week. And then I hope to meet the Secretary of State the following week. Yes. Obviously, they have matters of concern of their own at the moment, which I assume they're dealing with, but we have been engaging proactively in regards to this matter. I would like to see this matter resolved as quickly as possible. I agree that we need a multi-year budget. Others have pushed us to agree a budget now. I don't think we should agree a budget now. I think we should continue the discussions with the British Government, but time will quickly come when the Executive and this Assembly will have to make the decisions around the budget. I would like to see that in the circumstances of enhanced and increased and proper funding from the British Government. That will not mean that I and other Executive Ministers won't have very, very difficult decisions to make. We will have difficult decisions to make, but I think there is still scope for continued engagement with the Government in the short time ahead. And once again, I want to remind those listening, hard-working families and small and medium-sized businesses here pay their fair share of taxes. They are not seeing a fair return from London. The reports before us do not offer easy answers. There are no easy answers. They confirm that prices in 26-27 are severe, and that continuing as we have done in the past is not an option. I agree. The task before us is to protect public services, defend fairness, pursue reform with purpose, and secure a funding settlement that genuinely reflects needs and enables long-term stability. The choices ahead are difficult, but failing to confront them would come at a far greater cost to public services, to workers and to the people we serve. I therefore welcome this motion, acknowledge the reports it references, and reaffirm my commitment to giving full and due regard to their findings as we work toward a fairer and more sustainable financial future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now call the Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee, Dan Forsyth, to conclude and wind on the motion, and Diane, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'll wind on this committee motion this afternoon. Firstly, I want to thank those who contributed to the debate today. The committee brought forward this motion to allow members, particularly chairs of the statutory committees, an opportunity to discuss and reflect on the 2026 to 29-30 draft budget, and the committee is also grateful for the Minister of Finance agreeing to respond today and for his contribution. The committee would also like to thank again the Fiscal Council for their assessment of the budget. The Council provides a vital function in supporting the Assembly's scrutiny of the budget, and I know the Finance Committee finds the assessment very useful, and it raises issues that the committee has previously identified. I would also note that the committee also supports the passing of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill, which will put the Council on a statutory footing. As the committee had hoped, this has been a useful and constructive debate. The committee has heard from Department of Finance officials on many occasions talk of the need for departments to live within their means, and the fact that there are unlikely to be significant in-year transfers from the Treasury this year. The committee notes that this has been an extremely difficult budget to scrutinise. The budget does not currently command the support of the Executive, and without the support of the Executive, many ministers have not engaged with this draft budget, meaning departmental officials have also not engaged with their relevant committees. When officials do not liaise with their committees on budgetary matters, it makes it difficult, if not impossible, for the committees of this Assembly to do the necessary and important scrutiny that every budget should receive. In the Finance Committee's view, that is unacceptable. When a budget is agreed, whether it be a multi-year one or a one-year budget, the committee expects that departments will do a better job in supporting their committees than they have with this draft budget. I will now move to reflect on some other themes that members have raised in today's debate and make some further comments as an individual MLA. So the Chair of the committee opened this debate, and throughout it there have been some common themes. Nothing unexpected, but they have been that of the need for a multi-year budget, the underlying need of Northern Ireland to receive more funding, and the continued reflection that different committees weren't able to complete the full scrutiny that they wanted to. Gemma Dillon, she spoke of the challenges to Northern Ireland finances and the level of need. Paul Frew, the Chair of the Justice Committee, spoke of the real-life impact on the PSNI, the prisons and many other services in terms of the cuts that this would mean for justice. Owen Tennyson also echoed some of the concerns on the justice budget and the same themes. Robbie Butler, DERA chair, outlined that officials were unable to come to their committee to give evidence on that, and he highlighted the role of committees in supporting their minister, and they wouldn't be able to assist in scrutiny of the budgets if they weren't afforded that opportunity. And I think that's a key message that we can bring out of this debate today, that the committees aren't just there to criticise, they're there to support and work with officials to support the ministers in assessing their priorities. Deirdre Hargey again highlighted the need for enhanced funding. Maurice Bradley spoke of the Department for Communities and the need for a multi-year budget to have security for the voluntary and community sector, and how the critical outcomes that there would be for housing and the anti-poverty strategy if there's insufficient allocations within that department. Paula Bradshaw, Chair of TEO, highlighted the key programme for government objectives that would be at risk under these current proposals again, including the ending violence against women and girls, and she rightly highlighted the serious issue of femicide here in Northern Ireland. She also commented further on the extremely constrained allocations to DERA. Philip McGuigan, the Chair of the Health Committee, highlighted many pressures across the health budget as advised by the officials, and he emphasised the need for the Health Minister to prioritise. Diane Dodds spoke further on health, highlighted a number of issues, and once again highlighted the need to make tough decisions. She highlighted the issues on the car parking charges and what that means, and highlighted the concerns around uncosted private members' bills in the face of this budget. Colin Gildernew, the Communities Committee Chair, highlighted the challenge facing economic inactivity in Northern Ireland, and how there are many areas across the Department for Communities remit that require invest to save, all of which at risk under the current budget position. Peter Martin, the Infrastructure Chair, highlighted that within his committee, in the absence of an agreed budget, written submissions were returned. Northern Ireland Water had not been advised, which is quite concerning what this would mean for them, and highlighted once again the need for key priorities. Steve Aiken highlighted issues of the open book exercise, and the Minister later commented on that as well. But I just want to also highlight that it's quite frustrating that the open book exercise is being discussed here in this chamber, yet us in the Finance Committee have yet to receive it, see it officially, and it remains unpublished. Yeah.
Would Deputy Chair of the committee I chair agree, and I think there is a degree of cross-party agreement, that there's a frustration, both the open book, as you mentioned, hasn't been published, but also that the DERA accounting officer letter sent out to permanent secretaries has not been disclosed to the Finance Committee as is proper, and that's quite a serious concern for members in our committee.
Yeah, I thank the Chair of the Committee for his intervention, and yes. Yes, Minister.
I meant to touch on this during my address, so apologies. I understand there is a letter into my office from the Clerk of the Committee requesting those letters, and I have agreed to them being issued.
You to the Minister for that, and again just to highlight those 2 points, we do our best as a Finance Committee, and we do work quite well together to try to scrutinise the rules, and we would encourage any of that information to be shared with us officially. And I understand the open book exercise is a joint effort by the Treasury and the Department of Finance, and there's dispute around that, but we would welcome it being officially shared with the Finance Committee appropriately. Just back on the contributions again today, Michelle Guy highlighted some issues around the education budgets and how visible it is to see the shortcomings as you go into any school in Northern Ireland. Pat Sheehan predictably blamed the DUP for the failures across many things in education, quoted the NIO reports on education, yet ignored some of the Northern Ireland Audit Office's reports on failures within infrastructure, their major capital projects, road openings and recent reports. And again, predictably criticised the defence spending, which, as highlighted by my colleagues, isn't devolved out of the Northern Ireland Block Grant. Brian Kingston highlighted the DUP's leading role on many of these issues, and Danny Donnelly went on to highlight further issues on health. I thank the Finance Minister again for being here to respond, and I agree with a lot of what he's said throughout his contribution. People here in Northern Ireland do pay their fair share of taxes. They deserve the best public services. and I really welcome his update on the live engagement that he's having with Treasury around the funding, and we hope to hear more of that soon. So just in conclusion, the themes that have run right through this debate following our motion, and again we had some discussion in committee about bringing this, given that the budget hasn't been agreed by all, but we felt it was important, given the scrutiny work that took place, for us to bring it forward and highlight these themes. And they have been that of the need for a multi-year budget, the need for Northern Ireland to be fairly funded, and the need for improved scrutiny by committees through different opportunities, and the push to support priorities or significant decisions, difficult decisions to be made based on priorities. And I want to just highlight at this point, in one of our recent sessions in committee, it was highlighted that 77% of the Northern Ireland public spend is via arm's length bodies. So once again, just want to highlight the need for strong governance over this spending. So in terms of this, our budget position, we can't simply default to blaming others. As was said by my colleague Diane Dawes, responsibilities lie both in Westminster and also here in the Assembly. We all have a role to play, and we in the Finance Committee welcome this debate here today and commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Diane. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could you take your ease for a moment, please?
Hey, Philip, you ready to go? Minister? Is Porrig moving your amendment? Will you? Okay, right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next item in the order paper is an item of business as a motion on delivering the Belfast City Airport Master Plan. Clark, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly welcomes the Belfast City Airport Master Plan 2040, which aims to accommodate 7 million passengers, double the airport workforce, provide a £1.7 billion boost to the Northern Ireland economy by 2040. Supports plans to expand terminal and airfield facilities, establish a new on-site hotel, and pursue the first direct rail link of any airport in Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland. Believes these steps are essential to strengthen Northern Ireland's reputation as a leading destination for visitors from Great Britain, Europe and the rest of the world. Cautions against laws, policies or targets which would jeopardise such investment in major infrastructure and specifically hamper efforts by local airports to attract more flights, expand their route network and meet the needs of passengers. Regrets the continuing failure of the Department for the Economy to produce a comprehensive aviation strategy for Northern Ireland, and calls on the Minister for the Economy and the Minister for Infrastructure to present proposals to the Executive on how they intend to support the actions outlined in the Belfast City Airport Master Plan 2040.
Thank you. I call on Philip Brett to move the motion. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected as published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Philip, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to bring forward today's motion, which recognises the vital role that Belfast City Airport plays in the economic life of our city, the Belfast region and indeed the country as a whole, and which commits this House to supporting the delivery of the 2040 Master Plan. Mr Deputy Speaker, I had the privilege of co-hosting the launch of the Master Plan for George Best Airport here in the Northern Ireland Assembly a number of weeks ago, and today is the opportunity for this House to put on record its support for its ambitious proposals. Belfast City Airport already plays a vital role in our economy and our country, connecting Northern Ireland to the rest of the world, to the United Kingdom and to vital hubs throughout the European Union. Already, Mr Deputy Speaker, 2.4 million passengers travelled through the airport in 2024. The airport and its operations supported over 12,000 jobs in our city and made a contribution to the Northern Ireland economy of £800 million. While so much has already been achieved, the Master Plan launched this year in this very building aims to deliver a transformative project for our country, unlock up to £200 million of private investment, create up to 1,100 new jobs in our capital city, welcome up to 7 million passengers a year to Belfast and contribute £1.7 billion every single year. Mr Deputy Speaker, the proposals from Belfast City Airport are the single largest private sector investment proposals on the table in Northern Ireland at present, and as such should command the support of this House. And I do want to pay particular tribute to the new rail halt proposal that would make Belfast City Airport the first airport on this island that would be served by a direct train connection. Mr Deputy Speaker, the role of airports throughout Northern Ireland cannot be underestimated. Belfast International, Belfast City and the City of Derry Airport all have a vital role to play in growing our economy and connecting Northern Ireland to the rest of the world. But unfortunately, Mr Deputy Speaker, to date they have had to operate in a piecemeal approach by the Department for the Economy, because yet again we have failed to deliver an overall aviation strategy. Given all the benefits that our airports have, it is incumbent upon government not only to support plans but also deliver the conditions that attract investment. That is why an aviation strategy, including an air route development policy, is so important. And I must say the delay in the production of this by the department is hugely concerning. If you take a look, Mr Deputy Speaker, at the business plan for the Department for the Economy, the target date for the completion of an air connectivity strategy and a route development policy was March 2025. When, Mr Deputy Speaker, did the Department belatedly launch a consultation on their proposals? March 2026. In the private sector, Mr Deputy Speaker, a year delay in producing a strategy or a consultation would not be accepted, and it should not be accepted within the Department for the Economy. The proposals contained within the aviation strategy are neither new nor groundbreaking, so I don't understand the delay in producing them. An air route development fund we want to see take place, but we already are on the record here, Mr Deputy Speaker, of seeing the benefit of that. 2 years ago, the Department commissioned and published the York Aviation Strategy, which made clear that Northern Ireland needed to be more connected into mainland Europe, and also continue to focus on our direct routes into North America and indeed the possibility of Canada. That, Mr Deputy Speaker, report was produced 2 years ago, and to date we have had no movement on them. When officials came before the Department for the Economy a few weeks ago, they made clear that there will be no route development policy until the final process of a consultation is delivered. I do want to welcome some of the aspects in the consultation document, in particular the commitment by the Department for the Economy to undo some of the damage of the Northern Ireland Protocol. And that is that here in Northern Ireland, air passenger duty and free sales within our duty-free sector are not possible as a result of the protocol. So I think it's important to recognise the change in position that the Department for the Economy has now committed to, and headed by the Minister no longer wants the rigorous implementation of the protocol, but recognises the economic damage that it is doing to Northern Ireland. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, today this House has an opportunity an opportunity firstly to make clear our support for the development of Belfast City Airport, but equally as important is to make a commitment that an aviation strategy can no longer be delayed. That a department that claimed it would produce one in 2025 to then put together a 6-page document 1 year later and claim progress cannot be accepted. I do welcome the fact that the Minister for Infrastructure is here today and she can articulate what process, if any, her department will have in the planning process when this application goes in. But I would have hoped that the Minister for the Economy would have been here, given the fact that this is the single largest private sector investment that is on the books here in Northern Ireland. That an aviation strategy that was promised 1 year ago has not even made it onto the books. And it's not just failing Belfast City Airport, it's failing Belfast International Airport and it's failing the City of Derry Airport. We need a strategy right across our airport sector to ensure that tourists can get here to Northern Ireland and that we are connected to other parts of the world. So I trust that members will support the motion before us today.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Parag Duraki to move the amendment. Parag. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
I welcome the ongoing work on the Belfast City Airport Master Plan and the wider discussion about the future of aviation. Air travel links are vital, particularly for an island economy. Reliable connections north and south, east and west matter. The Master Plan is an opportunity to strengthen those connections and to support employment. It also underlines the need for better access to the airport, including improved public transport and coordinated infrastructure planning. I want to acknowledge the work of Minister Archibald in this area, particularly through the ongoing consultation on the aviation strategy. We need a long-term approach that recognises the strategic importance of our airports and the role that they play in regional development. That commitment has also been clear in the Minister's engagement on the future of City of Derry Airport and in the recognition that regional airports are pivotal to balanced growth. The connecting flights between London have opened opportunities for passengers to avail of 450 connecting flights all over the world. The recommencement of the Derry-Dublin service is a hugely positive development for the North West and indeed for people right across Ireland. Support to protect and develop services at City of Derry Airport was led by Sinn Féin ministers who intervened to support the airport in a way that has lifted an unfair and an unnecessary burden off ordinary ratepayers in Derry to allow for strategic prioritisation. Belfast City Airport also plays a significant role in keeping people and keeping businesses connected. As plans develop, we should be clear about how all three airports interact and to make sure that decisions support the wider economy and regional balance. At the same time, any development of this scale must bring local communities with it. People living near the airport must be heard and they must be taken seriously. Consultation must be meaningful and transparent, and it needs to continue throughout the process. There is therefore a responsibility to engage directly with local people throughout this process and to show clearly how community concerns are being reflected in any plans. The original draft motion ignores the fact that delays to this emanate from Westminster and from the British Government. In a written response on the 16th of January 26, the Department clearly stated, "The Department postponed publishing the aviation strategy consultation from last year due to the urgent aviation-related priorities, notably advancing the legislative consent motion required by Westminster's publication of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill." That might not suit the DUP's party political agenda, but it is the reality. Air connectivity brings tourism with it, and it also brings jobs in hospitality and the wider visitor economy. It backs local businesses and events, and it brings real spend into communities right across the north. In 2024, the tourism industry generated $1.8 billion, supporting over 70,000 jobs across our region. We know that long-haul flights have augmented this, with international visitor numbers increasing by 12% since 2023. The accommodation sector in 2024 also saw hotel occupancy climb to 74%. The Belfast City Master Plan can create a positive contribution to our regional economy while ensuring communities are heard and respected throughout. Sinn Féin will continue to press for an aviation sector that develops responsibly and delivers opportunities across the North and across Ireland.
Thank you very much indeed. Before I call the next speaker, as the business on the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 1800, in accordance with the Standing Order 10.3, I will allow business to continue until 1900 or until the business is completed, if earlier. I call on Peter McReynolds. Peter McReynolds, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise as an MLA for East Belfast and a member for the Infrastructure Committee to welcome the opportunity to speak on the Belfast City Airport Master Plan, and welcome that the Infrastructure Minister is here to respond to us this afternoon. The UK Government encourages all airports to have a master plan, and as the last plan for Belfast City Airport was published in 2006, it's an important document. It's important that the airport has an up-to-date document. As the aviation industry continues to evolve and grow, it is necessary for airports to keep up with demand and capacity to allow for connectivity across the UK. The document was part of a robust consultation process, receiving 376 formal responses, with 72% of respondents supporting the ambition of the draft report. The openness and transparency has been greatly welcomed before the published Master Plan statement was launched earlier this year. Throughout the Master Plan, there is a clear will and desire to work with others to achieve their goals, with aims of achieving environmental targets and sustainability goals tied to their overall growth, and this will allow Belfast City Airport to stand out as a key part of aviation on the island of Ireland while showing the power of innovation and technological progress. When it comes to the environment and sustainability, the Master Plan shows new and forward-thinking ideas which are welcome. The UK Jet Zero strategy will require aviation to think differently in how transport is conducted, and this Master Plan takes the next steps in achieving these targets. The environmental goals are positive, with aspirations to achieve 10% of 2040 energy needs through on-site renewables, reduce site water consumption by 50% by 2035, and introducing electric power to aircraft from all stands, seeing sustainability as common sense in the modern day rather than as a barrier. We know how much aviation contributes to climate change, and in that context, steps towards greater sustainability are essential, not a luxury. As the proposer of the motion has acknowledged, the introduction of the first rail halt on the island of Ireland will also be a game changer for East Belfast, reducing traffic and emissions while improving access for passengers. The encouragement of airlines to move to more environmentally friendly and quieter aircraft will too contribute positively by reducing emissions while not impeding biodiversity or creating further noise pollution. For many years now, the airport has played a key function in supporting community groups through their community fund, and this will increase by £300,000 in the next 3 years to support schools, charities and community projects, alongside the creation of an employment academy, allowing for up to 15% of new jobs to be delivered through apprenticeships. Mr Deputy Speaker, East Belfast and Northern Ireland as a whole has huge potential for aviation development, and this master plan is just one part of a larger move to sustainable and environmentally friendly travel. Just last week, Mr Honeyford, my office and I met with Catagen, an East Belfast-based company whose goal is to clean and decarbonise air. Founded by two men who went to Queen's University Belfast, one of them had an idea of how they could create sustainable and environmentally friendly fuel as part of their PhD. And today they are leading innovation in creating sustainable aviation fuel just down the road from this very building. Further, just last week, I welcomed the announcement of an order placed by AirAsia for 150 aircrafts, valued at around £14 billion, the wings and fuselage of which are made in East Belfast. Mr Deputy Speaker, East Belfast has and will always have proud successes and heritage in building ships and planes, and the future of Belfast City Airport could be one part of a piece in making Northern Ireland a world leader in aviation and innovation. I look forward to any update from the Infrastructure Minister today on the aviation strategy and acknowledge a potential future planning application for further and wider consultation on more detailed plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And I call on Diane Armstrong. Diane.
To Deputy Speaker, and I thank the movers of the motion for bringing this forward today, and the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting this motion. I strongly welcome the Belfast City Airport Master Plan 2040. This is not simply an airport document, it is a strategic economic opportunity for Northern Ireland excuse me, at a scale we cannot afford to ignore. Last year, Belfast City Airport handled almost 2.4 million passengers, and over 90% of those were domestic travellers connecting Northern Ireland to the rest of the UK. No other airport in this island plays such a central role in sustaining our economic, social and political links with Great Britain. And critically, the airport already provides international connectivity through major hubs such as London Heathrow and Amsterdam Schiphol, giving our businesses and our people access to global destinations. But the reality is that 27% of Northern Ireland passengers still travel through Dublin Airport, largely because they cannot access the European routes they need from airports here. That is lost revenue, lost jobs and lost opportunity. The master plan directly addresses this gap. Independent forecasting, the same forecasting used by the Department for the Economy, shows demand for Belfast City Airport rising to 7 million passengers a year by 2040. Meeting that demand would generate 1.2 billion in GVA annually for Belfast, would generate 1.7 billion in GVA across Northern Ireland, support over 23,000 jobs and unlock £200 million of private investment. Speaker, these are not notational figures. They represent real jobs in aviation, hospitality, engineering, tourism, logistics and professional services. They represent apprenticeships, supply chain contracts and new opportunities for young people. They represent a stronger, more competitive Northern Ireland. This master plan is a project for infrastructure that positions Northern Ireland for the future. It proposes a terminal expansion, new airport stands and aprons, surface access improvements, a new on-site hotel, and most significantly, the first direct rail link to any airport on this island. That rail link alone would be transformational. It would reduce congestion, cut emissions, and finally give Northern Ireland the kind of integrated transport system that every other modern economy takes for granted. And crucially, all of this growth is achievable without any runway extension. The airport remains fully compliant with its 2019 planning agreement, which already contains the most stringent environmental controls of any airport in Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, while I welcome the Department for the Economy's ongoing aviation policy consultation, it is simply not enough. Belfast City Airport is not interchangeable with other airports. It is our central hub airport, the airport that connects us, as I said, to Heathrow, Schiphol and the wider world. A one-size-fits-all aviation strategy will not deliver the targeted support required to attract more based aircraft, expand early morning and late evening connectivity to major hubs, grow domestic routes by the forecast of 68% and compete with Dublin for European traffic. We need a standalone strategy that recognises Belfast City Airport's unique role as the economic engine of our aviation system. Mr Deputy Speaker, while I welcome the amendment's recognition of sustainable aviation and the importance of connectivity, it removes the core ambition of the master plan. It strips out the commitment to doubling the workforce, to delivering 1.7 billion in economic benefit and to expanding our route network. It removes the call for ministers to bring forward concrete proposals to support the master plan. In short, it replaces action with aspiration. Northern Ireland needs both sustainability and growth. We cannot strengthen our tourist sector, attract investment or support our business community if we dilute the very measures that would deliver that growth. In conclusion, members, Belfast City Airport is already one of the most important economic assets we have. With the master plan, it can become the beating heart of a modern, outward-looking Northern Ireland, one that is connected, competitive and confident. This is a moment for ambition, a moment to back private investment, to back job creation and to back Northern Ireland's place on the global stage. The UUP supports the motion, rejects the amendment and commits to a standalone strategy that ensures Belfast City Airport reaches its full potential. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, and I call on Sinead McLaughlin. Sinead.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's no doubt that aviation plays a vital role in our economy, our connectivity and our tourism sector. Airports support jobs, attract investment and connect people across these islands. That is why we welcome the continued investment in airport infrastructure across Northern Ireland, including the ambitious plans outlined in the Belfast City Airport Master Plan 2040. and indeed the document and the plan are extremely impressive and will certainly transform aviation on this island of Ireland as well. And indeed the investment that has gone in to Belfast International Airport in recent years is also very welcome, because when visitors come into Northern Ireland, that's their first point of entry, and sometimes I suppose with Belfast International it wasn't very good, but it is improving. But that's all I want to say about that. Investment in infrastructure and connectivity matters if we are serious about growing the economy and strengthening our tourism offer. I do have some concerns, and perhaps maybe I can get some clarification from the proposers around the motion as originally drafted, but particularly the language which appears to frame environmental targets and climate responsibilities as barriers to economic progress, because I do not believe that economic growth and environmental sustainability should be presented in opposition to one another. I think the amendment does also recognise the importance of air connectivity to the island as an economic driver, albeit it softens out the delay in delivery of a comprehensive aviation strategy, and that is unacceptable. The delay has gone on far too long, and it is unacceptable at this stage. That is why we need a balanced approach, because the future of aviation must be sustainable. That means supporting innovation, cleaner technologies and better public transport connectivity. It means recognising the role of aviation plays in supporting our economy and also accepting the wider environmental responsibilities and the need to reduce emissions over the long term. And if we're having a conversation about aviation and economic growth, then we also need to have a conversation about regional balance. Too often discussions around infrastructure and investment focus entirely on Belfast, while other regions are expected to fight for attention. And that is why we also must focus on unleashing the potential of the City of Derry Airport and the wider North West economy. And there has been genuine progress in recent years. The Department for Economy has assumed financial responsibility for the airport, alongside a commitment of $3 million of funding support, was an important and positive step forward. And we have also seen encouraging announcement on air routes, including confirmation of the Derry to Dublin service that will return later on this year. And that is positive news for tourism, for local businesses and for regional connectivity, because airports are not simply transport hubs, they are economic enablers. They support tourism, hospitality and improve access to regional economies, influence investment decisions, and in places like the North West, they can help tackle long-standing regional neglect and imbalance. And for many people in Derry and across the wider North West, connectivity has too often been treated as an afterthought. And if we're serious about balanced regional growth, then infrastructure investment must reach every part of Northern Ireland. However, there's also wider challenges facing the aviation and tourism sectors that the Assembly cannot ignore either. Following Brexit, the introduction of the electronic travel authorisation scheme has really created significant concerns for tourism across this island. Additional bureaucracy and added costs risk discouraging international visitors who want to travel freely across the island, and that is particularly concerning for border regions and areas like my own constituency that rely heavily on cross-border and all-island connectivity. It is welcome that the University of Ulster is currently conducting research into the economic impact of this, what this scheme could have, and that is important work, and I await that report. But the Minister
Could the
member draw remarks to a close, please? Thank you.
The Minister must continue engaging with the British Government on this issue, and because the concerns of the tourism industry is growing at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Kate Nicholl. Kate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to start on a point where we all agree, and that's on welcoming ambition. As a former Lord Mayor of Belfast, I know all too well that Belfast is a city that has earned its right to be ambitious, and we've grown and rebuilt and proven people wrong in so many ways. And so when an institution like Belfast City Airport produces a master plan to double its workforce, welcome 7 million passengers, pursue the first direct rail link of any airport on this island, then it's the correct turn. It's right that we say that. Belfast has so much to offer. Our city, our region, just has such extraordinary things going for it. And I think sometimes we lose sight of how important connectivity is. You know, it's not just family visiting or business bringing investment or students coming here for placements or tourists discovering the joys of Northern Ireland, but it's important to remember those connections are a necessity. They're the lifeblood of our economy, and living on an island, we understand that better than most. So we welcome the ambition behind it. But I think it's also important that we be honest with people watching, and it's been mentioned by many already that we have a significant policy gap. The draft aviation strategy is now out for consultation, but it took far too long to get here. And so once that consultation closes, it's on the 22nd of May, we need pace. We need the assessment done. We need the final strategy published, because the strategy is what should be setting the direction for the airport industry, not chasing behind it. And so I agree very much with the chair of the Economy Committee. Where I differ, and in line with kind of what Sinead has said, it's a really important point. But development of our airport infrastructure must go hand in hand with our commitment to the environment. And it's not always a very popular thing to say, and I know sometimes people will frame it as a choice between green or growth, economy or environment, but in Alliance we reject that framing completely. And it's not because we're naive about the tension which can exist, but it's because we think it's economically illiterate to pit these things against each other. The businesses are going to fill those planes that are leaving the airport, the tourists who will visit the city, the investors who are considering Northern Ireland. Look at how we manage our future, and not just our present. And sustainable growth isn't just a constraint on ambition, it's like the condition that we need for it to last. So it's why we had tried to amend it. Obviously that wasn't taken for the debate, and we're not opposing the master plan. We're just asking that it be developed in line with planning rules and statutory regulations. We're asking that it sits within the wider comprehensive aviation strategy. Go ahead.
Recognise that a lot of that innovation and so on towards more sustainable air travel is going to take place within private industry, and they're already looking to do that. And what we can't do is see our airports or our industry restricted at a time whenever those things are being developed, because in the long run, whenever we do get to a more sustainable place around air travel in terms of the environment, we will already have fallen behind.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his intervention. Yes, and I think that's why it's disappointing that there is that policy gap and that we don't have the strategy. We should have had that. But I think that also any development of this size needs to fit in within the rules, and I don't think there should be exceptions just because we want it, but certainly we need to deliver more. We think that economic development, environmental protection and decarbonisation go hand in hand, not as competing priorities, but as a joined up plan. And that requires economy and infrastructure to work together. So it's welcome that the infrastructure minister is here, and there needs to be kind of clarity of purpose. And it requires, to that member's point, it requires urgency on the strategy that should have been there years ago. I think we all want Belfast to strive. I think we all want greater connectivity. We all want our airport to grow. We want businesses and families and visitors, all of them, to come here easily and often and with good reason. But we also need to be honest about major transformations to our airport landscape, and indeed generally, if you look at some of the hold-ups in general, you know, we want ambition, but we also need to be able to deliver it, and that needs to set within a framework that sets clear goals for our route network. That's so important. I think also, we know skills is a massive issue for our environmental obligations and really just for the kind of Northern Ireland that we're trying to build. So this has been delayed for far too long, but we're here now, so let's make sure that we do it properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on the Minister. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes. Over to you.
That was quick. And I'd like to thank the members for bringing this motion to the Assembly today and for their contributions as part of the debate. As Minister with responsibility for the transport network, including our gateway ports and airports, I will be responding to this motion and also be speaking on behalf of my colleague Keith Archibald, the Minister for the Economy. As outlined in my department's draft transport strategy, I recognise that our airports are a gateway for tourism, for business and for regional connectivity, and I'm committed to working alongside Minister Archibald and the Department for Economy to ensure that our airports have the necessary support and legislative basis to sustainably grow their operations whilst meeting their climate change commitments and other regulatory requirements. As such, we welcome the ambitious programme for expansion set out by Belfast City Airport in its recently launched Master Plan 2040, and I was delighted to meet with the airport representatives to look at this and really get a feel for what they are hoping to do. At the outset, I also believe it would be useful to set out some context. Belfast City Airport is privately owned by 3i Infrastructure plc, and they fund operational and facility improvements independently. When an organisation such as an airport is planning to significantly develop or redevelop premises, a master plan is the practical way to demonstrate that development has been considered holistically rather than as a series of piecemeal applications. As such, a master plan helps to give a clear, understandable picture of what is proposed and facilitates meaningful stakeholder engagement. It also permits statutory bodies to engage effectively early, helping to facilitate the planning process. And given that the proposed development does not meet the threshold criteria specified in legislation for a regionally significant development, any subsequent planning application will be directed to Belfast City Council in the first instance. However, given my department's role in relation to the current modified planning agreement and its role as a statutory consultee, by virtue of it being the Roads Authority, my department will have significant input into this process. Turning first to the modified planning agreement signed in July 2019, this agreement, which aims to control the noise impact of operations on the amenity of surrounding residential areas, contains a number of restrictions and obligations on airport operations. For example, the airport cannot operate more than 48,000 air traffic movements in any 12-month period. It's restricted to operating hours of 6:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m, with delayed aircraft only allowed to operate later if there are exceptional circumstances. And many of these restrictions have been in place since the late 1990s, when the first planning agreement was signed. The latest modified planning agreement introduced a noise control contour, which is in place during the summer months, and it means that aircraft cannot create an average daytime noise level above a set limit over a large area. Airport operations during the summer months are limited by a noise control contour. The area exposed to 57 dB average noise level over a 16-hour day cannot exceed 5.2 square kilometres. From 2019, the annual performance reports have shown that the airport has never exceeded or came close to this level of noise. As of yet, my department has not received any request to amend the current planning agreement, and I'm happy for my department to engage with the airport on any plans to modify the planning agreement. As the Roads Authority, as I've said, my department is a statutory consultee and technical advisor to the planning process. In this role, officials consider proposed developments' impact on the transport network and compliance with transport policy. Given the aspiration to grow passenger numbers and the importance of connectivity to and from the airport, Belfast City Airport has included revised access arrangements to the site as part of its master plan proposals. My department will fully engage with Belfast City Airport through the planning process to offer advice on road safety and traffic progression as they develop detailed proposals for enhanced access arrangements to the site. Outside of these statutory roles, my department is also engaged with TransLink to consider options for improving connectivity to the site. Last year, over 280,000 passengers travelled on the 600 airport service, which was a 5% growth on the previous year. The timetable service in the airport is extensive. Midweek, the buses operate from 5:15 a.m. to 10 p.m. with 20-minute frequencies on the bus service between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. In addition to introducing new fully electric branded fleet on this service, TransLink also continues to work very closely with the airport on opportunities for enhancement of the bus services. Turning to rail services, as recognised within the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review's final report, whilst Belfast City Airport is currently served by the rail network via the Sydenham station, the connectivity between Sydenham station and Belfast City Airport could be improved. People currently access the airport by many modes, and it would be important to understand what works best for everyone that uses the airport. In line with the review, TransLink and my department are working together to consider options for improved rail accessibility and connectivity to City Airport. Given my department's role, my officials and I have had several meetings with Belfast City Airport where they have talked about the draft master plan. Domestic aviation accounts for 4% of our local transport emissions. Aviation decarbonisation is addressed via agreed mechanisms such as fleet efficiency, sustainable aviation fuels and emissions trading, and the British Government set the target of net zero aviation emissions by 2050 via its Jet Zero strategy. The British Government also introduced and oversees the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Mandate, which mandates increased year-on-year usage of SAF blended into jet fuel. Decarbonisation of aviation has already taken place through carbon pricing mechanisms like the Emissions Trading Scheme and the Global Offsetting Scheme, CORSIA. The collective ETS authority is the British, Scottish and Welsh Governments and the Department for Agriculture and Rural Affairs. The Climate Change Committee has advised the Executive to work with the British Government to ensure the aviation sector takes responsibility for mitigating its emissions via measures such as the SAF mandate and the ETS, as well as supporting innovation and commercialisation of low and zero emission aircraft. Department for Economy and DERA have engagement with British Government departments through DESNES and DFT-led stakeholder groups to ensure sight of policy developments and relay to local airports where relevant. Given my department's roles, my officials engage with the Department for Economy on the development of its recently published draft aviation strategy. The consultation seeks views and policy positions to support a thriving, sustainable aviation sector that strengthens our connectivity, drives economic growth and works with partners to address taxation, skills and decarbonisation challenges. The Department for Economy acknowledged that this has been initiated later than originally intended. This was due to resource pressures and a number of immediate time-critical departmental and ministerial objectives that needed to be delivered. The Climate Change Act 2022 does not impose direct legal obligations on private organisations such as Belfast City Airport, and rather than any decision taken by Belfast City Airport as a private organisation will be subject to current planning rules and statutory obligations. I suppose in relation to the points that have been raised, I think there's a collective wish for this to be successful, and my department certainly will work very closely with Belfast City Airport and with the Department for Economy and other stakeholders through this process. We have to go through the process as it's being laid out, but I hope that we can get a very positive outcome that will benefit people, not just in Belfast, but right across this island, because it's a real opportunity for tourism, for business and for connectivity. So in closing, Las Concordia, I'd like to thank members for the points they have raised, and I also look forward to the continued work with the airport and ministerial colleagues as this work progresses.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And I call on Philip McGuigan to wind on the amendment. And Philip, you have 5 minutes.
Las Concordia, and obviously I'm rising to support the motion and our own amendment. The Belfast City Airport Master Plan 2040 and the potential that it brings, not only for Belfast but for communities right across the north and across the island, in fact, is absolutely huge and something we need to make sure is achieved. Firstly, connectivity matters. Air travel plays a vital role in supporting our economy, our tourism sector, our businesses and our communities. Connects families, supports inward investment and helps ensure that people can travel easily for work, education and leisure. This will allow greater opportunities for people to travel right across our island, and the ambitions set out with the master plan are indeed significant. Potential to accommodate 7 million passengers, double the workforce, contribute 1.7 billion to the economy by 2040, represents a major opportunity for job creation, investment and long-term economic growth. And we know the importance of tourism to our local economy. Tourism supports thousands of jobs across hospitality, retail, arts, culture. Belfast continues to grow as an international destination, and strengthening our connectivity is key if we are serious about continuing that growth and attracting visitors from right across Europe and further afield. But importantly, it can't just be viewed through the lens of Belfast alone. There's real potential here to strengthen connectivity right across the island of Ireland. Better transport links between our towns, cities and airports can support regional balance, economic development and make travel more accessible for workers, businesses and tourists alike. I particularly welcome the ambition around developing a direct rail connection to the airport. This would be, as others have said, a first on the island, and it represents the type of long-term infrastructure planning we need to see more of. Expanding rail connectivity is critical, not only to improve accessibility, but also to support more sustainable travel choices into the future. And while there are clear economic opportunities here, we also need to recognise the concerns that have been raised by residents and environmental groups. We do have a responsibility to engage openly and honestly with local communities about any future growth and expansion. Residents living around the airport must be part of that conversation. The Economy Minister has launched the consultation on aviation policy, which looks at the impact of environmental issues and sustainable travel. That consultation is important because it gives us the opportunity to shape a strategic approach to aviation for the future, and one that balances economic growth with environmental responsibility and community well-being. Sustainability has to be at the heart of future aviation planning. And that means investment in greener technologies, public transport, better public transport, stronger rail infrastructure, and supporting efforts to reduce emissions across the sector. Economic growth and environmental responsibility cannot be treated as separate issues. They have to go hand in hand. There's also a need for genuine collaboration across departments, agencies and local government to ensure that infrastructure, tourism, transport and environmental planning are all aligned. If this is delivered in how it should be and could be, there will be a massive opportunity to grow our economy, support our hospitality sector and improve north-south connectivity as well as east-west, whilst also ensuring that environmental concerns that are also being raised remain central to the development.
Thank you, Philip. I call on David Brooks to wind on the debate of the motion. And David, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the debate that we've had today and the contributions for all members. While we may yet divide, I think there's a lot of commonality in what's been said around the chamber. I share some of my colleagues' frustrations that the much anticipated report commissioned by the Department of Economy into Northern Ireland's air connectivity has now been published almost 2 years, and yet despite the clear recommendations contained within the Orc Aviation report, we're still waiting for the Department and the Minister to produce a comprehensive aviation strategy that would allow Northern Ireland to compete more seriously on the global stage. And I think it's time for the Department to match the ambition that we've talked about and heard about here in the Chamber from those in the sector. Without improved air connectivity, we risk leaving the economy dormant, disconnected and unable to seize the growth opportunities that exist globally. Northern Ireland cannot afford to lose out because of the lack of vision for our aviation sector or because of continued delay in delivering strategic direction that our airports need.
I've already read out the response that was received in writing in January. That lays out very clearly that any delay here has come from Westminster. Would you acknowledge that, and would you amend your comments to reflect the accuracy rather than a DUP policy position?
We've heard your contribution and we recognise that there are issues to be resolved, but I nevertheless think that the Department for Economy also needs to step up and we need to see greater delivery against their ambitions. Yes.
Would the member not accept the point that we're making, that an LCM does not take a year to draft by the Department for the Economy? It was the Minister that self-imposed her own deadline of a policy by March 25, failed to make it, and now she has her party colleague coming in here to try and defend her horrendous record in the Department for the Economy.
I think the members' contributions are both on the record and people will read into that. Look, I think whatever flag we look to, whether it's the UK, whether it's the Republic of Ireland, to all intents and purposes, we are island nations. We often hear the term "these islands." Some of us will talk about the British Isles, but whatever connectivity is absolutely vital, therefore, to our economic development. Whether that's to the rest of the United Kingdom, which continues to be our largest market, or to the rest of Europe and beyond. Our airports are not just transport hubs, they provide gateways for foreign direct investment, tourism, exports and international business opportunities. They support world-class manufacturing and engineering sectors that connect Northern Ireland to key markets across the globe. And indeed, from an East Belfast point of view, the city airport's location right at the heart of our aerospace manufacturing industry is not coincidental, as its own history shows. That is why we strongly welcome the regeneration plans contained within the master plan. The master plan represents a major opportunity for our economy and the wider tourism sector. Passenger numbers, as has been said, are projected to rise to 7 million passengers per annum over the lifetime of the plan. That growth would generate an estimated 1.7 billion in added value to our economy and support more than 23,000 jobs across Northern Ireland, including 1,100 additional jobs directly on the airport campus. I know the Minister for Economy has been somewhat shy at times around championing previous investments in our economy, particularly for the ADS sector that's so key, particularly in my constituency. But I hope she can get behind this, and the contribution made on her behalf, I hope, does give some hope to that. At a time when the Assembly repeatedly discusses productivity, investment and employment, the figures stated earlier cannot be ignored. Demand for air travel across the island is expected to more than double to 90 million passengers by 2040. Northern Ireland alone will need to handle more than 21 million passengers. The City Airport Master Plan is therefore essential to the aviation sector in order to keep pace with demand. Importantly, as has been said as well, this growth is being proposed without the runway extension, which I know caused concerns in the past. Instead, it focuses on smarter and more efficient use of existing infrastructure through terminal expansion, additional aircraft stands, improved taxiways and modernised airfield operations. One particularly exciting proposal, again, that's been touched on is the groundbreaking development of a new rail halt serving the airport terminal, which would be, as I said, the first on the island. I've delivered, it would greatly help those local communities, particularly in Sydenham, in my constituency, who often have to deal with car parking from those who wish to avoid the car parking charges in the area. It would be, yes, certainly.
Unfortunately, I wasn't here for all of the debate, but does the member agree with me, and I've asked questions about this, that, I mean, I don't oppose or like the idea of having an additional railway halt on the line there, but given Sydenham is already there, isn't there a quick win that the airport, with the support of the department, could be pursuing in terms of better signage and better access for people using the airport to use Sydenham Halt at the minute? Because I think really it isn't properly advertised or signposted at the minute.
I take your point about signage and so on, but I don't think it is necessarily the most convenient halt in that regard. I think the parking issues I'm talking about is largely people who park along where the halt is there and try to walk to the airport. I think some of the changes in parking there have developed that. So I think it would be welcome to see the development there, but certainly in the meantime, I think it wouldn't hurt to look at improvements, and I'm sure those at the airport will be listening closely, as well as the Minister for Infrastructure, right? But it would be transformative for passengers, connectivity and sustainable transport, and there's considerable enthusiasm among local groups that it would be a boost to the local community and community tourism in Northern Ireland and in East Belfast, and we know there are ambitions to extend the Greenway network in that direction with the plans for the Sydenham Greenway. Currently, around 27% of travellers to and from Northern Ireland use Dublin Airport. Improving connectivity and transport links through Belfast City Airport would help ensure that more tourists and business travellers choose Northern Ireland's airports instead, bringing greater economic benefit directly to our regional economy. The Master's Plan demonstrates real confidence in Northern Ireland's future. It will strengthen links with the rest of the United Kingdom, create jobs, attract private investment and improve competitiveness. Of course, environmental responsibility matters, and Belfast City Airport has shown that progress can be made. The airport has achieved a 44% reduction in carbon emissions since 2019, demonstrating that economic growth and environmental improvements can, as members have talked about, go hand in hand. However, there is always the danger that overly rigid or poorly designed regulations could discourage that investment, limit route expansion, or undermine competitiveness of our local airports. We do not want to see a repeat of situations where major infrastructure projects are endlessly delayed because of unrealistic, impractical policy approaches. What is needed is balance, supporting sustainable growth while ensuring Northern Ireland remains economically competitive and connected. It is vital that our departments work together to ensure the smooth and timely delivery of this master plan. We want to see the Economy Minister step up and deliver for the aviation sector and remedy the ongoing absence of an aviation strategy. The aviation report commissioned by the Department made clear that such a strategy is essential to the future success of aviation in Northern Ireland. The report itself was critical of the fact that Northern Ireland's tourism strategy fails to directly acknowledge that improved connectivity is necessary to grow tourism. That must change, and it must change quickly. And today this Assembly faces a clear choice. Do we support growth, investment, connectivity, or do we continue down a path of delay, uncertainty and bureaucracy? The Master Plan is about confidence in Northern Ireland's future. It is about ensuring our economy can compete internationally, attract investment and create opportunities for the next generation. The DUP will continue to champion investment, support economic growth and back the flagship projects that deliver real benefits for the people of Northern Ireland. I support the Belfast City Airport Master Plan, and I encourage others across the Chamber to do likewise by supporting our motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Deirdre Hargey, Patrick Delarkey and Declan Kearney be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? No. Right. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Members, please resume your seats. Come on in. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Deirdre Hargey, Patrick Delarkey and Declan Kearney be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? No. Do we have tellers? Order. Matthew. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Pádraig Delarky and Philip McGuigan. Tellers for the noes are David Brooks and Philip Brett. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Clerk, could you please read the motion, or please read the result, please? Thank you.
68 members voted, 41 members voted aye, 27 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is therefore agreed. Therefore, the question is that the motion as amendment be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is the Assembly to now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.